powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. You deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
I and the body I represent, the Alliance for Christian Advocacy Africa, want to wish that we pray that they will also need be find a way of reducing the hurt that people are going through, because it seems to me people who receive some kind of abusive feel hurt, but they may still want to go to GhanaWeb because of its uniqueness. We wish them a very fruitful years in the coming years and days ahead of us.
Welcome to another edition of GhanaWeb Special here on GhanaWeb TV. Today we are within the Keta enclave. We are at Kejikope, which is one of the communities in the larger Keta area, and we are here because of one thing. Just a few days ago, the residents of these areas, Kejikope, Adina, all the way, so these communities run all the way into the Ketu South district of the Volta region, and so what is happening is that they woke up to tidal waves sweeping through their residences. Their homes, properties were destroyed, running into thousands of Ghana cedis. And this is not the first time these tidal waves have swept through people's homes in these areas. They've been running into many years, and so GhanaWeb is in this area to speak to some of the residents to try and get an understanding of what exactly the situation is like, because from what we are told, this is the first time in a long time that the tidal waves have swept this far into the residences. And so I'm here at GhanaWeb to speak to some of the leaders in this community and get an understanding of what really the situation is. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. I'm calling Peter Halu.
All right, so Peter will be doing this with me. We're going to walk back into the water. Peter, can you tell us when exactly this thing happened? When exactly happened?
Okay, actually on Sunday early in the morning, as we came around and want to set up our business, we could see that the water is coming, the waves is coming from the sea, which is coming very, very heavily. We cannot able to find where to push our team. We think that is something that will happen normally, but before we can see, the place all is full of water. You said you just came in to start your business.
Yeah. Has this happened before?
Yeah, this thing happened some years ago before, but it's very long that this thing happened again.
How many years far back? Can we put a number to the number of years? How many years far?
Okay, this thing happened 1993. Since 1993, this thing happened here full of water. Nobody was able to stay. We will have to move back to the other side of the river.
So you mean in 93, the water came this far into the communities?
Yeah, the water came far to this community, which was even heavier than this one that we are seeing now.
I see. You mentioned to me earlier that when this happened, it took how many minutes for this entire place to get flooded?
Okay, frankly speaking, it took about some 30 minutes for water to cover all the whole community.
30 minutes?
30 minutes, yeah.
Can you give us a representation of how many people are in this area? This is GhanaWeb.
Yeah.
How many people live within this area?
Okay, this community, we live about so many people. Even yesterday, as they say we should go around and write the names of people that are affected with the water, we saw that we could get about almost like 100 houses that was affected with the water.
100 houses. How many people can you say live in a particular house?
Some people live around 8 people, some people live 12 in the house, some people live 6 in the house, others live 7 in the house.
So that's an approximation of about 100 plus by 8 or more persons. Yeah. Now I see that your business is around here, your business is here, you are still in the water. Is there a reason you are still in this water? Is there a reason you have not moved?
Okay, the reason that I have not moved is I don't have any place to locate myself, and I'm the only one selling things in the community to help the people in the community, because if I was not able to come, they were not able to buy anything from anywhere, because this is the only place that they buy their foodstuffs and things. So I have to sacrifice myself for them and be in the water and serve the people in the community.
What do you sell exactly?
Okay, I sell cooking items, I sell biscuits, cassava dough, cassava corn, pepper, and a lot of things.
Okay, so you and I are walking through the water, and this is not ordinary for me, because I wouldn't ordinarily be walking through stagnant water like this, even going to the sea or whatever it is. But is this not dangerous?
It's very dangerous for us, because we are affected mostly, because we don't know what we should do right now. So we can't have anything to say. We have to cope with whatever is happening. So we are just playing with the government to help us and locate some place for us so that we are able to sleep. Because some people, they even sleep in the community center. They have to move from their various houses because they don't have anywhere to put their items and cook.
You mentioned government, so let's talk about what kind of support you are getting. You said this happened some few days ago.
Yeah, almost 4 days now.
And what kind of support have you gotten from anybody, whether in government or leadership? What kind of support has come to you so far?
Okay, the support that we get, we have some support from the NABNO. Yesterday, they came around with some foodstuffs with some mattress and some mosquito nets, cups and some plates to give to some people who are mostly affected. They should be holding for some time. They will be coming for some more things, so we are just pleading for them.
All right. So you mentioned the kind of reliefs that you got. Yeah. Personally, what kind of things did NADMO give you?
Okay, NADMO came around with mattress. They give us a bag of rice, mosquito coil, mosquito nets.
What kind of bag of rice? What's the size?
Okay, that's 25 kilo. 25 kilo.
And you are
5 kilo. 5 kilo.
5 kilos.
3 bags of rice each person. If you are 6 in the house, they will give you 3. And 4 mosquito coil, mosquito nets, and other bowls that we use to fetch water.
You are a family man.
Yeah.
You have a wife.
This is my wife.
So that's your wife. Okay,
yeah.
This is your wife's business as well.
Yeah.
Let's get close to your wife's business. Are these your children?
Yeah, I have 4 children. 4 children.
4.
Yeah, 4.
Wow. I know that this is going to be more than the conversation we are having, but in the long term, what kind of projections are you making? What is the plan? Is there any plan to even relocate from here? Because you told me that you've seen this before when you were much younger. It's happened again. It's obvious that the climate is changing. The tidal waves are not getting any friendlier with you. What is the plan for someone like you and other people who live in these communities? What is your plan?
Okay, our plan is to, if the water go down, we are just planning to move or relocate ourselves to different sites. But for now, we don't have anywhere to go. So we have to stay and think about what to do next.
This is still a GhanaWeb special, and this edition we are focusing on the effect that tidal waves have had on communities in the Volta region, coastal communities in the Volta region. We are at GhanaWeb. We just spoke with Alex. Alex's wife is here. Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon.
Please, what's your name?
My name is Janet.
Janet, I see this is your business. Your husband has told us about the kind of challenges that this tidal waves has had on you. For you as a mother in particular, how does it feel? You have a young child. How have you felt, or how did you feel exactly that day when the tidal wave swept all the way into this place? Tell us how that was for you.
It was very difficult because we are just purchasing things here. We sell things, and because of the water, we cannot sell from that Sunday till now. So it has been a difficult time for us.
Can you tell us how much of a loss in terms of the money you make on a normal day that you have made? Because people don't come to sell. How much of a loss has that been for you?
Very much, because sometimes I do sell like 30, 300 or 200, but since that day, we've not even touched 200 cities. So it's been a very touchful loss to us.
Your husband makes me understand that the plan is to maybe relocate. How do you feel about the decision to move from this place? How long have you been selling in the first place?
Almost like 2 to 3 years now.
Okay, so this has been a place for you to do business for 2 to 3 years. But now, how do you feel about the plan to maybe move out of this place?
We've not gotten any place yet, but it seems like the water has come once and now it has repeated itself again. So it seems like it will be a difficult thing to move to another place before getting new customers and those things. But because if something is not done about it, we have to move by force, because if it wants to come again, it can come.
Okay. Is there any help that you are hoping that people in authority can give to you and the other residents in this area? What kind of help are you looking for?
To prevent the water. That is the big help.
So we're talking about the defense wall?
So that if the water can support the water when it wants to come or those things. Okay. That one will be a big help to us.
This is one of the houses that has been affected by the tidal waves. The water has receded now, and that's why I'm able to stand on this platform in front of their shop here. The water is totally receded from what they tell me. But this is the landlady or the owner of the house, or one of the people in this house, and she's going to speak to us.
Mi try mi temi adonu ha mi adra. Ta review ka ta moti no school.
Mi saba anwi ya jona for the share there. Hello.
Mara kuma jo fia po.
Ma jo la fia ko. Ye fia o jo ala de. Inka o mi la fia.
Kpakpara nu ko jimi le nya ba kpara mian odu jiru na kpara mian.
Kpakpara un ka bia mi le. Na mi ba kpakpara un ade aka ko jimi le nka.
Ka nya chafo hanu ba kpona mi no wado ha bona mi na chafo na tai.
Okay, so what she's just telling me is that she's been here for many years, close to 10 years, and this is the first time anything of this magnitude has happened. Like many people have already asked for, she's asking for support for possibly a harbor, the sea defense wall, so that this water doesn't keep coming into their home, so that they can do their business. Because as she tells us, most of the things that would usually keep on the floors have now been lifted onto platforms. Nka na wana fi achia va demi defia nka na wana
makuma nyina kpakpa he kpakpe koklo
kpakpa he ye achia va demi ade kpakpa he na nie kalifia
maku tia yo va dem kpakpa he ka tojo le chiaji ta we be nyemata awonu kpakpa he o menyi ko mo pole ko amare gbo
ye amanyi ade wa ma na ni mai ma na kpo anyi la
maku 50 pieces. Vo papa here la jiji. Koklo ha la jiji ta we be ye chiava woni ko. Nyemata awoni. Ta o kata o chichia ma ha.
Papa e ba nya koklo na ka koklo nto odi.
Ma koklo ha o chichia ma. Ya o moton. Ma gbo moton ma mo poga ko ina amara ta ko chichia ji nyemata na ma lawo.
Kavifia de nka wo na la because me nya ba achia yema achia kali nyawa fo yema la chia ma ka kavado klo nka o mi la fia
ma kunye mana na ka mota ye ojola ka o ba na mi ba le community center ta fi ma ko mi le fia mi magana na ka o
ka papa nka bia mi la cho alo papa nka jimi la fifia
ma kumye jiba government ana kpere mienchi alo na emie ogun ojo ka ba ma ka ma la ndodo ma ne gbo fi ovajo ta yo ojo ka mi hin pepe nsugbo ba na kpere mienchi na wonyo na do ba kutia ma lo ji te fa na mi ano mi afa jina ajima kwesusu na mi atanu mi afa gbesi agbedo fa yi aba yo ojo ka ko mi afi ochi afa mo matan no oyisu ko mi ko nti ko ba ha mi akona o.
Michael Bumegbe is the chief fisherman at GhanaWeb, and he's here to speak to us. Good morning.
Morning.
We're going to do this in Ewe as well. Meraku, manya bade achiba unya na jola fia de. Atanglo extent ika o gbanwo la fia na mia.
Magloba nyatafe nchoko shiragba for former. Nchoko shiragba for former apo ba gaton alaba miano viaro fon dongo inara atoji kala oba fuataroro iko oyomi amaraka nyeno bala marakashi alaba yom blana ba o yodora fuatafia chafu vuora nyaba toji vuo chafu va ora alaba chofma nya ha emasi amayo kata roto kata ba no bala shinya ba kofuma yo ba oba chafu vuora mla fuata tami do nya ba alavuo ko ye fudu ifuata ko mi ba no avuo mre poji kasha ko ime me vuo ha ma chapwa adodom ba nya ntom ba yimre aduama kasha mi ha vuo re poji vo aba 4 o'clock na mi atro ava agara duama ko kasha mi ba duama me ba fo mi le fuata no vuo ha ma mi aso no mi ayom chapwa ma ba achi bagara afama na mi kasha mi on to mi ba awo achi ala ko ga agara mi agbofia kasha mi afu do waro pama ya afu kata ma yokla achi ala ba mi apa ma anyangu le nyanyana mi ba ato ba doro mi ajina na mota we ba mi ba no ma shi o gare o la nyigba la homa ala ba yo va na ma ko gare o kata ji ko aglon ka amaro o fa hakpo le fuata alaba avanga hakporo gere haogbo alaba enya kokla fugba fi owar haola chiama ro ova gbetro ko awe ba le nyata pama mawe ajore Nyajima, Kalakama Mawa, Viamasiama Bahoyo, a chiyo on it, Ajaba Mikatamia Dugula, Yabapoma, Amayoka over Noviarola Mogoduo, Marofo Bangojo Yafma, Amayoka Marakamala Fmana or Fobango, Community Center, Akalamyagbo, Alaba Yachi Amario, Marofo Bango, Abakora Community Center, Kova Weber Nyatapa. Yo never chapwa glen ma fifile fi never nguru popo miaru anye dona mi ala ka go jala ba chapwa gbo ko mi na go fi pon haruna mi apa avio ba sku yi nya o aba ta kamana mi lenka ka ava ton ya domia anya ngui ka tatara mi jala ka go je ka mi li dom nad motoyom ova la ho ba va ma ova pongo jojo kata ka ngui ko na mi nya fi akpie nya ba a choy trauma over miagbo ba amayo ke la community center ma o kwe yotangwa now enviare alaba magba yo rogava apoyo kata chiare ko apoyo kata chiare fifile fia o yaba lo faraka wiandrene apoyo ke chiare ke miamo gbosusu yo la po o ma na mi ba fo mi kata ngu fo ayaba akbara kakla nanana amakbara kakla nanana ko awe ba lanya tapama mawenya njojo ajore miaji fifile ika mie mokpom na jiruru na garama alaba oba awona na mi va vieto ye echiala miagbo still meta afiara kayimo jiruru na wajita para mi okomia daro alaba no komi daria chofma mi ho mi ato akpogboje alaba miano mi aba do fo yin class ba miano mi afa ngururu kpo alaba nguya ka okove na amayoka la community center amacho la nyata pa mangui okona afakoraka vangui okone la nyata pa manguma la nkakaraka banguru la nyaba pa mamiruna ma madana mikron.
So I want you to tell me how this place used to be before this, because we are riding on a canoe now.
First of all, my name is Achu Amuzu. 3 days today, it was Sunday, around 5 o'clock going. We just sleep for the room, no, we just hear the noise. Sea is coming, we don't understand. So before we wake up for house, no, the house all full up, when things all spoiled. My TV, my room things all, everything spoiled. So we can do it, like, I don't know how we go do. So it be like, no work again, no fishing, no.
You are a fisherman?
Yeah, I'm a fisherman.
So you've not been able to go to sea since then?
Yeah, since Sunday we can go see, because we no get place to pull the rope, and even we no get place to sleep to go to work. So we just patrol for our friends. So the things is hard for me too much. So the government for council or government to do something for me.
How much of a help will the sea defense, how much would it help your work and then your community as a whole?
As now, I see first from the beginning, it started to come small. But now it's too much. So we want to make the government can't dip the water inside for we, make the water go back small. Yeah, that's one problem now.
All right.
This place we are passing right now, first no water, but because of the sea, where the water can remain for here like this. So it's hard for you to cross the water, go fishing.
This was a bare land. It was just like the other side.
Yeah.
And then this is water from the tidal waves.
Yeah.
That has turned it, and we are riding on a canoe now because we can't walk through this water.
Yeah.
The sea started ravaging this very community from March this year. It started from Salakope. When you go there now, you realize that a plethora of houses are gone, have been washed ashore. People have lost their fishing equipment because this community, their major source of livelihood is fishing. Their boats have been destroyed. Some of them have lost their outboard motors. Now, when you get to the various houses, you realize that once the tidal waves comes around, it affects, it does affect the homes. It wash away their belongings, like their clothing. It sometimes has to take away their electrical gadgets like the fridges and stuff like that. This has impacted negatively on the enrollment in the school or attendance in the school. Initially, we were having a population of about 800 plus, but as we speak today, when you go to the classroom and you put the number of students who are regular in school, they are numbering almost a little above 400. This is a sign that the tidal wave distraction in these communities has impacted on education. Worst of it, we used to have about close to 30 candidates getting prepared for the BEC examination. But as we speak today, we are only having 15 regular students in school who are ready for their examination. This is because, you see, once their families or parents have been affected, they are unable to give them money to even come to school to buy food for themselves. They will have to drop out. Those whose books, school uniforms, clothing, and other stuffs have been taken away have also dropped out of school because their parents don't have money to get them a school uniform. We want immediate intervention from the President of the Republic of Ghana. These are people that you have sworn to protect. These are people that you have sworn to be with them in times of their need. And so our passionate appeal to him is that, one, he needs to, as a matter of urgency, expedite action on the second phase of the project to cover those communities that are affected by the tidal wave. And secondly, there are some relief items that have been given to the communities affected. It is woefully inadequate. It is woefully inadequate, although they say half a loaf is better than bread, but we are looking forward to more of those things so that at least it will ameliorate the plight of the indigenes going forward. The reason it seems that Keta has been hardly hit is that when you compare Salakope and Amutino to Keta, one, you realize that this area, Salakope here, there are a lot of sand here. So immediately the sea flows here, the sand absorbs it. Besides, we are torn between the sea and then the lagoon. So anytime this place gets flooded, we have to break into the main road for the sea to gush into the lagoon. There are times that we use pumping machine to pump it to the lagoon. That is how come when you come here after some few hours that the tidal wave hit this place, you feel like there's nothing happening here. Now, Keta, they don't have anywhere to pump their water to. So anytime you visit there, you feel that that place has been hardly hit. That is not so. We have also been seriously affected.
Le namacho izipata kenye ba chafura manya agbo myaramo ikaba mye boblodon na jiru kaka jiru ma konya ma myagbo mu kaka yicho memra gbeba za gavema e ya va ejia mala bobo crowd e ya boblo domela boblo go domela e amo eka chafura opoma opa no mo shokata ogle fiofio opa la vio chichingo o mazio ha o chichingo o togbio o mama aro nya mama o chichingo e opong no mo shokata o blafio vai
nyi kwenya nwa kwenya ba mya kpongruru na kuhia kata jojo cho gbaragba ke kwenya ba o va to chafo na mi chafo do enu nya sa dynamic kokko kuhia tera ko nyi ba fi a chafo cho afi ba ro fi a ajiji tamyo manya myawe gogo chafo nto ba va eta jiruru mamu ntonto odo ha chafo e ma gbo na va gbo tana oglon ba mya to tere chafo ngom ye tere chafo jiruru nto amate gbo na chafo poga ava do more gbo ta chafo ro tetan va tangi ko kwenya nruru ako nyara kuku na nyawa du klo la bubu toko bo tro ko mya gbo klo mya no la ko ikunye bo do chafo na mi kunu nya sa do chafo ya ko ke mya ba afifafa ko ni fafa ngbu na mo nyung mya gbono ro bo bubu mgbegbo bo shagbe jingra ka fa magbo ojo pleng ma o nyo ha mya ko te par ada taru go fi na nya be mai ro khola va yo mya mya yi na nya ba agbe mya va le Ghana mya va no mya ko vi ya na manyo veve se ko jino ke mia la ka kama na va una mia ta mia nya ba veve se a ro glango meng na ba mia jila ya ro maro la mama le shu maro nya dono de viaro o nya ba ndi a va su ku ka cha fo mo na na ba o mate su kwa demu ta mi re kuku na jiruru ta nyi ko na wo rororo kata ko nya ba o va do cha fo.
This is still GhanaWeb special on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. We are here at Amutinu. It's in the Ketu South district of the Volta region. It's one of the communities that has been affected by the tidal waves. We are here in one of the primary schools in the area to speak to the headmaster. Good afternoon, sir.
Fine afternoon.
Please tell us your name.
My name is William Kofi Afarito.
Okay, so what's the name of your school?
The name of my school is Amutinu MA Basic School.
All right. And you have students or you have pupils who come from which kind of communities? Are they only from the Amutinu community?
No. Majority of them come from Amutinu, but the rest come from Salakofe and then Adina.
All right. Now let's come to the substantive issue. The issue of tidal waves. Has this affected your school in any way? I want us to take a walk whilst you show us that. Has this affected your school in any way? Let's take a walk while we do that.
Okay. When I was posted to this school, it's barely 2 years now.
Okay.
When I came here, the sea was far away from the school.
Okay.
But less than a year now, the sea is almost nearer to the school building. So without the help of the government, less than a year, this school will no more be here.
As I see it now, the beach is just some 200 or 300 meters away from your school block. You say this was not the situation. I can see the markings right on the floor. You say this could affect you, but how much of an effort have you made? You say you've been here for 2 years. How much of an effort have you made in trying to ensure that this help comes to you as easy as or as soon as possible?
Oh, anyway, one thing I can say is that the assemblyman is a staff member of the school.
Okay.
So anytime they come, they see the assemblyman. So if we can say something about that, unless you see the assemblyman. But all the time, people have been coming to promises. The FM stations have been coming. But so far, I can't say anything that this is the promise we are giving unless we see the assemblyman.
You're an educationist. In the meantime, what kind of challenge, or even with what we've experienced so far, are your students worried in any way? What kind of fears do they show to you? All that are you aware of?
Oh, as for me, the way the students talk, I don't see that. I've not seen that they are worried, but it is the parents who are worried. But the students themselves, they don't worry. They don't care about it. But the parents, they are worried.
What kind of things do the parents tell you?
Oh, what they say is that sometimes the sea will enter their rooms. They may not be able to sleep. With a lot of things. Because of that, it is even affecting their economic activities.
All right. So this is still GhanaWeb special. We are placing our focus on the effects of the tidal waves that have ravaged communities along the coastal lines of the Volta region, specifically the Ketu South into Keta areas. And so we are still speaking to a number of stakeholders in this area. As you can see, we are just at the beach line right now, just behind this Amutinu MA school, and you can see the line here. The headmaster tells me this is how far the water went, or the water came the last time, and if nothing is done about this, it could just escalate. You wanted to say something?
Yes. Sometimes the tidal waves enter the school
blocks.
The school blocks.
Okay.
So sometimes, in fact, if you come and see the situation here, you will not like it. So it is only these 3 days it has gone back a bit, but very soon it will come back again, and the tidal wave will just be splashing against the wall of the school. So we need the help of the authorities, those who are in authority who can help us. Other than that, the school will no more be here again.
As far as I'm concerned, we have 149 homes affected and 1,027 individuals that are being affected. We have Salakope, Agaveji, Adina, and Amuchino being affected. Those are the communities, as far as I know, that are affected. We try to get a place for them temporarily so that those who are severely affected can have a place to put their heads. And some of them are in the church rooms, and others decided to perch at the end of their families that are at the higher grounds. A lot of them prefer to stay with their families. So as at now, that is what is going on. As far as I'm concerned, I had a discussion with the regional minister. You know, I have to deal with the regional minister, and some discussions with the Minister for Works and Housing. As far as I know, there are a lot of preparation that is ongoing. As you could hear, the Minister for Works and Housing himself said there are a lot of preparation ongoing for this project to start as quickly as possible. But let me do this clarification. You know, I will encourage the government not to do this sea defense to only the affected places. They have to extend it to Aflao border, because when it stops at maybe Adina, the rest of Denu and Aflao will be washed away with these tidal waves. So they have to do it up to Aflao border. And I'm sure if they want to do that, they have to do it in consultation with the Togolese counterpart. Because if they end it at the border, then the whole Lomé will be affected, and which will even come back to affect us in Ghana here. So it's a big project on its own.
James talked about the fact that his widow's might, he thanked some people who supported him to hold these things together. He mentioned the work he did on sea defense when he was in government, having to build some sea defense and also in some communities boulders to break the waves.
Okay.
And we went to the worst hit area in Anglo. The school, that's Puvama.
Okay.
The place called Puvama, so that would be, Puvama had a school which the tidal wave destroyed. So a new one had been put up, and that too has been destroyed. So that's the site we went to. I mean, it was very pathetic. And I hear that it has actually affected the estuary that's in Southstone. So they are also hit by the effects of the tidal wave. I think in their case, the sea has block the entry of the river into the sea.
Okay.
So those who need to move on boats and so on are unable to travel across anymore. So it needs dredging. So what GM said was that it probably needs dredging, but he was inviting engineers and those in hydro, something hydro, to come and take a look and advise the state so that the necessary action is taken to have the necessary dredge to alleviate the suffering of those people too. So what's happening is whichever water from the river to be entering the sea is now going into their communities and destroying as well, because it has no way to get into the sea.
I want to understand we know that the eventual solution to all of this is the call for a sea defense wall, which is what people have called for countless times. But in the interim, and knowing how intensive a project that could be, what are the kinds of things that you are looking at? I'm talking about you as the MP for Ketu South, your other colleagues in the neighboring constituencies. What are the other solutions that you are putting in place or looking out for?
No,
so that
the immediate medium-term intervention would be for the states to construct temporary accommodation, where the people who are worst hit can go and find solace while we look at the bigger picture of the sea defense. So they need to identify a place and quickly put up. It could be tents, it could be brick and cement, who knows? But something has got to be done so that those who don't have accommodation can find one. The reason why we are demanding for a temporary accommodation is that in our case, as in Capital, this is the third one. So if your sister's house was lost in the first one, then she comes to live with you, and then it hits you yourself in May, and then you all move into your family house, and then in November, the family house is also taken. That leaves you with nothing. That leaves you with people who. It's important that the state provides a temporary accommodation for. Know that we mean well, we should be able to do that. But so far, it's been, I think that the conversation I've had with the regional minister points to the fact that he agrees that it has to be done. In fact, he agreed way back in May that this is a thing that has to be done. And it's 5 months down the line. Why didn't he do it?
Okay, there are also concerns and calls for not just the building of sea defense walls around the areas that have been affected now. There are also concerns about the larger discussions on climate change, because the fear is that if these defense walls are built all the way to the Ketu South area, it could extend into the neighboring country, Togo, Lome. There are suggestions that this should be a collaborative effort between authorities here and those in our neighboring country, Togo. Is this something you subscribe to?
I have a situation I want it dealt with. Togo is a sovereign country. They are responsible for their citizens. I want them to consider looking at finding the resources so that when we build ours to Aflawudi can continue. I don't think global warming is a secret. COP26 I just ended. Everybody knows about it. So I'm sure that they have their plans as a country. I'm not sure that, we can love our neighbors more than ourselves. And so it is what it is. So what are we going to do? So because Togo will have a problem that they have to deal with, we should not solve our problem. I don't understand this kind of argument though. Right. On humanitarian grounds, we will empathize with them, but they don't have a problem right now. We have a problem. Can we solve it?
All along all the conversations we've been having about the tidal waves that have ravaged communities in the Volta region, the southern parts of the Volta region, the Anglo side to be specific, all these have had to do with the climate change. And so we're here in, also within the Volta region, it's just around, this is Meet Me There, one of the most popular restaurants, sleeping areas that a lot of people come to while away their time and all of that. This place has also been affected by the tidal waves, heavily affected. And we have the manager here. He's going to give us some perspectives, give us an understanding of how badly the situation is. You're welcome to GhanaWeb.
Thank you. My name is Christian.
All right, Christian. Let's understand what kind of business you used to do here and how badly you've been affected.
Okay, so this is Meet Me There African Home Lodge. We have the lodge, which whatever we realize from the lodge, we push it into the NGO, which is working in the community. But now, as things stand now, we got a tidal waves that came in last Sunday night, and as we can all see, it has taken over our sitting area, taken over those rooms over there. And now our business has come to a halt. We don't know when we are resuming business, because as, this is all a sitting area which people sit and eat and drink. But now, as it is, nobody can come here. And we don't know when this will drain down. So we are all just hoping for the best.
That's to say that this entire place, more or less like a lagoon now, used to be dry land.
Oh yeah, this is a dry land. No, the entire place is not a dry land. This is on the lagoon. Okay. Where we are standing is on the lagoon, but now it's in the lagoon. Yeah.
Okay. So that means that because of the tidal waves, did you have guests here in the first place?
Yeah. So that fateful Sunday night, we got guests in all the rooms, but then we have to wake them up for them to go and refund them as well. So that affect business.
This has been a few days now. Yeah. How is Meet Me There coping? Management of Meet Me There. You mentioned that you have an NGO that also helps people in the communities here. How are you coping?
Well, not much we can do than to shut down. Well, as at now, we are just tidying up the mess that the sea has brought, hoping that it will drain down for us to start business. But then, as it is, that's affecting the workers here, and that's going to affect what we do in the community as well. Yeah.
A lot of people are calling for the construction of a sea defense wall. Is that the same thing you're calling for? And in the interim, if that is not done, what kind of thing are you going to do? Because this yours is a business. What are you going to do in the interim to ensure that your place is still running?
Okay, if it's this the sea defense, if it's something within our power that we can do, we will have done it about 10 years ago. Because I've been in all the offices with my letters that I know they can do something about the sea defense, but it never yield anything.
What's the feedback you get?
Well, it will be done, but then when they start doing it, they end on the way at Aklotoko, and that's it. We have a monitoring camera from University of Cape Coast along the shore, and they came after one of their report. It's like, well, within the next 10-12 years to come, if nothing is done, this whole coast will be gone. Yeah, so we're just living in limbo here. Yeah.
All right. We're sorry about how badly you're affected. We hope that this is taken care of soon enough so that your business can also get back on track. From the Ketu South District to Keta, all the way to Anglonga, you've seen the devastation that the tidal waves have caused to many people, businesses, and properties along this way. And this has been a GhanaWeb special for GhanaWeb TV. Like many have asked for, the sea defense wall should be built for people around these coastal communities so that the recurrent damages that these tidal waves cause will be a thing of the past. My name is Eche Atisu, and this has been a GhanaWeb special.
Back again, Charlie. If today is your first time on YouTube channel, don't forget to subscribe, like, and share. I am in Kumasi. The last time I came here, I shared with you my amazing experience. I'm here for personal businesses, but I'm like, okay, let me come along with you. I came here with Rick. I'll introduce him to you later. And I'm currently at Prince Towers Hotel, and I want you to see how it looks like. You know how I always share where I live when I go to a new city. So today you're coming along with me. Let's go. Let's see how the place looks like, and let's see all my experiences here. Let's go, guys. So this is going to be my room. This is the washroom. As you can see, I've already settled in. I'm going to drop this back here. It's a very simple room. So this is going to be my room for tonight. Yeah. It feels good coming back to Kumasi. Kumasi, what's up? What's up? What's up? Yeah, I'm finally here in Kumasi, and I'm so happy. This is like the third time here in Kumasi, and it always feels good. Kumasi is a vibe. Kumasi for Mamu too. Let me go and see Rick's room too. So he's just opposite me, which is... Can I come in? Oh, you are feeling so comfortable already. So this is Rick's room here, and it's very similar to mine. It also has a bathroom. Yeah. in fact, our second night here, and we are going for breakfast for the second time. And since I didn't take you along the first time, let's go have some breakfast. Are you excited? I know, right? Breakfast, it's like the most important meal of the day, and I'm super excited. So let's go. Let's see what they got. What I'm having for breakfast: tea, vegetables, and Rick, what are you having for breakfast?
I think it's the same.
You're having tea?
Please, I don't know how to break this thing. Can somebody help me?
Use your head. So this is the best place to stand and have a beautiful view of Kumasi. And one thing I like about Kumasi is the fact that they allow vegetation to grow. Like everywhere is green. Like above me, it's a very beautiful greenery. I like some part of the city that's like full of houses. Yeah, it feels good. I like the environment here. It's calm and quiet and refreshing. Yeah. How's your experience been so far?
Okay, I don't know if you said it already, but I don't understand why they are so like the tall trees in town.
Yeah,
this is like something you see in the forest.
Yeah, I was just saying that earlier on because I think they allow them to grow. You know, in Accra, like most of the, like in the city, full of houses and industries and all that. So it's good to see that. I mean, you live somewhere around vegetation. So yeah, so far so good. And I think I would recommend this place so far with my experience. So guys, I'm fortunate to have met the manager of Kings Towers Hotel, and he's here with me. He's called Senna. Hi, Senna.
Hi.
Yeah, so my viewers would also want to know a little bit about your place. How long has it been in existence?
We've been in operation for about 15 years.
15 years? I'm being honest, the place doesn't look like it's been this old. Yeah. And apart from the pool and the restaurant, are there any facilities that you think?
Okay, yes. It's a hotel. And we also have a guest house facility attached to the hotel. The guest house facility is more an annex.
Okay.
And, that's actually where we used to host the hallmark
medical center. Oh yeah, I met a friend yesterday, and then she mentioned. So I'm even going there today.
Oh,
so it's good you mentioned it.
Lovely.
I'm also going to see what's in the medical facility because I hear it's just around, and most of the people that I've met here are like, oh, they also came for some consultation services. So okay. And so how many rooms do you have in all?
We have about 40 rooms over here.
40 rooms.
Oh. But then for the guests that come from hallmark, they usually prefer the guest house. Why? Because it kind of makes them feel more at home.
At home, okay.
They interact with each other. Because it's more of a separate apartment altogether where that hosts about 6 different rooms.
people. So is that facility also here?
It's not here. It's actually closer to
Walking. Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
About 2 to 3 minutes.
That's good to know. And I like the fact that the hotel is surrounded by vegetation. So when I was standing at the top, I could see, like, you know, Accra, we are so used to seeing buildings, vegetation. You won't even see, like, you see, but unless you go outskirts of Accra. So it's good to see that at least the areas, the neighboring areas are like full of vegetation. Here is very airy. Thank you so much for having us.
You're welcome.
Please, do you have anything to say to anyone watching this video?
Kingston's Hotel is located about 5 minutes from KNUST low cost gate. If you are in Kumasi, this is a lovely place to hide away from all the stress of town and the headaches that come along with staying in town. We are roughly about 5 minutes away from KNUST low cost gate. So I'm sure you would love your stay here.
Yes, so even if you're coming to see your girlfriend or your wife in KNUST, you can come and hide there.
It will be a good hideaway. Rest assured, it will be a good hideaway for you. It will be a good hideaway.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Okay.
Good to meet you.
Good to meet you too. Because I've met you, I'm getting the room for free.
No worries.
Hey, it's happening. I'm getting the room for free.
No worries at all. Okay.
All right. Come sit here and enjoy some television. Yeah, and I think it's a good way to also connect with other clients here. Yeah. So guys, this brings us to the end of this vlog. I came here with Rick Aqua. Rick Aqua is also a YouTuber. Rick Aqua, what do you do on your YouTube channel?
Actually, on my main channel, it's a tech channel, but now I'm starting a new vlog channel. So hopefully this will be like my second or third video. But yeah, so I have a tech channel.
This is your first time coming to Kumasi. What would you say?
That's my first trip, and this was my first time coming to Kumasi. It was actually nice, even though we didn't actually get to explore the place like a lot. It was just work. But the only thing I didn't like about this place was the light outs. The lights were going off, but luckily where we were living, like we always had a gen, so when it goes off, it comes back. But apart from that, the place was. That was a good guy. Yeah. He actually helped us out a lot. But apart from that, the place was cool. Their food was good. The
experience was good. Yeah, I think the place is an old place, but it doesn't look that old. Like the way the manager said, it's like 15 years. To me, it looked like 7 years, 8 years old place, and I think it's an ideal place for you to come around whenever you're in Kumasi.
And the fact that it's so close to KNUST,
like
it's not so far from.
It's not so far. Yeah. I think I remember the Uber. It took us how much? How much did we pay? Like 15 cedis. 21 cedis. So that shows that it's, and even that was because we were coming in the evening and it was traffic here. So yeah, until next time on my YouTube channel, do well to subscribe to his channel, both his tech channel, if you're a tech person, you know where to go, and his new channel that he just started. And so show him some love. I mean, he's handsome. Show him some handsome love. Until then, you're trying to do a
trying to vlog and trying to break out of our comfort zone, so let's see how it goes.
Yeah, until then on my channel we blow them kisses. So until then, on my YouTube channel, mwah.
One of the things GhanaWeb is doing, which in my estimation is one of the best things, is trying as much as possible to give pictorial in terms of video of whatever it's reporting online. Unlike those days where you only had to read about text. This time around, they've gone a step ahead, and to ensure that there's a video added to whatever content they are putting out there for readers to also have a feel of the story. One of the things I think GhanaWeb can do is to, apart from the online TV, rather go on a full-fledged TV channel rather than the online TV. I think that would help. I've seen that the online TV is helping, but they should just go in a full channel. Keep up the good work. There may be challenges, but don't be deterred by those challenges. Challenges are bound to happen in every institution, and try and work harder. Focus on whatever you set to do for yourself, and I'm sure as the years roll by, you achieve those challenges.
For the first time in the history of Ghana's Fourth Republic, a budget presented to Parliament by government was rejected. This was as a result of contention between the minority and majority side, albeit rejected by one side of the House. We don't yet have a budget for the upcoming year. My guest on Say Loud today is the Member of Parliament for Cape Coast South, Honorable Kweku Ricketts-Hagan. We speak to him about the 2022 budget and issues surrounding it. We'll be right back. Welcome back from the break. This is still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV. My name is George AC, and as indicated earlier, my guest today is the Member of Parliament for Cape Coast South, Honorable Kweku Ricketts-Hagan. Honorable, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah.
It's good to have you, but I don't know if it will be good for the majority side as it stands now. Your side has been accused of bad faith. What will be your response to that?
Thank you very much, and greetings to your viewers and listeners. I don't think that they should take it that way. I mean, our job as opposition is to provide a constructive criticism. If there is something in the budget that we objected to, or at least we are speaking on behalf of the public. I mean, we all know, we've been listening to the radios, we've been listening to the people on the streets by the very job that you guys are doing, speaking to people. And I think the general consensus is that the people are not happy, especially with the e-levy. I mean, the budget in its entirety, and also the e-levy in particular, and a few other things. So our job is to make sure that, as members of Parliament, to make sure that what the executive is bringing us as a budget is budget that will be acceptable to Ghanaians and will not add unnecessary hardships to the hardships that the people are already, feeling. And it is on that basis that we pointed certain items in the budget that we think will not to the benefit of Ghanaians, and that we wanted the finance minister to address those issues before we approve the budget.
Specifically, what are the details of the issues that the minority has with this budget? Specifically,
I think the issues, first of all, I must put on record that we are not saying that everything in the budget was bad. There are some good things in the budget, and there are things that we felt were problematic in the budget, and unfortunately you cannot just accept part of the budget and reject the other part. If you reject even a word in the budget, the whole budget is actually rejected. So even if you go and dot an I or T in a budget that has already been presented, that budget is seen as a new budget. So basically we pointed out a few things. If I should put them, let's say not in any particular order, the principle among the things we objected to was the e-levy. And the e-levy is something that not only we members in Parliament, but actually the general public or the citizens of Ghana felt that imposition of tax will be too much on the already burdened, Ghanaians. I think the second thing that we objected to was to do with fees and charges, which without any consultation, the government has decided to up it to about 15 to 30%, depending on, which item you're looking at. And we felt that was too high, and that we already have fees in the budget, or the fees are already there, but we felt that the increment that the government was proposing to charge actually too high and needed to be looked at. I think the other thing was the way the Ijapa deal was smuggled into the budget. We were not happy with it, and we wanted the government to look at it, basically to remove it and bring it at an appropriate time when they want to look at Ijapa again. I think the fourth thing was to do with the wording of the Aka Energy. We felt that what was agreed upon, the wording that we have in the budget is not what was agreed upon. So we again prompted them to look at that. And then recently we had a tidal wave issue in Kita in the Volta region, which obviously affected a number of our brothers and Ghanaian sisters in that place. But we know that there's a sea defense project which has not been completed. So we're urging the government to have that in the budget as a priority, so that the people of the Volta region can sort of not be suffering that kind of fate. So these are the critical things that we pointed out to the government from the very beginning when the budget arrived. And we were expecting the minister to say something about those things that we had debated on, and not to come and ask us for more time to dialogue.
Okay, so Honorable, not to digress here, but then you made mention of Kita and the people, the current plight that they are going through. With all the responses that the government has given to the situation in Kita, not just limited to the budget issue or the sea defense war, but then with the response of government, do you think that government has been sensitive to the plight of the people of Kita?
Absolutely not. And that is what we were trying to point out. If the government wants to be sensitive, we expected that issue to be in the budget, to show the sensitivity. And the people, apart from not being in the budget, the responses that so far has been given to the people of Kita is not adequate. We haven't seen the president there. We haven't seen the vice president when he was, acting as a president. We haven't seen any substantial move to address the issue there. But the most important is not about the aftermath, but we wanted the government to address the causes of this tidal wave, which is to do with state defense.
You have eloquently adduced your position as a minority, but then there's been complaints from the side of the majority that you are not doing this in the interest of Ghana, and as a matter of fact, it is just a matter of the NDC preparing the minds of Ghanaians to win 2024. What will be your response?
Well, that is their opinion. It is their opinion. With this, the thing with this government is that if you oppose anything that they are doing wrongly, they take you to be an enemy of the state. But that is not democracy. Democracy is the opportunity for people to voice their objection to things that they think is not going well for the country. And anytime anybody does that, even people who are outside parliament, it is seen as they being political. But we cannot actually live in a democracy like this. Democracy is a give and take. You have to listen and be able to correct things that the people. We are all the servants of the people. We serve the people of Ghana. Therefore, if we are serving them in something that is not in their interest, and then somebody points it out, then it is seen as politics or anti-Ghanaian. That's not the way to go.
So, the budget has been rejected, as in per the declaration of the speaker. But then, from the majority side, they are raising an argument of constitutionality that it doesn't hold. What would be your response?
Well, I'm not a lawyer, but then when you look at the provisions, both in the Constitution and in our standing orders, I think the procedure that the procedural issues were followed, to the letter. I mean, don't forget, the Speaker is one of the most experienced parliamentarians in the country. He's been there longer than anyone who has ever served in Parliament, and he's gone through this budget maybe over 20 times, considering the number of years that he was in Parliament. He has been a leader of the majority. He's been a leader of the minority back and forth. So if anybody understands our standing orders, which hasn't actually changed very much since they came into effect in in the early days, that it will be the speaker. I don't see the point that they are trying to, and I have read all the provisions that they are talking about, and I don't see anything wrong with what the speaker did. My only thing, and maybe my interpretation may be wrong, is that the idea of using 104, which is the Constitution, and 109 to buttress their case, that we didn't have the numbers to be able to make that decision, I think they are wrong. Because when you look at the same, and then the other provision that they were talking about of getting ministers, I will come to that. Let's deal with the first one, Article 111, which also they were wrong. My understanding is that the voting takes place when we have members present and voting. What does members present and voting means? Members present and voting means members who are in the chamber who have recorded or registered their name as willing, able and willing to do government business on the day, and ready to vote, which was the motion that we were there for. They were there. We were 274 as I counted. There was only one member of parliament who was not there, was Honorable Adjo Safo, I believe. Okay, so 274 recorded their names in the parliamentary register that they are in parliament and ready to do the government business of voting the motion. That's why we were there. When the final debate that leads to the motion started, they were present. Minority speaker spoke, majority spoke, the finance minister spoke. Even though normally they change the order they do it, is not how we did it. Usually the finance minister will be given an opportunity to address the concerns raised by opposition. Hopefully those are concerns on behalf of Ghana.
So, not to stop you, but then the stage they walked out. Consequently, you decided to go ahead, one-sided, reject the budget. They are saying that it is wrong and that you didn't have the required number in the Constitution. Yes, you have explained that, but are you trying to mean that consequentially their walking out had no effect as per the provisions of 104?
That's exactly what I'm telling you. That members present and voting should constitute half. Members present and voting when we started were 274 out of 275. Now, if I'm sitting in there ready to vote and I get up and go to use the washroom, and when I come, they have finished the voting, would I say that is unconstitutional because half of us were in the washroom? Because when the process started, and don't forget that you can absent yourself from voting. Would I say that I didn't vote, therefore we were not? If half of the people were there, they didn't walk out, they could have chosen not to walk out but sit there and not vote. If they had sat down and not voted, it will be seen as being present and voting. So the moment the process starts, and don't forget that they actually voted in the first motion. The motions, we had only one motion for the day, which is the approval of the budget. The finance minister came in and he, in his statement, asked for a prayer, which is basically time to be able to, go and address issues as he claimed. Now, that became a motion, which was a twin motion, together with a motion of being able to vote for the budget. Now, if the first motion, depending on how it goes, may influence whether the second motion will come in or not. They are mutually exclusive. They are not separated. Those issues are together. Okay, they took part in the first one. Okay, how many were we when they took part? 274. Then, the proof that they took part was that the deputy speaker or deputy majority leader challenged the speaker on his ruling for the nose instead of the eyes. And it's that challenge that led to what is called the division, which is what they requested. Now, when you request for division has a procedure. One of the procedures is to get people who are, you would term as lobbyists,
But in our sense, we don't have lobbyists and all that. But anybody, to put it simply, anybody who is a stranger, as far as Parliament is concerned,
we are talking about non-parliamentarians.
Non-parliamentarians on the floor of Parliament. When you go to other jurisdictions, as Speaker rightly pointed out, that we don't have lobbyists in the right sense. So we take lobby to be the seat behind us in Parliament. There is a clear difference between what the lobby is and what a public gallery is. They are not the same thing.
It is good you have mentioned the public gallery. Another issue that has come up has to do with the presence of your party's General Secretary, Johnson Esiedun Ketia. For the majority, their basis of walking out is because the Speaker decided to walk the minister out and allowed Mr. Esiedun Ketia to stay. Do you think the majority had their reason was justified?
It's not a legitimate reason, as I have just pointed out to you. Unless they don't know the difference between a lobby and a public gallery, as we have copied from the United States and from Britain. They are two separate places. If you are clearing the lobby, you are clearing people who are on the floor of Parliament. If 111 of our Constitution actually says that ministers from Vice President, ministers, deputy ministers can participate in the proceedings of Parliament. Absolutely clear. Proceedings of Parliament means anything that we do in the chamber. Okay? But the same Constitution, on the same Article 111, before it finished that article, says that except. So you have privileges just the same as the member of Parliament, but your privileges stops when it comes to voting.
Okay. So, yes, this has happened.
And the voting of a division states that anybody who is a stranger at that point must be taken out. Therefore, you don't have any privileges again as a minister under 111.
So, in your view, what would be the very reason why the majority decided to stage the walkout? If this is not the
they are putting that on the premise that Esiedun Ketia was there, but Esiedun Ketia was not there as what is it called, General Secretary of the NDC. Don't forget that he was also a member of the board in Parliament. He wasn't also there as a member of the board of Parliament. Esiedun Ketia could have been invited to be in the lobby by the position that he's a member of the board. They didn't do that, or he didn't do that. He went to sit in the gallery just like other people were sitting in there as a citizen of Ghana.
So
it doesn't go beyond citizenship.
To you, what motivated the majority to walk out, even though they've said everything that they want to say, from everything that you know?
Well, the only thing I can think of is that they realized that they didn't have the numbers. Because don't forget that in the morning, all the things they were talking about, that they were having a meeting and all that, we knew what they were doing. What they were doing basically was waiting for people to arrive in the country. There are people who came in who we haven't seen in Parliament since we opened, but were there on the day, were flown into the country. And unfortunately, I don't know whether Honorable Adjosafu was in there. We'll see on Tuesday whether she was on the air coming and her flight has delayed. They were just delaying things to be able to get their people in. They realized they don't have the numbers, and of course they were going to lose, especially when the Speaker has called no for the first one, and now he was going to get people out who were people on their side, because the ministers are not on our side. They are MPP ministers, or they are ministers from the MPP stock. So for me, that's the only thing, because they are Esiedun Ketia argument does not hold water.
Okay. So yes, this is still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George A.C., and my guest today is the Member of Parliament for Cape Coast South, Honorable Kweku Rickett-Hagan. We take a quick break, and when we return, we speak on what happens when Parliament reconvenes on Tuesday. Are they going to concede, or are they going to come into consensus so that by December 31st, going into 1st January 2022, we will have a new budget? We'll be right back.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier.
By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking,
thank you,
And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back from the break. My name is George Isi and this is Still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV. As you know, my guest today is the Member of Parliament for Cape Coast South, Honorable Kweku Ricketts Hagan, and we are talking about the 2022 budget. Honorable, Tuesday Parliament reconvenes. What is the expectations of the minority going into the meeting on Tuesday?
Yeah, Judge, with your permission, I want to point a certain things out that will lead to what may or may not happen on Tuesday. One of them is there had been this allegation that the Speaker called the Marshal to work the Finance Minister house. That is incorrect information. We were all in the house. What the Speaker, and it wasn't only the Finance Minister who was the Minister who is not a Member of Parliament present. There were other ministers, at least I spotted the Transport Minister and a couple of others. So when the Speaker gave that directive, the Finance Minister, to be fair to him, had already woken up or gotten up from his seat and he was walking, to go out. But there were other ministers who were still sitting down, they were reluctant to basically go out. So I'm sure the Speaker spotted them, and the Speaker said that he could use the Marshal to walk people out, trying to say that if people don't want to go willingly, they will be forced out of the chamber. He didn't say that Marshal, get the Finance Minister and take him out. We have the hands out there. There's a recording of what took place. People could go and listen and see whether at any point the Speaker actually asked the Marshal to take the Finance Minister out. That never happened. But there were ministers who were sitting there that were reluctant to go out. Again, the ruling is that the budget has been rejected. The Finance Minister asked for time, which became a motion, to, at least you would have expected that since they have challenged the motion, they would have been there to make sure whether the time that they were looking for the Finance Minister happened. But they decided to walk out. The ruling has been made by the Speaker of Parliament per what we said, that we had rejected the budget, which he heard quietly through the voice message and all that, voice vote and all that. I expect my brothers and sisters on the other side to come in a much sober way than they did on Friday. And remember,
you think they didn't come with the right attitude?
They didn't at all, and their behavior in Parliament was quite shameful. Behavior of a couple of the members, especially, who were beating tables and putting on the mic and speaking to the Speaker. I mean, these are members of Parliament, honorable members. They know how business is conducted in the Parliament, and their behavior on that day was, to say the least, not honorable at all. So I hope that after tempers have come down, the budget is being rejected. If the Finance Minister really wanted to address or wants to address some issues we have raised in the budget, he has a perfect opportunity.
But here is the case. Your people voted against his motion to engage you. On what basis would you want the minister to do something about the budget and then not give him audience?
Well, the minister, first of all, should have engaged us when they started putting the budget together. Because there are issues that were going to go into the budget that required some kind of consensus and discussion. And Parliament was taken out of this. The first time we saw these things, we heard rumors. The first time we saw it is when it actually appeared in the budget as we had suspected. So we had an opportunity to have debate on the budget, which the minister did not show up. Normally, I've been a deputy minister of finance before. So I've been on the other end where we have presented, a few budgets to Parliament. what we agree is that the finance minister, whose budget on behalf of the president is being approved, needs to be there to listen to the debate and take some notes as to the concerns raised and see what he can do about it. In the absence of the finance minister, maybe because he's been called to cabinet or whatever, one of his deputies, and he's got more than one, should sit in. So in my time, myself and Honorable Atufosin were both members of parliament. So it was easy for us to take his intent. But if your minister is not there and your deputy is there, the understanding is that maybe the deputy is taking the notes. He wasn't there until the final day. You know, and I equate that to a marriage. When you are having a marriage ceremony, usually there is a famous saying when the couple are standing there about to be married, where the pastor will ask, or the priest will ask, if there is anyone who has something against this marriage, must speak out or forever hold their peace. So if there's someone in the public who is probably married to the man or married to the woman or had something that makes it impossible for them to marry, that person will speak out. But when such a question is put and one of the couple, let's say the husband, puts up his hand that he has something to say, you would think that that is not the place for the husband. And the husband says, oh, I'm sorry, I have another wife, so I want my wife to know that I'm marrying her as a second wife. That is not the place to say that. So the time the finance minister was asking for us to give him time, that was like being in the altar and saying to the wife.
So by your analogy, you were ambushed, or he was attempting to ambush the minority?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because the issues that we have raised, when minority leader puts it together, he mentioned the issues which we've been talking about. It was not different. He didn't say anything new. Maybe the only thing new was the Qatar issue, which is something that happened during the budget process. The e-levies and all that, we have spoken about it long before. He never consulted us. He went ahead that he thought, you know, what these guys have refused to understand or appreciate is that the parliament as we know it has changed, and that there has to be a paradigm shift in the way we think, and that now this is more what you call a hung parliament. 137, we have an independent who makes them a majority. Otherwise, they are not a majority party. They are a majority group, as the speaker describes them. And they have to understand that with that kind of numbers, business cannot be as usual. Gone are the days when you have 169 and 106. Even if your 30 of your people don't show up, you will still carry the day. But now, even one member absent, like Ajosafo was quite problematic for them. And they need to see that this is probably the best, I say, that this is probably the best parliament for Ghana, in the sense that parliament will not become a rubber stamp again, and that we'll have an opportunity to execute our duty as the people who provide oversight and put the executive.
Do you think the parliament has so far lived up to that expectation?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It has worked both ways, where we have been able to elect a speaker, where we have lost out on ministers' approval, where we have now rejected a budget. So it's been up and down. It's not been one way where one party has gotten its way throughout. So that is the kind of parliament, even though we were accused in the ministerial thing. But then I will say that since I didn't know anybody who did something wrong, or as they were claiming, collected money or whatever, I will say that this is the kind of parliament you will get for the next 3 years.
Okay, so Tuesday is coming, and you are saying that they should change their approach. In what terms are you asking for the majority and the minister to approach your side?
Whatever consultation he wanted to have at that 11th hour when we were about to approve the budget, now he has ample time to do that consultation. Whatever he was going to change in the budget, because he can't just have a consultation with us and we'll go and approve the budget per his consultation. They were definitely going to change something, unless of course they tell us they're not going to change anything. Then we are right in even rejecting the budget. Whatever he was going to change, he should suggest that to us, and then let's have an agreement on it and present a new budget as soon as possible. As you were saying, we need to have a budget by the 31st of December. Otherwise, we can't spend on the 1st of January. So we have time. If we have to work through the Christmas period, it's happened elsewhere in the US and other places, where when there are budget dispute.
And your side, you don't mind?
No, I wouldn't mind. I will cancel. I had holiday plan. But I serve the people of Ghana. That is why they elected me to parliament, my constituency. And I will not have my personal comfort over the nation. So if we are to work during the Christmas period, even Christmas Day, I'll be in parliament to work for Ghana. You know, Ghana first. It's not about what we want to score. I mean, for me, I don't see this as a political score, as they claim we are doing politics with it. I don't see it as a political score that NDC has won by rejecting the budget. I mean, rejecting the budget and NDC winning does not do anything for my grandmother in the village. Doesn't do anything for people who are looking for jobs. It doesn't do anything for the hardships that people are feeling. So we should go together as the political class to address this problem the best way we know how, and cut out all this insult on speaker, who is our speaker, all of us, and say that the speaker was wrong. People have become speakers overnight. Honorable Cheche Mensambuso is not the speaker. Neither is he the deputy or whatever speaker. So he cannot give interpretation no matter how long he's been in the parliament.
You think he's going beyond his
He's
limits?
going beyond his purview. He's going beyond his purview. I mean, the ruling has been made by the speaker. There are channels open to you if you disagree. But to come and say that the budget has not been rejected, I mean, as who, in what capacity are you saying the budget is not being rejected? When the speaker, look, we need to understand that there's only one president in this country, and that's Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and he's going to be president, God willing, for the next 3 years. There is only one speaker of parliament, that is ASK Bagbin. God willing, with good health, he's going to be a speaker for the rest of the term, which is the 3 years. We should learn to work together. We should not take criticism to be enmity. We should sit down and work together for Ghana. We were elected for a reason. Ghanaians created the 137. It wasn't our doing. God and Ghanaians created that for a reason. The reason is that we should be able to work together and get good value for money for the country. Not do the rubber stamping parliament in the past, where minority will have their say, but majority will carry the day. Okay. This day, nobody has their say, nobody carries the day. We will have to do the right thing for the country, and that this budget, this parliament, God willing, will ensure that. I don't think there's anything going to, nobody should worry about anything going to happen.
That would have been my next question.
Nothing is going to happen.
Ghanaians are concerned. They say that, well, it will be far-fetched, but then are we heading towards a government shutdown? Should we be afraid?
Look, there's not going to be any government shutdown, because government shutdown on the 31st of January, the framers of our constitution and the standing orders make room for some important spending to go on, like paying of salaries and all that will be done.
So even if there's no budget before 31st December, Ghana will still be there?
There can be a resolution for certain things too. Nothing is going to, the election you had, people are going to do this. So we had the election. One side thought the election was not won by the other. It was taken to court. They had been ruling. We are sitting in a country. A president has been elected, whether you like it or not. Whether I thought that he didn't win the election genuinely or not, he's my president. There's nothing I can do about it. Mine is to work with him to make sure that things work out. You have people who are saying Bagbin was not elected and all that, by the majority. That is neither here nor there. You have people saying that, oh, he did that quickly because he was traveling. He traveled on a Saturday. He would have sat there all night on Friday if he had to. So all those little things trying to divide us, there is more that puts us together than divide us. And we should begin to realize that and stop that random attacks, unnecessary things, and do the work for Ghanaians. I pray and hope, and I stretch my arm of reconciliation to the people on the other side, that we should go there on Tuesday and be honorable members and do the job Ghanaians expect us to.
So we are just about wrapping up, but then we can't leave without getting the honorable members' view on one specific issue. The issue about the president's recent travels and his decision to use private jets, and all the issues that has come along with it. Honorable, what do you make of this whole issue about the president's private jet issue?
Well, thank you again on that. I really don't see what this government is trying to hide. You are spending the people's money for your travels, and the people are saying that the money that you are spending on your travels, our money, we want to know how much money you are spending on your travels, and you say that is a national security. But your travel itself is not a national security. You could travel to the United States by telling the Speaker of Parliament you are going, and that Honorable, what is it called? His Excellency Baumia is now to take over. We know your location, but you cannot tell us how much money you are using to do those travels. I find it very difficult to understand that. When you go to other jurisdictions, such information are public information and they are available. The money you spent has no security threat than your traveling. So I don't see how the money becomes a national security, but where you are going is not a national security. So basically, we had called the Minister of Finance to, when I was at the Ministry of Finance, when a president is traveling, and obviously the president goes with staffers and maybe other ministers and all that, their finances for the traveling is worked out by the Ministry of Finance. Obviously, if a particular minister is traveling, it will be worked out by the ministry, but the money will be taken from the Ministry of Finance, because that will be part of their budget. Government machinery, those monies for traveling and stuff are factored in, and the Ministry of Finance look for the money for them. So if a finance minister should have that information as to the cost of the minister of the president travel, for him to come and say that he has no answers but is the Minister for National Security. Where does the Minister for National Security get the money from? They get it from the Ministry of Finance. So the Ministry of Finance should know how much. Okay, now the minister too says he doesn't have that information, or it's a national security. The national security component of his answer is what I don't understand. If the president travel itself is not a security threat, therefore not a national security, how can the money spent be a national security? I mean, if the president is traveling and somebody wants to harm, they are not going to harm the money he's traveling with. It's his person.
So for you, what is the government hiding?
Well, the government is hiding the overspending in that area as well, for their luxurious living, the renting of jet for thousands of dollars in an hour in the air, for providing a bathing facilities, which they found it important. I mean, if there's a bathing facility in a plane, there's nothing wrong with it. But to come and insist that the president needs a particular bath room or something in the plane, that is why, as a justification for going to that plane, it's a complete nonsense. And I want them to come again and tell us exactly what the taxpayers' money is being used for. If you're going to stay, if I travel on a government, money, and you want to ask me that, Honorable, when you went, the hotel you stayed in, how much did it cost? As a citizen of Ghana, I should be able to tell you. If you are staying in the hotels at an astronomical prices or rates, and that is why you don't want to tell the people. Because a country like Ghana, you cannot go and stay in a hotel, as we recently saw, for $8,000 a night or something in the United States. I mean, it's basically an abuse of power and the waste of taxpayers' money. When people are here suffering, when you are taxing people, that the country is so tight that the little momo somebody is doing, they should be taxed. And you are renting plane at that cost, going to stay in a hotel with a lot of people with you. That's an abuse of power. And the earlier they come and answer that question, I think it's also one of the things we requested for as part of the things we need to approve the budget. But for me, that should not hold the budget from being approved. But we need those answers.
It's been pleasant having the Honourable Member of Parliament for Cape Coast South, Honourable Ricketts Hagan. Honourable, thanks for joining us. He's a former Deputy Finance Minister, so issues that has to do with budget is his stay. And he says that the minority is ready, available and able, and is extending a hand to the majority. They should just engage them, and Ghana, hopefully by 31st December and by January 2022, will have a budget to work with. Thanks for joining me. My name, as always, is George AEC, and this is Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV.
It gives me great privilege to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22nd anniversary. You have been a trailblazer in providing accurate and timely news, and we salute you on all your achievements and accomplishments. We wish you another 22 years of top-notch professional journalism. So congratulations once again, and keep up the good job.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This is your most informative socio-political program that gives you all the facts and issues that matter to you. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. In this edition, we are going to discuss women, especially women in journalism, and how women are captured in the socio-political space of our media in Ghana. Our guest is a journalist, a broadcaster with Metro TV, and an advocate for women empowerment. She'll be joining us on this show for this discussion. We'll be right back. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe, and our guest is seated with us, Bridget Otu. Welcome to the Lowdown.
Thank you very much.
How busy are you now? Because we see you on TV. You're back at Metro TV.
Yes.
From selling cement, or is the cement business still ongoing?
Yes, I'm running it. So I think I made a famous, a funny post that, you know, cement slayer in the morning and new slayer at night. So in the morning, yes, I get to sell the cement, and then I transition in the afternoon and come to Metro TV, and yeah, I enjoy it. It's part-time, so I get to have that freedom. Of course, it's still not the same as being there 100%, where you can monitor things, attend to customers, ensure that, you know, you have enough products. I mean, there are days that I've run out of products and I didn't even know that, you know, I had no cement because I was so consumed in journalism. Yeah.
So the focus of this interview is on journalism, especially women in journalism.
Right.
And as you're saying, you're so consumed in journalism, and now you're even, you know, missing out on the count on your cement bags and all that. So how do women manage to stay in newsrooms in Ghana? Because you've been in several newsrooms, and there's a lot of, some statistics that show that a lot of women leave the media or the newsrooms, especially, and maybe for some PR jobs and other jobs because of the pressure, and also sometimes they say the men push them out. How do women survive in newsrooms in this country?
I think it's a great question. It's very difficult, but that's why they say women were superhumans. It's difficult in the sense that when a woman gets pregnant, if you're on television, you can't be on TV. You change, your body changes, and unfortunately the environment is not very friendly for women who are either pregnant, have had a kid, and even return becomes a problem. Sometimes you return not even to your actual job, you return and then you're put maybe in the back room. There's also, I mean, I think the whole idea of very snide remark where men pastors comment that they think should go off as, oh, we're just joking. And it's a thing that's gone on for so long. So if you stand up for yourself, you're likely to lose your job. I mean, there's a situation, I'm not going to mention any name, where a young lady and her channel manager is sexually harassing her. So he takes her off a particular program and puts her at a slot where he thinks nobody would watch her. But that's not why she signed on to the job. She came there to do a job, to present a television program, and must be allowed to do so. If she's not performing and then you judge her on that, not that you're going to be harassing her with sex and be enticing her, and that, okay, if this person gives in, you're not giving in, who are you? You know, so it's a multiplicity of factors that hurts and haunts women. And so it gets to a point where you're tired. I mean, personally, I think, I don't know, but I have had great bosses in the past. I've had women as bosses. I've only had one male boss, and it's funny how there were lots of talks about how inappropriate he was, but he was never like that with me. And so it would be very difficult for me to say I have experienced that, but there are tons of stories that I have seen in the past and even currently where it's happening. And sometimes, you know, you see people crying in the washrooms. They don't know whether I should continue with this job, but I love this job I want to do. Do I give in to this person, or do I just, you know, after what, it would just be, you know, a one-off thing? But it should never ever happen. But unfortunately, you know, you're pushed to a point where you would have to make a decision to either continue pursuing your career or just, you know, lose your morals just for a one-night stand or something, just so you can continue. So it's never easy. It's never easy. I don't know how they survive, but somehow they survive. But I think that a newsroom should have certain policies, explicit policies on sexual harassment in place that punish, especially, you know, that, because when it's there's a power play here, especially bosses and subordinates. So the power play is that I am in charge, I'm your supervisor. If you don't yield, if you don't yield, I'm going to punish you. And that has gone on for so long. But bosses must also be held accountable for their actions.
There's a belief that women with men are in the media industry and they have the channels where they could speak about their issues and all of that. But why are they not doing that?
But they never do so.
What could be the reason?
Oh my God, it's fear. You know, people in the media are some of the poorly paid, but you never see them demonstrate. They will talk about teachers, they will talk about nurses, they will talk about police, any and everyone, but not the media. And yet they have issues. They go through the things that, you know, teachers go through, the things that doctors go through, and they lay down their tools, but they are unable to do so. So it's like we are being gagged. It's a self-inflicted gag. But here is the case. There's a real threat of you losing your job. But I think that it would change. It would change with persons who have experienced that, who are out of it, and become maybe advocates for voices in the media. And that's why I love Media Foundation for West Africa for the amazing job they do for journalists. Ghana Journalists Association, they also try. But I think Media Foundation for West Africa is very brutal, and they go head on when they see abuse of journalists, whether it's women or men, you know, in the media. So a whole lot more needs to be done about that. Yeah,
there's a whole campaign worldwide, globally, against women, against men taking over a lot of spaces where women can fit.
Yeah.
There's a talk of salaries, as we brought it up, especially in the media, where they say you can find a manager who is a woman, and then the same manager in the same position who is man, getting more salary than the woman. And in Ghana, we can't say much because people don't even say how much they're earning.
Yeah.
When you join Metro TV, I don't think you tell people, well, this is what I'm earning, and people can look at it and say, okay, maybe I'm in another media house where I'm supposed to earn something like that, and they can use your case to propose for a salary change. But it's happening, and a lot of these things are being pushed by people who are men and in these higher places. Do you think it's about time Ghana catches up with the rest of the world to also come out with these issues like salaries and all these issues, from even abuse and all of that, so that at least we'll have one voice to be able to push this agenda? Is it time for us?
I think we're far behind. Is it time? That I always say there's never like a right time. The time is really now, and it can happen. I will be very honest and tell you that I haven't experienced that with earning either less than a man or doing more and then being paid less. And that's because I feel like, especially, you know, I'll speak to where I'm comfortable. I don't know what happens in print. I don't know what happens maybe in radio. Yes, I've had a little bit of radio experience, but in television, I feel like a lot of it has to do with star power. There are individuals who have earned a certain name for themselves. They've been in it, and it's years of experience, years of practice, so they are in a privileged position, but then they are very few. And so really you can't compare those. But I think that perhaps what you're driving at is maybe entry level, where there's basics. So if you're entering and you're going into a media house, whether it's GhanaWeb or it's TV3, the standard is that no journalist should be paid less than, say, 3,000 cedis. So it's across board, and that should happen. And for that, I'm for all of that. But where there's a lot of discrepancies, like you're saying, people don't show you their salary. Not that they are proud of it, they are embarrassed as to how much they earn. It's not that they are proud of it or they are earning so much, they're just embarrassed. And sometimes people who aren't in the media, and sometimes I hear some of the horrible stories that print media, people in the print media, earn, and your jaw drops. I'm gobsmacked for the most part of it, because you're like, what? They're earning this much, going through journalism school, earning maybe a degree, diploma. It doesn't even matter, but they're doing this job, and this is how much they are earning. And even this is even the front runners. Then come to behind the scenes. You have drivers, you have cameramen, you have soundmen whose salaries are so abysmal that they are never even mentioned, and yet these are the people who are part of it. Without them, you and I cannot even be on television. Without them, perhaps we would sound funny on air. And without them, really, there's no complete. I always say, we're a team. It's a teamwork. It's not an individual work. So perhaps entry level, what is the basic salary that we want a cameraman to earn? It's not that he came in and said, oh, mommy, 800 cedis, or even when he knew that he deserves more than that. Basic, okay, so cameramen should earn 2,500, or if it's radio, okay, the entry level radio what is called journalists or broadcasters must earn entry level. That is the basic that you can, the least amount you can pay any journalist across board should be 3,000. Then it is based on that it can be built on. But they'll tell you, infrastructure, sponsorship, all of it, but those are all excuses. But it's an industry that's growing, and I hope that it happens sooner than later, but we're way behind.
Can the GJA, as a Ghana Journalists Association, play a role in this?
I hope they do. I hope they do. Mr. Afemoni is somebody that I respect enormously, but I know that he's also faced a lot of criticism for sometimes how slow they are in responding to issues about journalists. And there have been times where they've come public. I think there was an issue involving Manasseh, and they were on the wrong side of history. Meanwhile, Media Foundation for West Africa came in and stood by him, because sometimes when you do that, it means you're feeding him to the dogs. And yet, we are supposed to be the fourth estate of the realm. So yes, GJA has a lot to do in streamlining the whole what's it called, association. I'm a member of it. I've never been to any meeting, but I pay my dues, because when I speak, I want to speak so I can have the freedom to speak and speak well, and tell them, look, I pay my dues to you, so you can't say that, And also, we want it to be better, but they have to get it right as an association, and make proper input into how media houses are run. There was a story back, in the early 2000s, or mid 2000s, sorry, where a student journalist was involved in a crime, and it was aired on, I believe TV3 at the time, and I think GJA stepped in and to kind of prevent that, from being shown, because they thought, oh, it's not a good image for journalists. But we want to tell people the truth. If we want to tell people the truth, then when one of our own commits an offense, we must show. It may have been bad. He was a GIJ student anyway. I think my senior year, he was in diploma class. But then he committed an offense. But if you thought it was an indictment on GJA, well, it's an indictment on society too, because after all, he was involved in a banking issue. And how does that affect GJA? Why should GJA be involved to stop us from airing a particular story? So the institution itself needs to get its priorities right, be set up well, streamlined. Then they can, because there are lots of people who want alternative association because they think that GJA is just a toothless bulldog. And I am reluctantly kind of leaning into that particular direction, that yeah, it looks like it's a toothless bulldog, because when it barks, nobody really moves. But when journalists see that you're for them, speaking for them. When they abuse, you talk about them. When they are poorly paid, you're there. You are part of even how institutions, you know, whether they are employing and the kind of contract is signed. We make it a policy. It will compel media owners to treat journalists better.
Could it be the right time? Because you say there's no right time for it.
Oh yes, I mean the time is now
to have an association for women journalists.
Yes, I think we have. They have is it Association of West African. Association of Women in Media, I think it's a WIM. It was put together by Shamima Muslim.
They're also not biting.
But they've been doing a lot for women. They've been doing a lot for women. They don't have support. Nobody finances them. Nobody does anything for them. And yet, if something happened to any woman journalist, they're one of the first people to issue statements in solidarity of that journalist. They were very much excited about this No Manel, where the United Nations in Ghana launched, No Manel, where they say, look, for every platform or every program, at least there should be a woman on the panel. It's not like they're not available. They are there. But they're not, either we're not reaching out to them, or when we have them, we abuse them in the way we expose them to people. I mean, let me use Sewa Amehia, for example. I mean, something that Sewa Amehia would say, she may slip. Not that she's wrong, she may slip, like we're humans, we all slip. The kind of abuse she would receive, you would have a man in same position do that and he will be applauded. Why? So it's so unfair. The system is set up against women. And it is so unfair because not only are we trying, we're actually competing head on. And I'm so proud of every single woman in the media. They're really trying. But somehow they reduce you into this, oh no, they should be put in this corner. No. Maybe, I mean, I know change is difficult, and of course men are afraid of women. They've always been afraid of women. It's why they always try to put things in their way, to kind of keep them what's the word I'm looking for? Keep them sober, keep them humbled, because they like those adjectives. Oh, she's humble. She's not like the other one. She's too loud, whatever. But those are things that they use in keeping people in check. But you don't need to keep anybody in check in the media, really. We're equal. And I hope that, a lot more men will begin to even speak out about some of these. That you're coming on a panel, there's no woman on it. It's not like we don't have a woman doctor, we don't have women lawyers, we don't have women doctors, and we don't have good women presenters. We have a lot of them. But what kind of package is there for them? How are you reaching out to them? I mean, a woman can ask, oh, may I know, the synopsis for the program? Oh, why didn't you call me at this time? If somebody is asking for details, they're not difficult. They just want to prepare well for the program and present themselves well and execute well. So you don't say, hey, why she didn't know, why she acts so, dumb or something. No.
Having a biased panel, which is mainly men, as they call Manel, is something that has come up in Ghana.
Yes.
And we have some major media organizations saying, well, it's not deliberate, the women are not ready, and the women are not available, and all these questions.
No, they are all excuses.
So those excuses keep coming. What can we do to change the way this thing works?
With this, I blame the media houses. The media houses have a role to play. You have producers who reach out to people. I mean, you reach out to one woman and she said no, so that's it. But if you reach out to a man who said no, you'll find another man to say yes to you. Same way. If you reach out to one woman, let me use lawyer, maybe Kasati, who is like on almost all the platforms, she's always available. If you reach out and she's not available, find out who is the next available lawyer I can use. Or look at the institutions. Do we even have a database of what kind of lawyers, say University of Ghana has as maybe lecturers, or reach out to them who use as consultants? Do we know who CDD and co work with? This institution, and you mentioned, GIJ, who are some of their law lecturers? If you have a proper database of women, you would know where to find them. It's not like they're not there.
Are you advocating for balance all the time, or just...
Oh, a balance would be great. But to start with, I'm a realist. A balance will be great. 2-2, why not? But it would be nice to have even one to start with, and then they come on and they see the performance. Because look, for quite frankly, I mean, there was a day I joked about a man, two men discussing, I think, was menstruation, was fertility issue, and people were laughing and saying that, oh well, I mean, they are doctors. Yes, but it would have been nice to have a man and a woman. The woman could have been the presenter anyway, asking the question, or the resource person could have been the woman and the presenter could have been a man. I'm not saying that two men cannot talk about it, but I'm saying it would have been nice to have that balance, and then they would have won a lot more women to watch them. Anyway, women watch, we buy more than men. I mean, all the things they're doing, we watch and we buy more than men. So what is wrong with having at least one of them feature? Was it the politics? Don't we have women MPs? Don't we have women ministers? And we claim that, you know, the number is, was it 14% in parliament now? If the number is small, how are you going to increase it when we don't see ourselves represented on platforms, on programs, on decision making? That won't happen. And that one, the media has a big role to play in this.
So we'll be right back after this break, and we'll talk about this term that's out there. They say slay queen journalism. I don't know if you've heard about it. We'll be right back after this break.
Right, I like that actually.
Welcome back from the break. This is the lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Our guest is still here, Bridget Otu. She's a journalist, a broadcaster of Metro TV, also an advocate of women empowerment. So we're talking about...
And a cement slayer. Because I like... Because we're going into slaying now. Yes.
So I said we're going to talk about the tag slay queen journalism. And a lot of women journalists and broadcasters especially have been tagged as such, and a lot of people are saying, well, they are shallow and they don't even have journalism backgrounds. Do you need to have or go attend GIJ to be able to be a journalist? Do you need to
the answer is no. I mean, Nanaba went to journalism school. I mean, now, yes, she has a degree, masters and all that, but she didn't start out as a journalist. Sewa Meher doesn't have a journalism background. Kwame Sefakan doesn't have a journalism background. Does Randy have? I'm not sure. Maybe not, you know. But so some of the best journalists this country has produced didn't have any journalism background, and yet they are some of the best we look up to and love. It's nice to have the institution a certificate, but look, I left GIJ and I couldn't even write a single report. So that certificate was rubbish. But then I learned on the job. When I started, that's when I learned to write, I learned to tell a story, I learned to be in front of the camera and learn. And yet I had a degree in journalism, a degree in communication studies. So that foundation is crap. We shouldn't even go there.
But you look smarter. Okay.
Two.
Yes.
Look, I've tweeted a number of times. I said, I want to be a slay queen. I love slay queen. What does it mean? What is to slay? It's to kill it. In other words, you're killing your hair, you're killing your makeup, you're killing your clothes. And what is wrong with that?
Does it matter?
I thought it didn't matter, but it matters so much. I mean, you watch television and you see people who are dressed nicely. So a journalist who come on television, coming to interview people, say, I'm just going to get my nails done. Yes, I have one broken. This one too is broken. That's okay. But I'm going to get my nails done really nicely, a nice dress, sit in front of you and speak to you. That has absolutely nothing to do with what's in the person's head. If anything, we have bad producers and not bad presenters, because it's not the presenter's job to go and research. It is a team. But because we are under-resourced and we have put a lot of work on presenters, we tend to blame them for the mishaps. And in any case, I haven't seen anybody who is shallow, who is well-dressed. If anything, they are killing it in front and behind the camera. So I haven't seen anyone who is shallow. If anything, it is the fact that sometimes we put our guests on, but what people don't realize is that whether in radio or TV, you always have a talk back. So there's a producer there, you have prepared your questions to ask. You're there asking your question. The producer, oh, can you ask him about Ejura Committee's report? You haven't researched it. And then you ask your guest, oh, so what's your response to the Ejura Committee? You've not researched. But the producer there is not feeding you anything. And he says, which one? And you're like, oh, but the recommendations, they said that some of the police, you haven't read. Down, your guest is going to expose you because you haven't prepared. And it's true that you've not prepared. But it's not your fault because there's a producer there who should have done that job, who should never have told you to ask those questions. So a lot of the time, the blame only comes to the person they can see or the person they can hear. But there's a lot of work that should have gone into that behind the scenes. So look, I am all for that. Yes, it takes a lot of work to look good, and there's nothing wrong with looking good. In fact, it's good. People should look. When you dress well, you wear good clothes, good hair, you feel good, your confidence level is high. I think that we're so used to just having a lot of poor presenters, poor looking presenters. I think that people just want to see journalists on TV looking like they are paid. So if you earn 2,000 cedis, come on there, wear your fake this, fake that, fake that. So, but what people forget is that we're doing multiple things. We know that the pay is trash, and that's why people do other things to support themselves. There are people who don't even buy anything. I know a presenter, she doesn't buy anything. People bring her clothes to wear, bring her hair to wear. They do her makeup for her for free, do her nails for her for free. So she's always going to look glammed up from head to bottom. And she wears it so well, people buy when they see it on her. But you're sitting there thinking that it's from her pay. And she hasn't put a penny from her pay. So how about you to build yourself to get to that level? And instead of insulting them, learn from them. When I was on television, there are so many things I have learned now. I was not taking my makeup serious. Even today, with this interview, I didn't know I was coming, so I just sat in the camera and the car and just put some one foundation here. But if I knew, I would have gone with the whole makeup team here. You know, they would do my makeup for me. I'll be like, and I'll be, yeah, I think I look good. Now go ahead, ask your questions. You know, I would have done all of that because you know what? It will make me feel good. It will make me look good on television. And bloody hell, I'm super intelligent. Nobody's going to tell me any other thing. You see, but because we allow a few people who have absolutely no idea. You know, the funny thing is that a lot of the people who criticize and say these things can't even do 5% of what the people they are insulting do. They can't do it. It's just so easy to sit in your house and say, they are so daft. What questions would you have asked? What questions would you have asked them? Let them put you there, ask them about a Japa deal if you can do it. Let them put you there and ask them, go and review the Ejura committees. And journalists have very little time to make the most out of an issue. We should give them credit and stop trying to tear them down for simply trying to put their confidence together and look good for you.
Talking about insults, there's so many insults who've been on the receiving end of
several.
so many of them.
I've also dished out.
Others don't take it easily. How do you do it?
How do I do it? Look, I'm always prepared. If you're going to dish it, make sure if you dish, you should be able to also take it. First of all, I'm against it. I don't think that it's fair. I don't think that there are lots of presenters who are hurt by those insults. Some think about it, and but I have a philosophy that's nameless and faceless individuals can never get to me. In other words, if I know you and you insult me, I'll take it personal. It will get to me. But I don't know Kofi 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 8, Kwejo, Mami Ajwa, hashtag flyover. I don't know Shatta QSY. Why should I bother? I'm probably thinking some mad person who hasn't eaten high on something, you know, just venting out something. It has nothing to do with me. There are a few times I respond because I see the people, so I was like, oh, they look like they are human, so I can respond to them. And then I respond. I just want them, I don't approve of it, but I want them to just put themselves in my shoe and see if they were in my position, how would they feel? So if it's not great, then don't insult me because I have not abused you or anything.
Other women like you can't take it.
That's the point.
They suffer a lot of mansplaining, where anything they say is being scrutinized by the men, and always pushed down and all of that. And it even gets to the extent of them being, or their success being attributed to a man.
Yes, no, I get you.
And all of this is also added as part of the whole slay queen journalism. Is it that
I personally endorse slay queen journalism. Slay queen journalism means a woman who cares about how she looks, wants to look good, sit before somebody which she wants to interview, and ask them great questions. Now, if we were in an ideal country, ideal situation, standard, the station is supposed to give you clothes, they're supposed to do your hair for you, makeup for you, they put it in front of a camera to go and ask questions. They're supposed to do all of that for you. They don't. And if they're supposed to do that, maybe it will cost them maybe more. Now you have put in effort to get that done for yourself, and you're being judged for simply looking good. And in any case, if you read the psychology behind it, lots of the people who say this, they want to be like the person they are insulting anyway. So it's a complex issue, psychological issue, a abodam issue. But they don't know. I don't think they are even aware. Someone can, they are not necessarily there. But you know, they just do it because it makes them feel good. Hey, Didi Bridget, I tell you, meanwhile meeting my fufu or something, you know. But there are others who are affected by it because especially when it's repeated. It is why I encourage people, look, use your block button, use your mute button, mute certain words you don't want to see. You won't lose anything. These, what did they put in your pocket? So mute them. But it is not healthy. People should stop it. You can't just come online and abuse someone because they said something you disagree with. If you disagree with them, engage them intellectually. Okay, I think this man is corrupt because of XYZ issue. No, he's not corrupt because of XYZ issue. The man is corrupt. Oh, Ashawo, what have you done? What have you added to the conversation? In fact, what progress have we made? Nothing. I can also say the same to you. And quite frankly, I've said that to a few people. I said, at least like your mother or you're like your sister, you know. And they take it personal. So what makes you think that my mother, no, why? She can't feel. But I mentioned your mother's one. You are insulting. Always. I mean, there's a guy who's always on my Facebook page saying that she's always insulting. As for her, that's why I don't follow her. And I responded, I said, do you think that I sit there and I say, hey, Kweku ignoramus doesn't follow me. Hey, today I'm getting a headache. I don't. Sometimes, you know, it's not fair. But sometimes you need to let them feel exactly how they think you feel.
Many women like you have been silenced because of these insults and the backlash and all of that. Do you think the social media is the right place to push out the word and to continue journalism for everybody, including women?
Oh, social media is great. I mean, nobody has really silenced me, but it's great. I don't think that we should get rid of social media. It's fantastic. I've done so much on social media. I don't think that my name Bridget Otu will be Bridget Otu if not for social media, to be quite honest. Because when I left TV3, I was sitting in my house there trying to figure out how to sell the cement, and social media became an outlet where I could just vent, you know, my experiences, my frustrations, and yeah, and there were a few happy moments, you know, in there. So social media is good. It's good for journalism. These days, you know, nobody waits till 7 to watch the news. If anything, they are waiting to see what else the news would add. They are waiting to have confirmation. I mean, the news, the television is good, the radio is great, but a lot of it news breaks on social media. It goes from, there's of course a lot of fake news as well. So there's the TV, the radio, the print acts as a balance to verify, to cross-check, you know, to just add weight to what's being seen on social media. So
are you for regulation of social media?
Wow,
it's come up so many times.
No,
election time, especially some African countries have blocked social media. In Ghana,
oh, that's what it's just for corrupt dictatorial leaders who wants to. But I don't. It's already regulated, isn't it? Because if you say something offensive in violation of either Twitter rules, Facebook rules, or Instagram rules, your account is suspended and taken down. Now, if you want to give that power to government that likes control, government that doesn't want you and I to express ourselves, I mean, they will say hallelujah. No, I don't think so. I don't think that they should control it. I think they should let it work. It's why we have the media. The media is the fourth estate of the realm for a reason, because we get to poke holes in things that have been said, whether from government to say, it's not true, you said this on this day, this is what you're saying today. But if you're going to give them control of social media, it's like saying that, look, take it, tell us, then they will tell us, get up at 6, we get up at 6, okay, boss, what time do we sleep? No. But when we are then on them, I mean, it puts them on their on their toes. We force them to, you know, sack, suspend, even though in this country nobody resigns, you know, sack, suspend, you know, people who are have broken laws, or people who have stolen state funds and all of it. So no, don't take back government. They already have too much power. Don't add social media.
Let's talk about women issues in the media.
Right.
And there are statistics that show that women have some little coverage in the media, where women issues like maternal issues, maternal health, and all of that is quite low. Is this something you subscribe to?
Look, and I'm glad maybe we're having this interview. Today is what, 27th of October. We're already in the breast cancer awareness month, the whole month of October. And even for news, sometimes we struggle to keep up with, you know, the stories to tell. I think what people don't understand, and sometimes, you know, I blame us, is the kind of stories we tell, the kind of education people receive from us, in a way that, because people think if you keep hearing something over and over again, oh, it's boring. Oh, and yeah, we know more can be, but it's actually not boring. Repetition is good. it drums home a certain message. So it's okay. We talked about maternal health last year. We're going to talk about it this year. We did breast cancer last year. In fact, if we like, we can just play back all the stories we did on breast cancer last year, this year, because there's somebody else who will die. If 650,000 women died of breast cancer last year alone, how is that not a big deal story to cover? And so, yes, and for us as media, it's keeping our eye on the ball. We get swarmed up, you know, by the sensationalism that all these stories kind of get lost. And we say, oh, that's not what readers would want. Anyway, we will do this interview for, say, 30 minutes, 1 hour. But when you finish and the story comes out and says, Bridget says GJ is trash, that's it, that's the headline, GJ is trash. Nobody cares about reading the context or getting the context of the statement I made, because they don't really care. Also, I think that we need like a culture of getting people to read. I think that's the basis. People just don't like reading. People don't like reading, and so we know. So we tend to give them half-baked stories, sensational, easy to read. He's done 1 minute, he moves on to the next one. But if you pick the Financial Times and you're reading a story on, say, breast cancer, I mean, it can even take me 30 minutes, you know, to finish a piece like that. An article that is an opinion piece or editorial or from Times. It takes me about 30 minutes to finish that, but I can do say maybe in a minute and a half, you know, here. But we think that's our audience. But the challenge for us as media is to keep telling those stories, because look, those are the stories that matter. I mean, if we don't tell the story about the guy who doesn't have access to education, the guy who has no lights in his village, who would?
So we need to feed the people with the agenda. We
set the agenda, but it looks like now the politicians are setting the agenda for us.
Okay.
We should set the agenda.
So there's this argument that because the media managers in the country, in Ghana, most of them are men, and that affects the agenda that's being set by the media organizations or media channels. So you end up having them chasing the sensational stories, the political stories.
Well, at the end of the day, they want to make money. At the end of the day, they want to make money. I mean, a lot of media houses don't make as much money. I mean, advertising is very difficult, and yes, a lot of media houses survive on advertising. So if they're not getting it, I mean, if I am an investor, and I've put, I don't think it has to do with whether a man owns it or a woman owns it. I think the difficulty is having politicians owning stations. Then they have a political interest, a political agenda. They think maybe, you know, if we're soft on government, maybe we'll get deals from government, you know, those things. And maybe my station will be free because of, you know, the environment within which we find ourselves. That's what it is. I don't think it has to do with having a woman. But perhaps if we had maybe one woman, you know, only, you know, one of the major media houses, perhaps maybe the story will be different, because people love to watch women. I mean, men love women. Who doesn't like women?
But you know, we are talking about media ownership, but there's also the media management, because currently there are so many media managers who are not owners of the media houses they run, but they call the shots.
Yes.
And media managers in the country we have few women managing media houses. How would women get to that level of management where they can also call shots and make sure women are covered enough?
When we stop pursuing them, when we stop chasing them, even when they are married, we want to sleep with them, we know this person is good. This person, I mean, there are people, there was a time, you know, a cousin of mine was in an organization. I thought she could have risen all the way to the top. I got to a point where her boss just wouldn't let her be because she looked great in pants. You know, so he would pursue her and leave. And the funny thing is that she leaves, and the person she was on the same level is now one of the managers of a media house in Ghana here. She could have been in that position.
So harassment is stopping women from getting up there?
Oh, a lot of harassment. It has nothing to do with even competence. And another thing is that there's no protection for women. Where is the protection? I mean, oh, she's so sensitive, she will cry. But men are more sensitive than even women. I mean, they're always ranting anyway. Perhaps, you know, showing a calmer face in public. But I'd rather have a woman who rants, is emotional, because, I mean, and we saw that in Donald Trump anyway. We saw that Donald Trump rants more. I mean, compare Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. You think that Clinton is the man and Donald Trump is the woman. He was always ranting, couldn't handle it. He was always on Twitter tweeting nonsense here and there. So it's not even about whether they are competent or not. It's just having the opportunity and trust. And having the media owners, you know, not go after, even people who are married. I mean, she's married, she has kids, you want to sleep with her. She's qualified for the job. Give her the job to do. Because if you don't, after all, your mailman will come. You can't sleep with them. Okay, well, now maybe they can sleep with them now. So, yeah.
Well, sleep with the men will come there soon. Because
I'm yet to hear any man, you know, in the top position say, look, do you know I had to give him something, a doggy, before, you know, I got this position? I don't know. I don't think so.
We'll talk about LGBTQ plus very soon, and it's an area that's very sensitive in the country right now.
How is that connected to this interview? I thought you said you were talking about women.
Yes, it's about women, but women are also some women ascribe themselves as part of the LGBTQI
a lot of women
community.
Actually do, because they are empathetic. That's why.
Yes, and we'll talk more about that after this break. This is the lowdown. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the lowdown. My name is Niakwe Ismail Okwe. Our guest is still here, Bridget Otu. It's been nice having this conversation. We are bringing up so many issues, and we are still talking about women. And I'm also looking at longevity of women in the newsroom. We talked about harassment and how it stops women from rising up. Yes. So there's kind of like a glass ceiling, which I would say has been fixed by some men bosses or men managers. How do we break this glass ceiling?
It's just policies. I think I said earlier that we need deliberate policies.
But who sets the policies?
So you have individuals. So, well, one can come from the associations, right? GJM, WFA, whatever, and then you would have the newsrooms itself or the media houses to have deliberate policies that address issues of sexual harassment. I am very sure that if you put pay aside, the thing that a lot of women would tell you is that they are being sexually harassed by their bosses, and they are always men. Look, if we have a female boss, she would just probably be in some mood and tell me, you know, off and everything. We will have maybe disagreements. That's it, ends there. She's not going to ask me to sleep with her to be put on television, or if I don't sleep with her, she'll take me off television, or that if I don't sleep with her, I won't get the promotion, even though I'm due for promotion. She won't get that. So you need deliberate policies that are explicit, that spells out punishment for those who break it, and also believe them when they come, because there are other institutions that may have them. Now the HR is also a man. Then Charlie, come, the girl can report you, you know, and that is complete. That puts a lot of people off, because there are people who have been through that. They won't go and report to HR. Make a I mean, that's my boss. But where the environment is set, it's in black and white, and the field is fair for all. Look at somebody like Harvey Weinstein. I've forgotten the other guy, Harvey Weinstein, and look at how long it took for big stars in Hollywood to come out and say, this man has sexually harassed me, or this man has sexually assaulted me. The first person who said that was not believed. Look at R. Kelly, how long it took. Do you think we don't have Harvey Weinsteins in Ghana here? Do you think we don't have R. Kellys in Ghana here? We have lots of them, but they are walking around freely because the system itself supports it. The system itself encourages it. You know, I mean, there are places where people will tell you that, and not just in them, they will tell you, you know, or there's a man who went after a girl when she refused. He put on his WhatsApp status, look at how beautiful my wife, and say, so in other words, sleep with me because I'm doing you a favor. And these are things that mess up with a lot of girls' minds. And you have women who support these men because, you know, their orientation is the same. Because they've been brought up to believe same. You know, so yes, if I'm sexually harassing you, I'm doing you a favor. My wife is prettier than you. What do you think? I mean, I'm even doing you a favor. But that's not it. But still, you came to ask me, or you have a pretty wife, but you're still chasing me. If it's consensual, it's different from somebody in an office agreeing that, oh, I'm going to have a relationship with you. But where it is forced, power play, you know, if you don't do it, I'm going to haunt you. And now people are afraid, they don't want to come to work again. Now they are resigning. They would rather resign. Lots of women, they hardly move around. Unless maybe top, you know, and you poach them. That's public. But there are a lot of women who would rather, let me just leave.
We have an association called Journalists Against LGBT.
It's one of the most stupid associations I've ever had. I can't believe that journalists will even form an association against that. I think it's one of the most stupid associations we can have in this country. I mean, for what for? journalists against. I mean, I have never heard anything like that in the whole world. I want to see journalists against corruption. I want to see journalists against abuse of journalists in this country. I want to see an association about journalists who care about the issues that matter to people. You know, journalists against bad roads, journalists against LGBT, because now that they're against LGBTQ+, does that mean we're going to heaven? Does that mean now that they're against LGBT, does that mean that, what's it called, water has been fixed, electricity corruption has ceased? Come on, let's find out better time to do better things with our time.
Okay, so what would you look forward to? One, being a media owner. Two, being a media manager. Three, retiring soon. Which would you pick, or which are you thinking about?
Right, it's funny, the option that I was expecting actually didn't come.
Which is?
I'm not going to say. No, I thought politics. I actually thought politics will come in, but politics, you didn't put politics as an option.
I didn't put that in there.
Yes.
Because it means you are moving away from the media. I'm trying to
keep me in the media. No, yes. I don't think that I'm going to be in the media. I don't have an ambition to be a media owner. I see myself way beyond that, way more. I think my ambition and my goals are way bigger than a media owner. But I want to see a system that's fair to all persons. I want to see a system that is not so consumed by our culture. Yes, we have our culture and tradition, but our culture promotes having 200 girlfriends and a wife, and it's still fine, you know. That's our culture. Are we proud of that? You know, let's be real with ourselves, and nobody is saying that, you know, you should shove your lifestyle in my throat. I don't think that if you go back to the LGBTQ+ issue, I don't think that if you put this bill away, you're going to go to Jowolu Junction and you see two men there doing something. I don't think that's what will happen. But the thing has been put in people's mind to think that that's what would happen, you know. And yeah, look, I'm ready for what will come after.
So finally,
yes, go ahead.
What do you think should be the entry-level salary for a journalist in a print
I think
media?
I already said that.
You mentioned a number of figures.
I don't know what the salary, but I think that if we're paying people 2,000, 3,000 to start.
Entry level.
I think it's good. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. This has been a great episode of The Lowdown. Very informative. Thank you very much, Bridget. We'll come your way every Monday on GhanaWeb TV. This is The Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Be safe.
The Milani Farms is located at Akweti Junction, which is about 1 hour 30 minutes drive from Accra. Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. If today is your first time on my YouTube channel, don't forget to subscribe, like and share. So guys, I'm currently at this beautiful plantation, pineapple plantation, and I'm here with Seydou. Say hi.
Hi.
So Seydou is here with me, and Seydou is going to take us around the farm and take us to all the process and technique used here at the pineapple farm. So hi Seydou.
Hi Stella.
We've already met, but yeah, this is your first time meeting him. Yeah. So we are currently at the first part. So let's see how it goes.
Virtually these plants were planted in April up to August. So virtually they are some 5-6 months old. This field is about 180 acres fully planted, and then we are expected to start harvesting it from next year June.
Next year June.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's when we are starting to. So they are in their various stages of growth. herbicide has been applied just some 2 weeks ago, so you can see the weeds turning brownish and dying, leaving the pineapple.
What is the first stage, like the first stage in pineapple production?
The first stage, yeah, it depends. I mean, you can start either from the land preparation or the seed production, but logically you should start from the land preparation. Yeah, I mean, you need to clear the vegetation if there is vegetation on the field. You'll be with the help of your machinery, either a bulldozer, a payloader, to clear the vegetation. Then you have to do your plowing, you have to do your subsoiling, you have to do your harrowing, and then you cut your ridges, which they are very important. So we'll get to know these implements I'm mentioning. We have them at the site of land preparation. So after the land preparation, you cut your ridges, you do your cleaning. If you have to put plastic mulch to control the weeds and conserve moisture, you do. If you don't want to plant on plastic, you also do. So virtually we've adopted since 2 years now the no plastic approach. So you can see all our plants are on backgrounds, they are not
on plastic.
People doubt if they could do well, but we've studied so much, and then we think they are doing very well, even though the yield has been down by some 5 tons per hectare, but they are doing quite well, and then we are reducing plastic pollution.
We are currently at one part of the farm. Where are we now?
So this is the seed production unit.
Okay.
We call it seed, but the actual or the technical name is the sucker.
Okay.
Pineapple can be propagated by the suckers, the slips, either tissue culture, or the crowns.
Okay.
But here we prefer using the suckers because the suckers have higher or faster growth rate compared to the crowns and the slips and the tissue culture.
So why have you turned it upside down?
So you have to turn it upside down because when they are harvested, there might be some pathogens at the base of the plant that you have to turn it between 24 hours to 48 hours for the solar radiation to sterilize the root zone of the plant before planting.
So you are giving us some big terms. So, well, how will a layman like me understand?
No, you see, you know the solar radiation or the sunlight is a good sterilizer.
Okay.
So when you expose these pathogens, soil-borne pathogens, they cannot stand the heat of the sun. So they are sterilized. Then you minimize the use of chemicals to control these pathogens when the plant is finally in the soil.
So how long does it stay like this before you plant them?
You know, a minimum of 24 hours, and then it can stay a maximum of 2 weeks when it is like this.
Okay, so how do you get this? Do you get it from the existing old pineapple plant?
Yes,
or
after harvesting,
yeah.
The mother plant, you call them the mother plants. After harvesting the fruits, when you decide to go for seed production inside of the second crop or the ratoon, you have to do the slashing to stimulate the seed to come. So the seed starts coming. I can harvest one for you here. This is a seed. This is the mother plant. The mother plant is here. The fruit has been harvested and it's producing seed down here.
Okay.
So you just have to then
you just pull it
carefully. That you then
you
put it. So that is the seed for you.
So what happens? Do you get rid of the old mother plant?
No, this mother plant can produce you, each plant on the average can produce you about 3 to 4 seeds after the fruit has been harvested. So they don't produce it at the same time. So you harvest the first batch, second batch with the good nutrition and then good rainfall. You can harvest it continuously for about 8 months.
8 months. Oh, okay. So how long has this one been there, like this particular mother plants? Yeah.
These fruits were harvested I think in May.
In May.
So it has been there in May. So let's say it has been there for about 5 months producing. So it can produce up to January or maybe February.
Then you get rid of them.
you can get rid of them.
Oh, okay.
Then they go under fallow for about 2 years more. Then we start plowing and preparing land for the next planting.
For the next plant. Oh. So guys, I hope you're enjoying the video so far, and we are learning a lot from Seydou. So this is how it looks like when it's very young. How many weeks is this?
This should be about 10. This is about 8 weeks old.
8 weeks.
8 weeks plant. So it's left with 12 weeks for harvesting.
12 weeks. Okay. So what happens in are there instances where after 12 weeks the fruit doesn't look too big, so you decide to wait a little longer, or whether it's big or small, you harvest?
They are maturity from the time of flower induction or forcing, depending on how you call it. You count about 20 weeks in our setting here is 20 weeks.
Okay.
Plus or minus 1 week for harvesting. So immediately you do the flower induction, you have to just check the success of the induction,
of the fruit
of the induction.
Oh, okay.
Like,
when you say induction, what do you mean?
You have to synchronize the flowering. You know, pineapple, when you leave it, you don't synchronize the induction. They come one here, one there at their own time. So you just have to harvest one here, one there, and they can spend about 2 years. But you want the fruits at the same time. So you have to put some hormone, calcium carbide or ethylene gas or ethaphone to induce them at the same time, synchronize the induction to produce the flowers. So when you do the induction, you expect the flowers to come out after 6 weeks.
Oh,
so
okay.
It's like you are impregnating them. So you have to do the
pregnancy
test.
Oh, okay.
After 14 days, you do pregnancy test. So this is how the pregnancy test goes.
Okay, let's go and see how the pregnancy test goes.
So after 14 days, when you induce them after 14 days, you do the pineapple coming.
Oh, okay.
So you cut. After 14 days, you see the sign whether it has responded to the synchronization or not.
Oh, okay.
There you see. So this is the pineapple going.
Oh, okay.
That's the pineapple. So this one, actually, if it's in the soil, it will grow to become a pineapple like this.
Like this.
Like this. So after 14 days, you have to do the pregnancy test to check whether it has responded.
It looks like Seydou is very much interested in the pregnancy bit. So we are finally at my favorite part, where the fruit is fully grown, and right in front of me is one of the pineapple. Look at how beautiful it's looking. Is it ready? Can I pluck it?
Not that one.
Not this one. Okay, so see how I'm excited. I'm so excited. So we came late, so we didn't get the farmers harvesting. It's about 1 p.m. at the moment. So Seydou, can I follow you?
Yeah, if you want.
Okay. Very curious.
This one has been prepared. It's right. It's going by air.
It's going by air?
You can see it is specs.
Yeah.
It has been selected to go by air.
Oh, this is very beautiful.
So this has been selected to go by air. You can see these impacts. And the green ones will go by sea.
The what?
The green ones.
The green ones will go by sea.
Yes, it will go. So I can harvest one for you.
Yes, yes. I want the ripe one.
You want the ripe one?
Yes.
Okay, so I harvest this one.
Yeah, harvest this one.
Okay. They are all ripe.
Oh, right. This looks good. I'm super excited. I'm going to eat pineapple fresh from the farm. Yeah. So guys, this is official tasting of the fruit. I will be the only judge here to see if the fruit is sweet or not. This is good. I'm sure you're used to eating pineapple every time. So Saidu, I realize this particular fruit is yellow, but I'm used to seeing the whitish one. Why is it that?
It depends on the variety. The one you always see on the roadside is the sugarloaf. The sugarloaf by nature is whitish, and then it's a bit conical. So that's what locally they call it fanti. But this is MD2.
So this is officially MD2. MD2, that's why it's yellow, and it's very nice, very sweet. If I don't return home, just know I'm here at the farm eating pineapple. So I see that some of them look very ripe. That is like they are very yellow. Others too are green. Does it mean that the others are not ripe?
They are ripe.
They are all ripe.
One is specially treated. I told you this is for egg. We treated it separately to get the yellow color for egg.
Okay.
At the green. The others are treated to go by sea. You know, sea will normally take about 2 weeks to get to the destination, so you don't need it as well.
Okay, and it's because they are perishable goods, so you don't want them to get spoiled before getting to the destination. Yeah, so which countries do you export to?
France, we go Switzerland, we go Belgium, we go Netherlands, we go Lebanon, we go Morocco.
Oh, right. So if you are in this list of countries and you are enjoying pineapple, just know that some way, somehow, it's from this farm, because this is the biggest pineapple farm in Ghana. So guys, this is my first harvest and this is what I'm taking home. Do you want some? Come to the Milani farms for your share. So yeah, so far so good. It's been amazing. I hope you're also enjoying this video as much as I enjoyed the experience here with Saidu. Let me know if you have any other questions. Let me know in the comment section. I'm sure Saidu will see the comments and he'll respond to you too. So let's go to the next thing. The good part about Milani Farms is that they created their own dam, which is the only source of water for the farm. So we are currently done with the field things to see. I hope you're enjoying this video so far. So Saidu is currently taking me to the packaging area and we are going to see all the things that happen before it goes for export. Do you also sell to locals?
No.
You don't?
Only, yes.
Only exports?
For processing. Local companies that are doing processing for exports.
Okay.
Before the load will come, we fill this water with 15,000 liters.
Okay.
Water into the sea. And then we add 1.2 kilos of chlorine.
Of chlorine, okay.
Chlorine. As a disinfectant.
Entering, you have to wash your hands. It's not to contaminate the fruits. Right after washing, the pineapples are coated with wax which protects them from pathogens and prevents them from dehydration.
We pack it according to the size. The lady over there, she packs size 8.
Okay.
That's the 8. When I say 8, it means that the 8 in the box.
Okay.
8 in the box. We pack it according to the weight.
Okay.
We have the weight. The 6 start from the 1.85 to 2 kilos. That one qualified for the 6 in the box. The palletizers. We arrange it on the pallet nicely. Then the 7.
What happens here?
This after packaging, this where you pre-pull it, you know, to prolong the shelf life of the fruit, you have to pre-pull it to a very low temperature before. So pineapple is stored at 7.58 degrees Celsius temperature. Good.
So this is how the boxes look like. This is the one that goes by air, and this by sea. So guys, say thank you to Seidu for me. He took his time, took me everywhere, both the field and the production house and everything that happens here. So if you see him, please buy chocolates for him on my behalf, because he did.
The chocolate is already here.
He did an amazing job. Thank you so much. So if somebody needs advice on pineapple farming in Ghana, should they call you?
Yes, I'm always ready and willing.
Yeah, so I'll drop his contact. Call him and he's ready to give you the best of advice. But be ready to give him some coins, right? Don't less. So guys, thank you so much for watching. This brings us to the end of this video. I hope you were educated just as I was. This is my first experience here and it's been amazing. This video has been an enlightening video. It has taught me a lot. It has taught me how the fruit started. I mean, from the seedling right to production, right to exporting. And this particular farm here is mainly for exportation, both sea and by air. And so thank you guys so much for watching. I love you all. I know you're always with me. You're always sticking around. I mean, I love you. Mwah. It is going to my house. Thank you so much, Seidu. You can't come to the farm without getting pineapples. Thank you so much.
I would want to congratulate management and staff for how far they've come. GhanaWeb is the biggest portal in Ghana and even in outside Ghana as well. For the people outside Ghana, this is their go-to portal. And anybody outside Ghana will tell you that GhanaWeb is where they get their source of news from. I've had friends who are residing outside Ghana. And anytime there's news about me, and this time it's about me, they hit me up and say, oh, I read this story about you on GhanaWeb, I read this story about you. So it tells me that it is the #1 portal for everybody else, for both of us in Ghana and outside. So I would want to congratulate the management and staff for the work that you've done over the years. And I wish you guys well. I pray for strength, for success, for favor, and for special grace, that you guys will live on to be 50, 70, and 100 years. Congratulations to you guys.
Right there.
I don't cook, I don't clean, but I tell you what, I got this ring. This is according to rapper Cardi B. But are men expecting their girlfriends to play wifey duties whilst they are just in a relationship? And is a man obligated to cater for a woman whom he's not married to? Well, on this episode of Moans and Cuddles, my guest and I discuss why some men and women feel pressurized to, perform wifey and husband duties in a relationship. My name is Paulina Deda Opoku. We'll be right back. It's a rainy night on Moans and Cuddles. The rain won't stop, but the fun must still continue. So we're here at the GhanaWeb studio where we'll be coming to you with this episode of Moans and Cuddles. Now remember that the show is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza, and my makeup was done by the corporate chick. Follow her on Instagram. She'll glam me for all occasions. So I've been joined by Delali Jansi. He is a salesperson. He's a salesman. So Dala, it's always good to have you back here.
Always nice to be back.
Yeah, we're gonna have fun.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a hot topic and I can't wait for us to delve in. And then Edna, Edna Ado is joining us again. Edna is an entrepreneur. Edna, Master, you're looking good.
Thank you.
Please, the rain will have nothing on us. We're still gonna come out and deliver this topic because we need to talk about it. So tonight we're discussing should a man or a woman perform wifey or husband duties whilst in a relationship? Yeah, lots of people are saying that this sister, I've not even seen anything. Like, it's not official. But every day I should pay this, I should pay that. It's a whole lot. And then the men too are demanding that we should cook, we should clean. But we don't have the ring. Why do you want us to perform all those duties? So tonight we just want to, talk about it, where we've fallen short, and the advice for men and women out there. So, and I want to start with you. Why should a woman ask a man for money whilst in a relationship?
Why?
When is the appropriate time?
I don't believe there's ever an appropriate time for asking money, but if you ask for money, I believe it should be for a good reason. If not, I believe it's in a man's own interest to know that, okay, this is my woman, I'm giving you allowance. I don't think we should be asking for money. It should be like, give it to me, it's my due.
Okay, but then men are also saying that, you are not my responsibility yet. You're not my wife. You're not my wedded wife. No, I'm not going to see the family. You meet a woman, I don't know if you've heard men complain. You meet a woman and in the first week, her landlord is ejected her from the house. Her mother is sick. Her birthday is upcoming. It's like the demands. And then they're saying that it's a girlfriend that I said I want to do. It's not like it's a charity. So with that too, are the men bothered with that move that some women pick?
We are, seriously. I remember some time ago, I think 2014, I met a certain lady. Within a week, she was celebrating her birthday in 3 days, and she wanted money for the birthday. And I was like, whoa.
That's so fast.
I mean, the money thing, yes. We should, get up ourselves and say, okay, this is my lady, let me, spoil her once in a while. But it shouldn't be a regular. The allowance still won't be. Allowance is for wives, so.
Not for girlfriends.
Not for girlfriends.
And do you agree? No, but then we're saying that if you're with a woman, maybe you met her, she's looking good. Maybe Paula is a nice lady. I want to be with her. But then, what are you adding? That's what some women say. Question.
Before I met Paula, she was looking good. Before I met her, how was she maintaining that?
That's a big question.
No, let me. How was she maintaining that? Before I met her. So as soon as I meet her, I have to take up the role of maintaining what I have seen. Yeah. And secondly, it's not my obligation to do that, as I am not married to you.
Okay.
I have to, notice that, oh, okay, this is my girlfriend. Once in a while, I should, splurge a little on her. But it shouldn't be a regular, maybe weekly amount of money.
But then if it doesn't come once in a while, if it doesn't come once in a while, as you suggested, should a woman be alarmed and go like, is everything all right?
They usually go alarmed, they are usually alarmed by it. They speak to it. I quite remember some ex-girlfriend of mine. She actually reported me to my mom that I don't give her money. I was like, why do you think I haven't married you yet? Yet you've got to report me to my mom that I don't give you money, making me look like some stingy dude. But meanwhile, I'm not a stingy dude, you know. But you know,
if it's not stinginess, how can you describe that? It's what?
It's the fact that I am not obliged to take care of you. We are in a relationship.
Okay.
You know, it's a mutual beneficial relationship whereby we like each other. We probably end up falling in love. You know, that's certain. But it's not about money. Fine, the sex too, like me, I always say, you're not obliged to give me sex if you choose not to.
Okay.
I'll understand. If I can't stay in that, you know, kind of relationship, I'll find my level to somewhere that I'll get what I want.
All right. So I feel like Edna is dying to come in.
Before I go on and say what I want to say, he said if he's going to, if we are not obliged to give the sex, he would find his way somewhere. Would you be okay if the girl also finds her way somewhere to where the money is?
What I'm trying to say is this. I am not obliged to give you money. Neither are you obliged to give me sex in the relationship. We have to have that understanding. Unfortunately, that understanding is never there.
Okay, so...
And about me jumping up to it, that one, you know, it's one of these crazy man things.
Okay.
Would probably be in love with you and everything, but because of that single little aspect of it, maybe I'll try and get it somewhere, but you be my main chick. That's what it is.
Okay, so...
You're living in a crazy world.
Seriously. So this is where I come in, okay? So I think we have to come to the understanding that none of us are saying it's a must for a man to give we women money. As you said, we had a certain image we had before you met us, and we need to maintain it. Before we met, you were maintaining. However, if I should buy my hair, 3K, I buy my heels, I buy my shoes, I buy my bag, I buy my clothes, and I follow you with it, you are looking good, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what happens?
So what about me?
So no, wait.
I drip in my 3-piece.
Yeah.
I drip in my
Bling,
bling
bling.
bling. I drip in my shaved beard.
Sneakers
Who's
on
paying for
point.
that?
Okay, so this is what you want
Who's
to say.
paying for my dripping?
Yeah, and men are also saying that women are not taking care of it because it looks like it's all about us. What happens to us?
I'm dripping and you're
As
happy that you're
men,
working
Who
with them.
invited who out?
No,
Anyway.
listen. The first thing is this. I'm looking good too. And you can brag to your friends that
That's my man. Yeah.
Okay.
Then your friends will be like, wow, Paula's guy is mwah.
Yeah.
Who is paying for that dripping that a dude is dripping? Who's
No,
paying
but
for it? He's paying for it himself.
That's what you don't get. Okay, so it depends on which kind of category of girl you are talking about. Girls who are like real girls who expect their man to have their back, also have their man's back.
It happens that way.
It happens
It
like
always
that.
happens.
Because you can't.
I've not seen a woman. Okay, there might be some people who are
Very
different.
few. A very,
No,
very
but then
small
for a woman
percentage.
who is, getting the support from a man, you feel loved,
And you're
you being
working.
spoiled with money, gifts, and everything.
You give
I'm not
back.
sure that if you have the means, you will not want to take care of your man and make
You
him
give
look
back.
good.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, well, I'm here to see one.
All right. But wait, let me put this one in. When you are dating a man, should it be like he should cater for you, or women should see it as just a support? I really want to draw the line on this one.
Yes and no. Okay, maybe a little bit of support. Like I said, once in a while I splurge on you. I surprise you with some goodies. I surprise you with some cash once in a while. On a weekly basis or on a monthly basis, I can put you on some salary. No. That wouldn't fly.
I'm sure my sisters would
Not
be saying
that
this is a no-go area for
not
us.
that I'm stingy or anything.
But then,
look, like I said, we are in a relationship. It is what it is. Relationship. You do me, I do you, but not in terms of. Because when I go to the boutique to also, buy my stuff to look good, you'll be happy that I'm looking good. Are you going to pay for my shoes?
all right.
Are you going to pay for my blazers, my blings, my watches?
All that.
All that.
It's money.
It's money.
All right.
Who's going to pay for that?
So,
But
I see you are really defending the men. I like where you're coming from, because a lot of I would say some women are getting it wrong, and we really want to hear it from the side of the men. But then, Edna, as a woman, if you have a man who is not, lifting a finger, it's like, you've got this. Maybe you're working. We're not saying we're not working. Of course, people would like to be with women who also got something running. Yeah. So if you have a man who is not showering you a gift, doing everything, we're not saying that you should perform the husband duties, but at least the little things, as you're saying, should you be allowed?
Okay, so you should be. Because since the beginning of time, men have been known to be providers, women the supporters. Do you get it? So if men are providers, why are we going to try and take their place?
The providers in a marriage setting.
What is married to you? Let's go there.
What is marriage to you?
Yes, what is marriage to you?
Well, marriage as it is, I meet you, I like you.
Not the process. What is marriage?
What is marriage?
The institution called marriage.
Oh, it's two consenting adults who have decided to spend the rest of their lives together. They go and do what they have to do. That's the process, right? See parents, go to registry, or either do their local, their traditional, and make it official with either a grand ceremony or a private ceremony. Choice. Then the two of you get to live in one house, abode, like the Bible will say, the two of you become one, you cleave, right? So that there you choose, in some marriage settings they choose. You can choose to have kids, you can choose not to have kids. Choice.
And then does that answer your question?
It does, to a certain extent.
And I'm not done yet.
Okay.
And in that setting, like you said, the man is the provider. I have to provide for the needs of my wife and my family. So depending on how I choose to make that provision, I can decide I'll make it every 2 weeks. I can decide I'll make it every month. I can decide I'll make it every week. That's how I probably would do it. My wife and I can also sit down and discuss how it goes. If she's going to be supporting me in whatever provision I have to be given, maybe I give X amount, she say okay, fine. Looking at the way our family is, what you're giving is not enough, but I can see that you're trying, so I also support you with this. Fine, fair enough. That's a woman wouldn't support with anything, they will take. You understand? And then do what they can with what has been given them.
Okay.
You get my point? For either kids or just for the two of them. If, for instance, you are renting and you intend to build a house, if I'm that rich and I can take care of it alone, I'll do it. If I'm married to a woman who sees that, oh, my husband is trying, I'm also independent financially, I would also bring my support, because at the end of the day, we are building a family. That's what marriage is. So, at least that's what I've been through.
So you're saying marriage is the institution where everyone recognizes that you guys are together.
Yeah.
What is dating? Dating is a trial period for marriage, to me.
Great.
You don't date someone that you want to do the person and then you move on. Dating is the trial. Okay? So a woman needs to know that if I should marry you, you can provide for me. Same goes for a man knowing that, okay, so if I marry this lady, she's supportive.
Yes.
So dating to me is a trial period, and you should be able to provide.
No, it's not dating, it's courting.
Okay, courting, yeah.
Courting, dating.
Dating is when, I can choose to date all three women, yeah.
But the courting is when,
it's when you and I have become an item, and we have a goal at the end of the day that we want to meet. That's courting.
I think that has made it even more clear.
Yeah.
So if you are in courtship, it's a trial period for marriage. A lot of us are in courtship, and what happens is you don't see anything from the man. It's as if you're dating him. First of all, he doesn't make any effort to give you anything or any sort of allowance.
Okay.
How do I know you're going to provide? Dating, as you were saying, is you can date all three girls anywhere and it's still okay.
Not without sex. Dating without sex. I see you. No, listen. No, yes. That's why. No. You see, we make a very big. We create confusion with this dating courting thing. That's how I see it. Because if I am dating you, I take you out, you go to a restaurant, then you go to the movie. it's the knowing me, knowing you stages of everything. I do that with you, I do that with her, I do that with her, I do that with her. Then out of the 4 of you, I find the one who has the best qualities for me. Then I choose to move a step further into the courtship level with that person. That's just what it is.
Okay, so Paula, what I've gotten him to get to is, when you're dating a girl, if you are not giving anything out, it's getting to know you, knowing me, knowing you stage. Fine. When you are courting, which most girls are doing with the current Ghanaian man, please give alawa. It's very necessary. Let's just say you can provide. No, but they took care of us from a certain extent. Once you reach a certain stage, your father can't come fuck you. Sorry to say this, but your father can't do it. Your father is not doing you.
Yes,
you are doing me. So
I told you in the first place that me doing you or you doing me is not obligatory.
No, but that is
it's
your
something we decided to do.
Okay.
Besides, at the end of the day,
so we can go on and on with this. So right now, what we're trying to say is that sometimes when you're in a relationship, you don't expect your man or woman to perform wifey or husband duties. So if you find yourself in such a situation, how do you politely tell your partner that, babes, I think you're trying to make it look like I'm your husband or your wife already? In a case where a woman, your man is saying you should cook, you should clean, you should support him and all that, and then a man to a lady keeps on saying, as Edna puts it, alawa. It's not like your national service. You want alawas and stuff like that. How do you politely say that this is husband and wife duties? I'm not there. So can we just stick to the court or the dating thing that we do?
The thing is this. Me, I call those kind of women hunampe job women.
Those who come to clean and wash and do
it's
that.
Hunampe job. I haven't asked. You see, I don't remember. There was this girl who came once. She came and she was like, "I'm gonna change this." I'm like, "Hey, now you bad, but when you come here,
did you come?
When did you come? Change stuff." Hey, how? Then no. After she left, that was it. I don't want pressure. From secondary school, I did something, and since then, it stuck with me till today. My wife doesn't even wash my clothes. She doesn't even wash. I do the laundry at home.
Wow.
Yes. Okay. Fine.
I want to give it out. Give it out.
I use a machine, but it's a semi-automatic machine. But I do the laundry not because she can't do it.
But you want to do it.
It's me. I'm stuck with that kind of life.
Okay.
Because of what I did in secondary school to somebody. So, having people wash my clothes for me is something very difficult for me. So, and besides, when we were dating or when we were courting, she never came to my house to wash for me. I never asked her to come and do that because she wouldn't even do it. The only thing I always would want a woman to do for me is just once to prepare my favorite meal. It's just for me to know whether you can really do it well or not. But I'm quite no close to you. I'm an hour man, stroke gun man. So that is all I'll ask you to. But to prepare a meal for me for the whole week, I won't ask you to do it. If you want to do it, I'll tell you no. Point blank. I'll tell you, I'll be fine.
And Paula, you were saying, how do you politely decline? I don't believe in politely declining anything. I think, first of all, just don't go there. Don't go to his house. What are you going to do there? Some people would, after work on Friday, carry, weekend go spend.
Oh, weekend getaways.
Weekend getaways.
Should say that weekend getaways
every week.
Yeah.
Every week. When you go like that, you would, as a woman, your mom trained you, so you would have no choice than to try and correct some things you see. So when your time,
from Edna, don't go for weekend getaway.
But you don't make it a regular of doing such stuff. That's when I call you a hunampe job person.
But so if a woman is doing that, cooking, washing, is it that she's putting a responsibility on the man? Like, it's like, I owe you because she's cooking, she's cleaning for me. Do you feel that way?
I don't feel that way, but I feel, you see, men actually know who they want to be with at the end of the day.
Please,
if men know the woman they want to marry or the woman they want to be with.
It's not the cleaning there.
It's not about the cleaning. Okay. You see, the thing is this. When I meet you, I meet her. The dating period, I know she's the one. But I was probably, if I'm a bad boy, I'll hang out with all the 4 of you. But I know that she's the one. You might come and thinking that, oh, I have a boyfriend, I want to, impress him, I want to show him that alone. I can cook, I can clean, I'm wife material. But me, I don't see that thing they do. Honestly, what you do will be a job.
So why is it that you're not honest? Tell the woman that, sis, this is not going nowhere. So why would you let her come clean and all that? Save her the
I
stress.
do this. I tell you that, oh, it's not necessary. You don't do it, I'll do it myself.
Okay.
You try to, they try to want to insist that they'll do. I'll say, no. If you say yes, I'll say you. But the next time you come, honestly, you can't meet anything that you can do. The only thing may be that you will do that maybe I won't say anything about it. We wake up in the morning and maybe you have to sweep maybe the hall or outside. That one I won't tell you what to do it. But the washing, the cooking self, it's only one meal. That me I allow. My banku and oku. Simple. That one, if I feel like it, I can tell you that, oh sweetheart, you know something, Charlie? Take this amount of money and buy my stuff for me and come and do something for me. You understand? That is it's not something that's going to happen regularly, or I don't get to eat. I don't even eat that food regularly. So you come and do that once in a while. But other than that, I won't let you come and do a job with my house. No.
And we've spoken a lot. Delali is trying to make us understand that men don't like it when you come with demands. You meet a lady and then the next week her mom.
Unfortunately, there are some men too who rate a woman by how workable she is in the house. That's choice, like I always say.
It's true.
There's some men who would like to see a woman clean, cook, wash, and the whole 9 yards, sex inclusive, just to be. Paula is laughing. Just to be sure that okay, this woman is. But for me, I believe that once you are a woman and you are from a home, you have a mom and a dad. I know that you should know the basics of cleaning. We all grew up as children. I grew up in the barracks. I'm a barracks boy. Fatigue is something that we've done since day one. So there's nothing a woman can do for me that I can do for myself. Except maybe cook some few meals here and there. Apart from that, nothing else.
Alright.
That's just what it is.
Edna, the lady is saying that men don't like it when we come with the demands. Like, just meet her, then she's talking, she wants this, she wants that. How would you advise that women go up? Is there a craft that you need to master? Should you give yourself the time? Because no man, once he's not married to you, don't want to play like maybe I'm your father, I'm your husband. Of course, you should know how to limit it.
It's like you're using him.
Exactly, so he won't feel used.
Yeah.
How do you do it?
How do I do
I'm not saying you, but what would your advice be to us?
So, first of all, I think first thing any woman should have is self-respect. Have self-respect. Once you respect yourself, you would not get up and just demand anyhow, anywhere, first week.
Okay.
Just like that.
I need 3K immediately.
Urgently.
Urgently.
You can't even explain what you're going to use it for.
Respect yourself. And once you respect yourself and you are subtle in your ways, be very subtle. You are asking for money, but you're not saying Pacha Mamiska. Debbie.
And show us the way. Like, how you even do that?
Show me fine.
I know it's a craft. You need to master
you have to master it.
My mother would say, you have to learn the art of manipulation. It's something every mother teaches their daughters. I don't know about other people, but my mom, queen.
Bless mommy.
Bless mommy. So the thing about the manipulation is you ask but don't ask. So you need something, but because you need it in the next 2 months, you throw hints here today, tomorrow there, keep throwing it around. You'll be like, oh, you were talking about it, or yeah, but I have this amount. Do you want to top up?
Yes.
He won't feel used.
He won't feel used.
All right.
When you make the demand and you expect 100%, no wonder you'll feel used. But okay, I have, and you see,
I need 3K.
You need 3K.
Agents.
Listen,
I'll tell you 6K.
Don't
I have 3K.
You have 3K. So then I'll meet you halfway.
Women, I hope you're picking one or two.
That is also not bad, but it shouldn't be on a regular.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like she said, be manipulative. You see something that you like. Yeah, you hint him. Oh, Charlie, hey, it's nice. Once in a blue moon, you'd raise it up again.
Okay.
Then one day you would actually wow him with a lot of crazy stuff.
Okay.
Then whilst doing your kuchi kuchi, the honey kuchi kuchi komini, and cuddling here and there,
The most
you can
cuddle.
raise it a little, and definitely look. You'll be obliged as a man to settle that small request that has been done. Okay. But if the request comes, I want dear.
Nah, it's a turn off. It's a turn off. All right.
Yeah, banks.
Sure. I like where the conversation is going, but we will take a quick break. When we come back, Moons and Cuddles continue.
Right there.
Welcome back from that quick break. So on this episode, we're discussing, should a man or woman perform wifey or husband duties once they are just in a relationship? Our guests have said it all. But then remember that Moons and Cuddles is sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, pack, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries and chicken, one Coca-Cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesday at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your family pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-413-3397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. So I think we should have it our way. So I'm gonna let's have a bite and then let's see how it goes. Edna, this is your allowance here, but you could help yourself.
Allowance, no.
Allowance, yeah, your girlfriend allowance.
Allowance, hey, be allowance, pa.
Allowance.
Well, maybe some more cash. Say maybe despite ni
why not?
Maybe. Oh, I know they mean filikra. I'll do, but
I think I will start to brush allowance. They found. You're invited to a Cheesy Pizza. You can visit any of their branches and get yours.
My own bagel.
That's one there. Okay.
There's one thing too. I don't know whether you know it, but there's something called love language.
Yeah, you should know your partner's love language. If
Good.
it's money.
There's a woman who they desire gifts. My wife like this. Her love language is gifts. Just buy something small and get to her. She'll be so appreciative of it. Yours may be what they call that word affirmation, always telling you you are beautiful, I love you, you are looking. That's all you want. That's all you want. I think there's this other one. I think there are 4 or 5 love languages.
What if some of us like all of it?
Oh, naturally you can't have all. You can't be all.
I like all.
You like all.
Yeah.
Well,
you and you know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but like I said, allowance on a weekly. If I am that dusted,
why not? Yeah.
I won't feel it.
So it's more of understanding who your man is actually. That's what you're trying to say.
In a secondly, we are courting in a relationship. You know my capabilities.
Yeah.
Are you going to overstretch me?
So
are you going to say that because you know my capabilities? Probably I am not that rich. I'm doing a 9-to-5 job, not taking so much money, and once in a while I give you something, you are probably working or not working. You have something that you're doing. Unless maybe you are not working, you decide not to work. But we the men, them women, we know they work. We know the role plus them.
People don't like men who also don't work.
Yeah. Right? You understand? We know they like them women who know they work. You should be doing something.
All right. But Paula, I think what you are even saying should even make it more clear. A girl courting a man doesn't stretch him.
You shouldn't.
It's just
it's like
one
you've
that we
seen
want
it all.
to
Now
use
you have been.
Yeah. It's the
And
one that
let me
want
tell
to
you,
use you.
lot of girls do that. Maybe a man has been on your tail. He keeps on saying he likes you and all that, but you just trying to get him off because we know that men don't like.
Yeah.
25K, 6K,
10K.
10K agent.
You've not seen a determined man who wants to get you. He will give you the 5K, 6K, and you get what he needs. Yes.
All right, but then
once I have that 6K, 5K, 10K to give you.
Once I get what I want.
I want something.
No, but
it's a target.
No, yeah, child bill. Also, you are saying target, but if me child bill, me child me send to me, like I know you're rich. Let's say you have a Range, you have BMs, you have all of those cars.
So
then I'm not going to give you 10K cities. I'll give you dollars. It's a stretch. No man would give it to you just like that.
So you know definitely I'm going to get something after.
Oh, now wait. See, now women don't say it as the thing that men say that, okay, I slept with her. Once you enjoy it, that's what so now it's not a problem today. So you'll be surprised.
Yeah, that's why I said sex is overrated now.
Change now.
No, sex is overrated. That's what it is.
I think I met one girl and someone said something about her, and I think so I went to the nail salon and someone said something about her that say.
I found a whole cry.
What did not kind? Where didn't I make it?
I don't know.
So I turned to look. I was like,
for me,
hey,
that's that I chop hair. No. For me, it's lame. You both enjoy the damn thing, so you chop them. You chop them how? When I was in uni, I remember there was this one girl. She won't wait for you to come and say you chop them.
See,
you see that guy? They see that guy where they go. Oh, I
had
chop
a thing where
I had a thing.
So
I chop them. That's what you go talk. I chop them.
Hey, sister, hard girl.
Hard girl.
Hard girl.
Oh, my own baby, baby, can say, oh, child, that girl, me, I fire.
You got. No, your wife is not here, but we are here to help.
Help you.
Alright, but then we can say a lot about the fact that whilst you are dating or courting, you shouldn't do all the husband or wifey duties. But there's some people who see it as a dress rehearsal. Like, if I'm with a woman, I need to see if she can cook. As Lali said, up penny ben cleaning kruma. It's in a situation like that for men who look out to that, because if you come to me, Paula, I'm okay. Like, you might say that, okay, you love me, I love you, we support each other. But then there's certain things I'm not so comfortable with. I will find a polite way to tell you, say, babes, it's not about the cleaning and the cooking. Even if my mom or my sister should find out that I'm in your house doing, they'll be like, disappointed us. So in a situation like that, for men or women who want to see all the things during the courtship or the dating period, what would your advice be to them? Should they slow it down and then accept that we are not all the same? You will not get a woman who is okay with the cooking. Cardi B said, I don't cook, but I tell you what, I got this ring. So we should get the ring without doing all those wifey duties.
How I find out you can do all that kind of stuff. I'll visit you at home.
Visit. Okay.
I have something to say to that.
And through visiting you at home, I know whether you can cook, you can clean, and go the whole 9 yards.
Okay.
That's my way of knowing.
At what stage of the relationship would you guys be in that you are visiting her house? Because one
is official. Sometimes the man can come and see you in the house where you can cook.
If it's not yet official, I doubt.
Of course, yes. If it's not official,
to enter the gate.
If we are just testing waters and doing the knowing me, knowing you, fine. I can come and visit you once in a while. But when we are actually courting, I've probably introduced you to my family.
No, but Kokoko is courtship, right? In our local thing.
It's a prelude to the marriage thing. But during the courtship, right? We do Kokoko unknowingly because I take you home.
Yeah.
That this is my girlfriend. But the Kokoko, no, the official thing about Kokoko is that my family will go with a drink just to let your family know that when you're looking for your daughter or your son, that kind of thing. That's the notion.
But then for the men who are also looking out for, I have to see if the lady can cook. When you come to my house, when it's official, and then my mommy cooks for you, you should know that it's part of it.
Debbie,
your
mother in handwriting will be your handwriting.
Are you sure? My mother born me.
Your mother born you, but you know your mother way to do the something. You understand? So listen. For me, it's simple as this. I visit you. I don't tell you I'm hungry. If you cook for me to eat when I come to you, fine. If you don't, I'm cool. Somebody will come, or maybe he's coming. Oh, what would you like to have? And he'll say what you want to have. Me, I always say my bank when they post to you. That's what I'll say. I don't ask for fried rice and cooking. I mean, they may start boom. What I say. If you do it and I come and you have it done for me, I'll go like, wow, nice. Your food was top notch.
And yet that's way.
And yet there. Well,
but then partner, if your partner is fine and a journey in your dad. Well,
that is where I'm.
And yet the only way you can tell your partner that her food is not nice and she will be offended is when the two of you gel so much that I can tell you just anything. And you can also tell me something, just anything. But when it's not in that stage,
it's hard.
How can I come and tell you that your children they be? Hey, that one there, it be hard.
Okay.
You know, I go shy you.
All right.
So I would say, oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're fun, sir. Yami betray.
Me come yami betray, but
yeah. All right. But Edna, is it difficult to break up with a partner? For a man who's been giving you the allowance, he's been showering you with gifts and stuff like that. But then you've realized at a point in time, the relationship is not working. You yourself, deep in within, you know that it's not going nowhere. How do you break up? Because, are you going to return the car, all the stuff that he gave you?
Good so that are not returnable.
Thank you, my brother. Good sold.
So with me, I believe if it's a big gift, okay, some guys will come back for if it's a car, they want to come back for it, which is why you should be a wise woman. Why you should make sure the car ownership is in your name.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV. From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
I second the motion moved by the Majority Chief Whip or the General of the House. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, may I create your indulgence to put the question? As many as are in favor of the motion to adjourn the House till Tuesday, 10 a.m., say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The House is hereby adjourned to Tuesday, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. I thank you for your attention.
I would want to congratulate management and staff for how far they've come. GhanaWeb is the biggest portal in Ghana and even in outside Ghana as well. For the people outside Ghana, this is their go-to portal. And anybody outside Ghana will tell you that GhanaWeb is where they get their source of news from. I've had friends who are residing outside Ghana. And anytime there's news about me, and this time it's about me, they hit me up and say, oh, I read this story about you on GhanaWeb, I read this story about you. So it tells me that it is the #1 portal for everybody else, for both of us in Ghana and outside. So I would want to congratulate the management and staff for the work that you've done over the years. And I wish you guys well. I pray for strength, for success, for favor, and for special grace, that you guys will live on to be 50, 70, and 100 years. Congratulations to you guys.
Right there.
I don't cook, I don't clean, but I tell you what, I got this ring. This is according to rapper Cardi B. But are men expecting their girlfriends to play wifey duties whilst they are just in a relationship? And is a man obligated to cater for a woman whom he's not married to? Well, on this episode of Moans and Cuddles, my guest and I discuss why some men and women feel pressurized to, perform wifey and husband duties in a relationship. My name is Paulina Deda Opoku. We'll be right back. It's a rainy night on Moons and Cuddles. The rain won't stop, but the fun must still continue. So we're here at the GhanaWeb studio, where we'll be coming to you with this episode of Moons and Cuddles. Now remember that the show is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza, and my makeup was done by the corporate chick. Follow her on Instagram. She will glam you for all occasions. So I've been joined by Dalali Jansi. He is a salesperson. He's a salesman. So Dala, it's always good to have you back here.
Always nice to be back.
Yeah, we're gonna have fun.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a hot topic and I can't wait for us to delve in. And then Edna, Edna Ado is joining us again. Edna is an entrepreneur. Edna, Master, you're looking good.
Thank you.
Please, the rain will have nothing on us. We're still going to come out and deliver this topic because we need to talk about it. So tonight we're discussing should a man or a woman perform wifey or husband duties whilst in a relationship? Yeah, lots of people are saying that use this sister, I've not even seen anything. Like, it's not official. But every day I should pay this, I should pay that. It's a whole lot. And then the men too are demanding that we should cook, we should clean. But we don't have the ring. Why do you want us to perform all those duties? So tonight we just want to, talk about it, where we have fallen short, and the advice for men and women out there. So, and I want to start with you. Why should a woman ask a man for money whilst in a relationship?
Why?
When is the appropriate time?
I don't believe there's ever an appropriate time for asking money, but if you ask for money, I believe it should be for a good reason. If not, I believe it's in a man's own interest to know that, okay, this is my woman, I'm giving you allowance. I don't think we should be asking for money. It should be like, give it to me, it's my due.
Okay, but then men are also saying that, you know, you are not my responsibility yet. You're not my wife. You're not my wedded wife. No, I'm not going to see the family. You meet a woman, I don't know if you've heard men complain, you meet a woman and in the first week, her landlord is ejected her from the house. Her mother is sick. Her birthday is upcoming. It's like the demands, and then they're saying that it's a girlfriend that I say I want to do. It's not like it's a charity. So with that too, are the men bothered with that move that some women pick?
We are, seriously. I remember some time ago, I think 2014, I met a certain lady. Within a week, she was celebrating her birthday in 3 days, and she wanted money for the birthday. And I was like, whoa.
That's so fast.
I mean, the money thing, yes. We should, you know, get up ourselves and say, okay, this is my lady, let me, you know, spoil her once in a while, but it shouldn't be a regular. The allowance still won't be. Allowance is for wives, so.
Not for girlfriends.
Not for girlfriends.
And do you agree? No, but then we say that if you're with a woman, maybe you met her, she's looking good. Maybe you know, Paula is a nice lady. I want to be with her. But then, what are you adding? That's what some women say. Question.
Before I met Paula, she was looking good. Before I met her,
yeah.
How was she maintaining that?
That's a great question.
No, let me. How was she maintaining that? Before I met her. So as soon as I meet her, I have to take up the role of maintaining what I have seen. Yeah. And secondly, it's not my obligation to do that, as I am not married to you.
Okay.
I have to, you know, notice that, oh, okay, this is my girlfriend. Once in a while, I should, you know, splurge a little on her. But it shouldn't be a regular, maybe weekly amount of money.
But then if it doesn't come once in a while, if it doesn't come once in a while as you suggested, should a woman be alarmed and go like, is everything alright?
Well, they usually go alarmed, you know, they are usually alarmed by it, they speak to it. I quite remember some ex-girlfriend of mine, she actually reported me to my mom that I don't give her money. I was like, why do you think I haven't married you yet? Yet you've got to report me to my mom that I don't give you money, making me look like some stingy dude. But no, I'm not a stingy dude, you know. But you know,
if it's not stinginess, how can you describe that? It's what?
it's the fact that I am not obliged to take care of you. We are in a relationship.
Okay.
You know, it's a mutual beneficial relationship whereby we like each other, we probably end up falling in love. You know, that's certain. But it's not about money. Fine, the sex too, like me, I always say, you are not obliged to give me sex if you choose not to.
Okay.
I'll understand. If I can't stay in that, you know, kind of relationship, I'll find my level to somewhere that I'll get what I want.
Alright. So I feel like Edna is dying to come in.
Before I go on and say what I want to say, he said if he's going to, if we are not obliged to give the sex, he would find his way somewhere. Would you be okay if the girl also finds her way somewhere to where the money is?
What I'm trying to say is this. I am not obliged to give you money. Neither are you obliged to give me sex in the relationship. We have to have that understanding. Unfortunately, that understanding is never there.
Okay, so...
And about me jumping up to it, that one, you know, it's one of these crazy man things.
Okay.
Would probably be in love with you and everything, but because of that single little aspect of it, maybe I'll try and get it somewhere, but you be my main chick. That's what it is.
Okay, so...
You're living in a crazy world.
Seriously. So this is where I come in, okay? So I think we have to come to the understanding that none of us are saying it's a must for a man to give we women money. As you said, we had a certain image we had before you met us, and we need to maintain it. Before we met, you were maintaining. However, if I should buy my hair, 3K, I buy my heels, I buy my shoes, I buy my bag, I buy my clothes, and I follow you with it, you are looking good, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what happens?
So what about me?
So no, wait.
I drip in my 3-piece.
Yeah.
I drip in my bling. I drip in my shaved beard.
Sneakers on point.
Okay, so this is what you want
Who's
to
paying
say.
for my dripping?
Yeah, and men are also saying that women are not taking care of it because it looks like it's all about us. What happens to us?
I'm dripping and you're happy that you're working with them.
Invited who out?
No,
Anyway.
no, listen. The first thing is this. I'm looking good too. And you can brag to your friends that that's my man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then your friends will be like, wow, Carlos guy is mwah.
Yeah.
Who is paying for that dripping that a dude is dripping? Who's paying for it? He's paying for it himself.
That's what you don't get. Okay, so it depends on which kind of category of girl you are talking about. Girls who are like real girls who expect their man to have their back, also have their man's back.
It happens that way.
It happens like that. Because you can't.
I'm not seeing a woman. Okay, there might be some people who are
very
different.
Few. A very, very
But then
small
for a woman who is, getting the support from a man, you feel loved, you're being spoiled with money, gifts, and everything. I'm not sure that if you have the means, you will not want to take care of your man and make him look good.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Oh well, I'm here to see one.
All right. Well, wait. let me put this one in. When you are dating a man, should it be like he should cater for you, or women should see it as just a support? I really want to draw the line on this one.
Yes and no. Okay, maybe a little bit of support. Like I said, once in a while I splurge on you. I surprise you with some goodies. I surprise you with some cash once in a while. On a weekly basis or on a monthly basis, I can put you on some salary. No. That wouldn't fly.
I'm sure my sisters would
not
be saying that this is a no-go area for us.
Not that I'm stingy or anything.
But
look, like I said, we are in a relationship. It is what it is. Relationship. You do me, I do you. But not in terms of... because when I go to the boutique to also, buy my stuff to look good, you'll be happy that I'm looking good. Are you going to pay for my shoes?
Alright.
Are you going to pay for my blazers, my blings, my watches?
All that. It's money.
It's money.
Alright.
Who's going to pay for that?
So, I see you are really defending them, and I like where you're coming from, because a lot of people, I would say some women are getting it wrong, and we really want to hear it from the side of the men. But then, Edna, as a woman, if you have a man who is not, lifting a finger, it's like, you've got this. Maybe you're working. We're not saying we're not working. Of course, people would like to be with women who also got something running.
Yeah.
So if you have a man who is not showering you a gift, doing everything, we're not saying that you should perform the husband duties, but at least the little things, as you were saying, should you be allowed?
Okay, so you should be. Because since the beginning of time, men have been known to be providers, women the supporters. Do you get it? So if men are providers, why are we going to try and take their place?
The providers in a marriage setting.
What is married to you? Let's go there.
What is marriage to you?
Yes, what is marriage to you?
Well, marriage as it is, I meet you, I like you.
Not the process. What is marriage?
What is marriage?
The institution called marriage.
Oh, it's two consenting adults who have decided to spend the rest of their lives together. They go and do what they have to do. That's the process, right? See parents, go to registry, or either do their local, their traditional, and make it official with either a grand ceremony or a private ceremony. Choice. Then the two of you get to live in one house, abode, like the Bible will say, the two of you become one, you cleave, right? So that there you choose, in some marriage settings they choose. You can choose to have kids, you can choose not to have kids. Choice.
And then does that answer your question?
It does to a certain extent.
And I'm not done yet.
Okay.
And in that setting, like you said, the man is the provider. I have to provide for the needs of my wife and my family. So depending on how I choose to make that provision, I can decide I'll make it every 2 weeks. I can decide I'll make it every month. I can decide I'll make it every week. That's how I probably would do it. My wife and I can also sit down and discuss how it goes. If she's going to be supporting me in whatever provision I have to be given, maybe I give X amount, she say okay fine. Looking at the way our family is, what you are giving is not enough, but I can see that you are trying, so I also support you with this. Fine, fair enough. As a woman wouldn't support with anything, they will take. You understand? And then do what they can with what has been given them.
Okay.
You get my point? For either kids or just for the two of them. If, for instance, you are renting and you intend to build a house, if me, I'm that rich and I can take care of it alone, I'll do it. If I'm married to a woman who sees that, oh, my husband is trying, I'm also independent financially, I would also bring my support, because at the end of the day, we are building a family. That's what marriage is.
So,
at least that's what I've been through.
So you're saying marriage is the institution where everyone recognizes that you guys are together.
Yeah.
What is dating? Dating is a trial period for marriage, to me.
Great.
You don't date someone that you want to do the person and then you move on. Dating is the trial. Okay? So a woman needs to know that if I should marry you, you can provide for me. Same goes for a man knowing that, okay, so if I marry this lady, she's supportive.
Yes.
So dating to me is a trial period, and you should be able to
No, it's
provide.
not dating, it's courting.
Okay, courting, yeah.
Courting, dating.
Dating is when, you know, I can choose to date all three women, yeah.
But the
all
courting
four
is
of
when, like, you know,
it's courting when you and I have become an item, and we have a goal at the end of the day that we want to meet. That's courting.
I think that has made it even more clear.
Yeah.
So if you are in courtship, it's a trial period for marriage. A lot of us are in courtship, and what happens is you don't see anything from the man. It's as if you're dating him. First of all, he doesn't make any effort to give you anything or any sort of allowance.
Okay.
How do I know you're going to provide? Dating, as you were saying, is you can date all three girls anywhere and it's still okay.
Not without sex. Dating without sex. I see you. No, listen. No, yes. That's why. No. You see, we make a very big. We create confusion with this dating courting thing. That's how I see it. Because if I am dating you, I take you out, go to a restaurant, maybe go to the movie. It's the knowing me, knowing you stages of everything. I do that with you. I do that with her. I do that with her. I do that with her. Then out of the four of you, I find the one who has the best qualities for me. Then I choose to move a step further into the courtship level with that person. That's just what it is.
Okay, so Paula, what I've gotten him to get to is when you're dating a girl, if you are not giving anything out, it's getting to know you, knowing me, knowing you stage. Fine. When you are courting, which most girls are doing with the current Ghanaian man, please give alawa. It's very necessary. Let's expect you can provide. No, but it took care of us from a certain extent. Once you reach a certain stage, your father can't come fuck you. Sorry to say this, but your father can't do it. Your father is not doing you.
Yes,
you are doing me. So
I told you in the first place that me doing you or you doing me is not obligatory.
No, but that is
it's something we decided to do.
Okay.
Besides,
all right.
at the end of the day,
so we can go on and on with this. So right now, what we're trying to say is that sometimes when you're in a relationship, you don't expect your man or woman to perform wifey or husband duties. So if you find yourself in such a situation, how do you politely tell your partner that, babes, I think you're trying to make it look like I'm your husband or your wife already. In a case where a woman, your man is saying you should cook, you should clean, you should support him and all that, and then a man to a lady keeps on saying, as Edna puts it, alawa. It's not like we're national service. And then you want allowance and stuff like that. How do you politely say that this is husband and wife duties? I'm not there. So can we just stick to the court or the dating thing that we do?
The thing is this. We are called those kind of women who don't pay job women.
Those who come to clean and wash and do that.
It's don't pay job. I haven't actually, you see, I don't remember. There was this girl who came once. She came and she was like, I'm going to change this. I'm like, hey, now you bad, but when you
when did you come?
When did you come? Stuff. Hey, how? Then no. After she left, that was it. I don't want pressure. From secondary school, I did something, and since then it stuck with me till today. My wife doesn't even wash my clothes. She doesn't even wash. I do the laundry at home.
Wow.
Yes. Okay, fine.
I want to give it up. Give it up.
I use a machine, but it's a semi-automatic machine. But I do the laundry not because she can't do it.
But you want to do it.
It's me. I'm stuck with that kind of life.
Okay.
Because of what I did in secondary school to somebody. So having people wash my clothes for me is something very difficult for me. So, and besides, when we were dating or when we were courting, she never came to my house to wash for me. I never asked her to come and do that because she wouldn't even do it. The only thing I always would want a woman to do for me is just once to prepare my favorite meal. It's just for me to know whether you can really do it well or not. Banco and no close to you. I'm an hour man, stroke gun man. So that is all I'll ask you to. But to prepare a meal for me for the whole week, no, I won't ask you to do it. If you want to do it, I'll tell you no. Point blank. I'll tell you, oh, I'll be fine.
And Paula, you were saying, how do you politely decline? I don't believe in politely declining anything. I think, first of all, just don't go there. Don't go to his house. What are you going to do there? Some people would, after work on Friday, carry, weekend
go
spend.
Oh, weekend getaways.
Weekend
getaways. Some sisters say that weekend
getaways every week.
Yeah,
every week.
When
you go like that, you would, as a woman, your mom trained you, so you would have no choice than to try and correct some things you see. So when your time,
but you don't make it a regular of doing such stuff. That's when I call you a hunampe job person.
So if a woman is doing that, cooking, washing, is it that she's putting a responsibility on the man? Like, it's like, I owe you because she's cooking, she's cleaning for me. Do you feel that way?
I don't feel that way, but I feel, you see, men actually know who they want to be with at the end of the day.
Please,
if men know the woman they want to marry or the woman they want to be with.
It's not the cleaning there.
It's not about the cleaning. Okay. You see, the thing is this. When I meet you, I meet her. The dating period, I know she's the one. But I was probably, if I'm a bad boy, I'll hang out with all the four of you. But I know that she's the one. You might come and thinking that, oh, I have a boyfriend, I want to, impress him, I want to show him that I can cook, I can clean, I'm wife material. But me, I don't see that thing they do. Honestly, what you do will be hunampe job.
So why is it that you're not honest? Tell the woman that, sis, this is not going nowhere. So why would you let her come clean and all that? Save her the
I
stress.
Do this. I tell you that, oh, it's not necessary. You don't do it, I'll do it myself.
Okay.
You try to, they try to want to insist that they'll do. I'll say no. If you say yes, I'll say you. But the next time you come, honestly, you can't meet anything that you can do. The only thing may be that you will do that maybe I won't say anything about it. We wake up in the morning and maybe you have to sweep maybe the hall or outside. That one I won't tell you not to do it. But the washing, the cooking stuff, it's only one meal. That me I allow. My banco and oku. Simple. That one, if I feel like it, I can tell you that, oh sweetheart, you know something, Charlie? Take this amount of money and buy my stuff for me and come and do something for me. You understand? That is it's not something that's going to happen regularly. Or I don't even eat that food regularly. So you come and do that once in a while. But other than that, I won't let you come and do hunampe job with my house. No.
And we've spoken a lot. Delali is trying to make us understand that men don't like it when you come with demands. You meet a lady and then the next week her mom
unfortunately there are some men too who rate a woman by how workable she is in the house. That's choice, like I always say. There are some men who would like to see a woman clean, cook, wash, and the whole 9 yards, sex inclusive, just to be Paula is laughing. Just to be sure that okay, this woman is. But for me, I believe that once you are a woman and you are from a home, you have a mom and a dad, I know that you should know the basics of cleaning. We all grew up as children. I grew up in the barracks. I'm a barracks boy. Fatigue is something that we've done since day one. So there's nothing a woman can do for me that I can do for myself. Except maybe cook some few meals here and there. Apart from that, nothing else.
All right.
That's just what it is.
Edna, the lady is saying that men don't like it when we come with the demands. Like, you know, just meet her and then she's talking, she wants this, she wants that. How would you advise that women go up cuddle? Is there a craft that we need to master? Should you give yourself the time? Because no man, once he's not married to you, don't want to play like maybe I'm your father, I'm your husband. Of course, you should know how to limit it.
It's like you're using him.
Exactly, so he won't feel used.
Yeah.
How do you do it?
How do I
I'll not say you, but then what would your advice be to us?
So, first of all, I think first thing any woman should have is self-respect. Have self-respect. Once you respect yourself, you would not get up and just demand anyhow, anywhere, first week.
Okay.
Just like that.
I need 3K immediately.
Urgently.
Urgently.
You can't even explain what you're going to use it for.
Respect yourself. And once you respect yourself and you are subtle in your ways, be very subtle. You are asking for money, but you're not saying Pacha Mamiska.
And now show us the way. Like, you know, how you gonna do that? I know it's a craft. You need to master it.
My mother would say, you have to learn the art of manipulation. It's something every mother teaches their daughters. I don't know about other people, but my mom, queen.
Bless mommy.
Bless mommy. So the thing about the manipulation is you ask but don't ask. So you need something, but because you need it in the next 2 months, you throw hints here today, tomorrow there, keep throwing it around. You'll be like, oh, you were talking about it, or yeah, but I have this amount. Do you want to
need a top up?
Yes, you know,
he won't feel used.
He won't feel used.
All right.
When you make the demand and you expect 100%, then one day you feel used. But okay, I
need 3K.
You need 3K.
Agents.
Listen, I'm
but
not.
I'll tell you 6K.
Don't
I have
care.
3K.
You have 3K.
Give me 3K.
So then I'll meet you halfway.
I hope you're thinking one or two.
That is also not bad, but it shouldn't be on a regular.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like she said, be manipulative. You see something that you like. Yeah, you hint him. Oh, Charlie, hey, it's nice. Once in a blue moon, you'd raise it up again.
Okay.
Then one day you would actually wow him with a lot of crazy stuff.
Okay.
Then whilst doing your kuchi the honey kuchi komini and cuddling here and there,
the
you can raise it a little, and definitely look. You'll be obliged as a man to settle that small request that has been done. But if the request comes, I want dear.
Nah, it's a turn off. It's a turn off. All right.
You're in your banks.
Sure. I like where the conversation is going, but we will take a quick break. When we come back, Loans and Cuddles continue.
Right there.
Welcome back from that quick break. So on this episode, we're discussing, should a man or woman perform wifey or husband duties once they are just in a relationship? Our guests have said it all. But then remember that Loans and Cuddles is sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want, from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, pack, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries and chicken, one Coca-Cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesday at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your family pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-413-3397 to place your order. cheesy pizza, your way. So I think we should have it our way. So I'm gonna let's have a bite and then let's see how it goes. Edna, this is your allowance here, but you could help yourself.
Allowance, no.
Allowance, so yeah, your girlfriend allowance. Allowance,
hey, be allowance, pa.
Allowance.
Well, maybe some more cash. Say maybe despite me
why not?
Maybe. I know they mean feel
but
I'll do, but
I think I will start to brush allowance. They found. You're invited to a cheesy pizza. You can visit any of your branches and get yours.
Let me come with the say. My own bagel.
That's one there. Okay.
There's one thing too. I don't know whether you know it, but there's something called love language.
Yeah, you should know your partner's love language. If
Good.
it's money.
There's a woman who they desire gifts. My wife like this. Her love language is gifts. Just buy something small and get to it. She'll be so appreciative of it. Yours may be what they call that word affirmation, always telling you you are beautiful, I love you, you are looking. That's all you want. That's all you want. I think there's this other one. I think there are 4 or 5 love languages.
What if some of us like all of it?
Oh, naturally you can't have all. You can't be all.
I like all.
You like all.
Yeah.
Well,
you and you know.
And
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but like I said, allowance on a weekly. If I am that dusted,
why not? Yeah.
I won't feel it.
So it's more of understanding who your man is actually. That's what you're trying to say.
In the secondly, we are courting in a relationship. You know my capabilities.
Yeah.
Are you going to overstretch me?
So
are you going to say that because you know my capabilities? Probably I am not that rich. I'm doing a 9-to-5 job, not taking so much money, and once in a while I give you something. You are probably working or not working. You have something that you're doing. Unless maybe you are not working, you decide not to work. But we the men, them women, we know they work. We know the role plus them.
People don't like men who also don't work.
Yeah.
You understand? We know they like them women who know they work. You should be doing something.
All right.
But Paula, I think what you are even saying should even make it more clear. A girl courting a man doesn't stretch him.
You shouldn't.
It's
like
once
you've
that we
seen
want
it all,
to
now
use
you have been.
Yeah. It's
let me tell you,
a
lot of girls do that. Maybe a man has been on your tail. He keeps on saying he likes you and all that, but you just trying to get him off because we know that men don't like.
Yeah.
25K, 6K,
10K.
10K agent.
You've not seen a determined man who wants to get you. He will give you the 5K, 6K, and you get what he needs. Yes.
All right, but then
once I have that 6K, 5K, 10K to give you.
Once I get what I want.
I want something.
No, but
it's a target.
No, yeah, child bill. Also, you are saying target, but if me child bill, me child near send to me, like I know you're rich. Let's say you have a Range, you have BMs, you have all of those cars.
So that's
so then I'm not going to give you 10K cities. I'll give you dollars. It's a stretch. No man would give it to you just like that.
So you know definitely I'm going to get something after.
Oh, now wait. See, now women don't say it as the thing that men say that, okay, I slept with her. Once you enjoy it, that's what so now it's not a problem today. So you'll be surprised.
Yeah, that's why I said sex is overrated now.
Change now.
No, sex is overrated. That's what it is.
I think I met one girl and someone said something about her, and I think so I went to the nail salon and someone said something about her that say.
I found who cry.
What do you know? Where didn't I make dinner?
I don't know.
So I turned to look. I was like,
for me, that's no. That's I chop you, I chop hair. No. For me, it's lame. You both enjoy the damn thing, so you chop them. You chop them how? When I was in uni, I remember there was this one girl. She won't wait for you to come and say you chop them.
See,
you see that guy? You see that guy where they go? Oh, I chop
had a thing where
I had a thing.
So
I chop them. That's what you go talk. I chop them.
Hey, sister, hard girl.
Hard girl.
Hard girl.
I came my own baby. Baby, can say, oh, that girl me a fire.
You got. No, your wife is not here, but we are here to help.
Help you.
Alright, but then we can say a lot of the fact that whilst you are dating or courting, you shouldn't do all the husband or wifey duties.
No,
But there's some people who see it as a dress rehearsal. Like, you know, if I'm with a woman, I need to see if she can cook. As Lali said, open the cleaning kruma. It's in a situation like that for men who look out to that, because if you come to me, Paula, I'm okay. Like, you might say that, okay, you love me, I love you, we support each other. But then there's certain things I'm not so comfortable with. I will find a polite way to tell you, say, babes, it's not about the cleaning and the cooking. Even if my mom or my sister should find out that I'm in your house doing, they'll be like, training in us and I'll be disappointed us. So, in a situation like that, for men or women who want to see all the things during the courtship or the dating period, what would your advice be to them? Should they slow it down and then accept that we are not all the same? You will not get a woman who is okay with the cooking. Cardi B said, I don't cook, but I tell you what, I got this ring. So we should get the ring without doing all those wifey duties.
How I find out you can do all that kind of stuff. I'll visit you at home.
Visit. Okay.
I have something to say to that.
And through visiting you at home, I'll know whether you can cook, you can clean, and go the whole 9 yards.
Okay.
That's my way of knowing.
At what stage of the relationship would you guys be in that you are visiting her house? Because one
is official. One is official. Sometimes the man can come and see you in the house where you can cook.
If it's not yet official, I doubt.
Of course, yes. If it's not official,
to enter the gate.
If we are just testing waters and doing the knowing me, knowing you, fine. I can come and visit you once in a while. But when we are actually courting, I've probably introduced you to my family.
No, but Kokoko is courtship, right? In our local thing.
Kokoko is a prelude to the marriage thing. But during the courtship, right? We do Kokoko unknowingly because I take you home.
Yeah.
That this is my girlfriend. But the Kokoko, no, the official thing about Kokoko is that my family will go with a drink just to let your family know that when you're looking for your daughter or your son, that kind of thing. That's the notion.
But then for the men who are also looking out for, I have to see if the lady can cook. When you come to my house, when it's official, and then my mommy cooks for you, you should know that it's part of it.
Debbie, your mother in handwriting will be your handwriting.
Are you sure? My mother born me. Your
mother born you, but you know your mother way to do the something. You understand? So listen. For me, it's simple as this. I visit you. I don't tell you I'm hungry. If you cook for me to eat when I come to you, fine. If you don't, I'm cool. Somebody will come, or maybe he's coming, what would you like to have? Then he'll say what you want to have. Me, I always say my banku and maple stew. That's what I'll say. I don't ask for fried rice and cream. I mean, they mean boom. Which I say, If you do it and I come and you have it done for me, I'll go like, wow, nice. Your food was top notch.
And yet that's way.
And yet there. Well,
but then partner, if your partner is fine and a journey in your dad. Well,
that is where I'm.
And yet the only way you can tell your partner that your food is not nice and she won't be offended is when the two of you gel so much that I can tell you just anything. And you can also tell me something, just anything. But when it's not in that stage,
it's hard.
How can I come and tell you that your children they be? Hey, that one day it be hard.
Okay.
You know, I go shy you.
All right.
So I would say, yeah.
Yeah, be fun, sir. Yami betray.
Me come yami betray, but
yeah. All right. But Edna, is it difficult to break up with a partner? For a man who's been giving you the allowance, he's been showering you with gifts and stuff like that. But then you've realized at a point in time, the relationship is not working. You yourself, deep in within, you know that it's not going nowhere. How do you break up? Because, are you going to return the car, all the stuff that he gave you?
Good soul that are not returnable.
Thank you, my brother. Good soul.
So with me, I believe if it's a big gift, okay, some guys will come back for if it's a car, they want to come back for it, which is why you should be a wise woman. You should make sure the car ownership is in your name.
In your name.
He can come for it.
So we've also gotten smarter.
Yeah, we are getting smarter.
We give you the car. We don't give you the papers. Just drive it.
Oh no, then I wouldn't take it because it's not yours. It's like Papa or car.
Oh, my father's car is my car.
No, you're a man. Difference. But what I'm saying is, once a man gives you a gift, and you realize the relationship isn't going anywhere, it's a gift. He didn't loan it to you. It's a gift. Same way you can't tell him, please, all the pussy you fucked, I'm taking my pussy back. It's not possible. Yeah. Exactly. All the skills you did, the yoga skills you did.
Yoga. For you, whilst you are not married.
Yeah, he could. You could take it
especially
back.
when you know you didn't lie down, Zuguma.
You know, there's some assaulting.
Your egg game.
Your egg game was on. So
you know they don't lie down, Zuguma. You do things.
Exactly. So you know that upon the Cardi B skills you did, the pole dancing thing you did, you can't ask for it back. Same way he shouldn't ask for it. He can't ask for his gift back. So you gave it to me as a gift. It's a gift. You can't ask for it back. If I'm breaking up with you, I'm breaking up with you. It has nothing to do with what I was getting or not. I break up with you cleanly. Plus, I delete your contact and details. Thank you.
One of those people.
Yeah.
Cut off all forms of communication.
Why talk to your ex?
Oh, for me.
Why can't I do back?
Oh, then. I'm still friends with my exes. I don't get to see
you
them.
are a man.
But a wise man once told me that it's not advisable to keep, because once you know,
he knows your weak points.
Exactly.
He knows where to hit.
Exactly.
And once he knows where to hit, it's not as if you went there that, oh, today let's do a quick one. No. You guys went for a program and maybe he sitting by you and a touch here.
Let me drop you off.
You know,
my rule is this.
We didn't even plan that.
It didn't even happen in the room.
Don't meet them. You can talk to them on phone, but don't meet them.
So you advise that you keep.
You can keep, because an ex-girlfriend gave me a good contract some time ago.
Okay.
It's because we had a good relationship after. Okay. But I didn't get to see her even during that whole transaction. But
once you know how to manage the thing, you know that.
The women, they don't like that we, reach out to our exes. But sometimes it's for the better. We don't know.
But then,
and you're bad.
Jalali,
just they say what? Observe and keep one eye open all the time.
Just be wise. Okay.
But as for the collection of gifts thing, it's not something I believe in. There are some gifts, like you said, a vehicle is a grand gift. Now, if for a woman you are being gifted something like a car, and it's registered, and he gives you the documents and tells you can change
ownership.
The ownership, good for you. All the better if he gives you a car that is not registered and expects you to go and register it yourself. That you know that it is for you for life.
Yeah.
But if he gives you a registered vehicle without a document, it's not yours.
No, it's not yours.
As soon as the relationship goes south,
he'll
come for his car.
Sweetie and Pebble.
Sharp.
We need to wise up and get the car registered in our name. We don't want any wahala and bring me back.
How are you going to do that?
Go with me to the car shop. I want to choose my car. Give me a budget. Let me fall within the budget. Yeah.
So this one doesn't fall in the husband or girlfriend duty.
So it depends on the relationship you have. If you are doing Indomie relationship.
There's nothing called Indomie relationship. Don't say that. Which one is
and I define the Indomie relationship.
Which one is the
Indomie? I've only heard of Indomie generation.
That's not Indomie. Indomie. You know why she's calling Indomie?
Tell me.
Cash no day like that.
Oh no, that's not why. So there are some men that the only gifts they know how to give is food.
That's a natural thing. Yeah, so.
No, it's but not you girls, you guys were the same. Say a boyfriend who can buy you food when you're hungry. Is that one to a boyfriend? Now we are buying you food.
That was a very young girl, SS girl. So I don't know the level is different. Oh no, I my SS young teenagers.
Speak for yourself. You shouldn't say.
Speaking for herself, but
speaking for her generation.
Her generation.
Okay.
Thank you. So
those times you say, when the girl call restaurant, that's what you said. When is called better with your man now? No, I jam out to buy 2 bottles of man.
Now,
then
that would be a wrong move for me. Oh, mommy, motor comment them. It's a mojo.
Sister, and are you on a different scale?
Yeah.
Anyway, back to our conversation. A lot of women hold the mentality that once you clean and once you cook, he will pop up the question. So maybe if you're in a relationship and then the popping up is delaying, you should start, lowering your standard, as some people say. So if there are certain things that you say you are not doing, and then people unknowingly, me, I don't see it as cool. Once maybe they claim that you've passed the stage, you're entering into your 30s, you should not be all about, I don't do this, I don't do that. You should lower your standard. Edna, please, how can you hammer on it now? Because I feel like it's not right unless you beg to differ.
No, I don't beg to differ in any way. So there are traditions that I believe in and there are traditions I don't believe in. Okay. Yes, women, when you have a husband, it looks good, you have kids, that's the big bonus. But I don't believe age should be a limit for whether you should be able to get a man or not. And because of your age, let's say you are 35, you reduce yourself to take just about anything that everybody has decided not to take.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because most times when a man reaches that certain age, there's a reason for him not being married. There's a reason for every man not being married at a stage. So if you are going to go like, oh, because I'm 35.
Applies to women.
Exactly. So if you decide that you don't want to, you want to reduce yourself
and do the wifey duties just because you want to get the ring.
They won't wife you, and that's the truth.
Dennis,
they won't wife you.
I said earlier on that a man knows the woman he wants to marry. It's not your wifey duties that will make you marry.
Okay. So we should get that clear.
And if you're in a relationship and the question is not being popped up, right? You should know your stance in the relationship. How the relationship. There are some men who honestly they have a phobia for getting
tangled.
They have a phobia for that. Maybe he wants to do it, but there's this cold feet thing that dwells once in a while. He needs to be propped, he needs to be pressured here and there before maybe he makes that bold step. And secondly, with the woman thing, honestly speaking, if you look, there are sometimes, and it happens, you're 35 going up and you haven't found yourself somebody. Trust me, the kind of people that you meet are the people who are actually below you. Because 90% of the people who are at par with you or above you, they're already married, especially the men.
Okay.
You find out that you are dating maybe a 30-year-old man, or you find out that it's 30-year-old men who are by far younger than you who be approaching, because they are the ones who are available. We the 35 and above 40s, 90% of us are taken. Or you end up settling with a married man on the side.
No, but I get that, but I know from a lot of people's experiences that sometimes I'm not saying divorce is good, but there are a lot of divorce.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yes, so the 10% are the divorcees, the widowers.
So you
and
get your own.
The narcissists.
You get your own.
You know the narcissists too, right?
You get
they form the 10%. So you could and how many widowers are there? How many divorced men are there? There are some men who, as a result of a very bad divorce, they probably don't want to commit to a woman again. All they want to do is probably cohabitate with you, and that is all.
Okay.
And maybe a widower, he's probably even looking for maybe a mother for his kids. Not really. Very few of them, some want that, some probably end up falling in love.
But then for a woman who is also looking for marriage, like, you want to settle, you want to be someone's missus, and you meet the 10% for a widower or a man who's...
Narcissist, there's a no-go area for you.
It's out.
Don't ever go out with
in that case, because okay, he's seen it all. It's not like maybe he's looking for someone to just be with, of course. Then I feel like that's the time where women feel like, oh, I have to do this because he has to consider me.
He has to
someone
consider
he can.
me.
Yeah.
No, don't make yourself that desperate to be
Yes.
considered. Me, I always say that. As a woman,
Don't
make yourself, if they don't come, and it is some edges that you need to settle. Look, there are people around. You could always make a booty call, you just get your something settled. You do your thing. Then I always say it's an itch that you had or that you have that needs to be scratched. The person comes, scratches that itch for you, and we move.
But don't settle for anything.
Don't just settle for anything. If you think the flow is not there, why do you do it? It's just the sex. Get it over with, and you're good to go.
And I think, Paula, women have, and I don't know, so okay, women that are desperate for marriage, they don't get the marriage. It's the ones that are not looking.
You're not even married.
Some who are desperate for marriage get it. They end up getting what they probably didn't bargain for.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. That so
you might be minding your business. You're not ready. That's what it keeps on coming.
The reason why this happens is as a result of a woman not being determined by marriage, the marriage status. If a man knows a woman is self-assured, has her own identity, men are usually attracted to women that have self-respect, knows their identity, and are supportive.
Some are actually intimidated by them.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about those.
No,
I'm not talking about.
Not even them. Some are even intimidated by those kind of
but
women.
you don't need
your wife got a master's. She's a doctor, and then you're like, no, this person I don't want to.
Then you don't.
It's
need
unfortunate, but like I said, I'm a man, so I'm speaking for men. There are times when a man, probably because of his educational background, he's shy to approach a woman. For me, if you have a PhD, and I see you and I like you, I'll tell you. I'll come to you.
You have confidence.
It's the confidence that we have to get.
Okay.
So the man has to get.
Because some of them they walk.
So if you don't have confidence and a woman knows her identity, you shouldn't beat her up just to get your confidence. Some men, not actual beaten. Some men try. I'm talking, last time when I was here, I spoke about a man who tried to get me to do something I didn't want because he didn't believe in Valentine.
Okay.
Exactly.
I remember.
Yes. So such men literally would want to push you in a certain corner because they're uncomfortable with it.
I don't like Valentine myself. Okay. I'm not a Valentine person.
Okay.
But
we can
wait, but I wouldn't, force you to dislike Valentine because I don't like Valentine.
Because you have your confidence. Some men are just not.
This is a part where we will take a quick break. You're still watching Mons and Candles on GhanaWeb TV, and I'm your host, Paulina Deda Opoko. We'll be right back.
Right there.
Welcome back. Edna, I can see that you're really enjoying your pizza. You should take another. You should grab another one. A lot of people say that women, once you're in a relationship, maybe 2 years, it can be like you've been in a relationship with a man for years, and then you feel like, oh, nothing's spoiled. I just want to go and stay with him. Whilst you're not married, so you just cohabiting, like, we stay in the same place. If it's workplace, we go together. And some families are okay. They will not say anything. If I say that, I'm not even going to talk about that. But do you advise that a woman do that? Once you're not even married to a man, should you move and go stay with your man?
No. Why should he pay any bills? Why should he go see your parents and do the elaborate wedding shenanigans if he's getting it already? No, don't go. Stay in your mother's house.
Until he makes it official.
Exactly. Don't give him something that is meant for marriage. Same way a man won't give you money for a wife to you as a girlfriend. So basically, don't go. Just stay in your parents' home until you're married.
1 minute silence. Okay. I hope that sinks. I hope our sisters watching, if you find yourself in that situation, you decide. Edna said it, but then you decide whether you want to go to your mother's house or you still want to be with your man. You know what you get in there, sis. It's up to you. Edna, but some women today think that their biological clock, is ticking. So, they can just forgo it and then go move in. If it's kids you want to have, we have, and then we'll move forward.
Unless you don't believe in the home marriage institution, okay? I know some people that don't want the marriage. They want to have a man, have the kids, live their life like married couples do, except they haven't had the certification to go with it. Okay. If you believe in that, that's different. I can't fault you. But if you think your biological clock is ticking and you want kids, you can have kids in your parents' home, can't you?
You can.
Exactly.
And even your mom will be there to assist
you.
Okay.
You don't need a maid.
Thank you, my sister. Delali, are men moved with that? Are you okay with the woman moving in to come stay with you whilst you've not even made that thing official? Will you even be tempted, or will something push you? Will you be pressurized to ask her hand in marriage once she's even staying in the house and doing all the wifey duties?
Well, it depends on the man. Some will like it.
Fufulefo.
You see, some will just, grab it. The morning afternoon something, it will happen. I know pathway. Sorry, na copra.
Very cheesy.
Just like
very cheesy.
You see. Okay. So that is there, but some too will feel that there's too much pressure. Come to stay with me. They can't give me pressure. I mean, it's like, why, madam?
Enjoy your space.
Stay your day. Make a day my day. Let me enjoy my space. You enjoy your space. Maybe a weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You leave on Sunday. You go. Okay. That's understandable. But to come and live me there, that cohabitation thing there, I like.
That's all right. Because you're not ready for it.
The pressure now also do. No, I'm not ready for it. Sometimes some of the men, they have overspeed that they do somewhere, then you come and stay inside and come and spoil everything. You are playing Muchindi and you want to do World Cup.
What's that saying?
You hear what?
They're both Muchindi.
Ladies, I hope you pick it up. I hope you pick it up a thing or two.
But is that true?
From a man. No, but I totally agree with you because I move with more guys than girls, and whatever he's saying is exactly it. Some of them don't want you in their space.
Oh, no, it's not that we don't want you in the space.
No, not... If you come once in a while, as you said, it's good. But you being in his space 24/7, no.
Some you see you carry
your bag,
carry things, saucepans, everything. The day there's something finished, she can carry everything go away. I say, so this is what you bring the things. I was asking, so what are these things? Oh, but you know that when we get, I was like, when we get what? I say in my hands, this is my car. When we get
I'm
what?
Marrying you.
You sure see the something go catch
you the one.
But anyway, for me, it's not good. Because it's not that the man wouldn't be prompted or wouldn't be moved to do the right thing. Some men actually do the right thing through that. I know a couple that are getting married quite soon. They're getting married actually this weekend. They've been cohabiting. They've been doing that for some months, about 6 months now. They've been doing that. Why? Because the woman's place was burgled. She had armed robbers worrying her. So she ended up moving in with her fiancé boyfriend, and now they're getting married this weekend.
By then they were doing the whole counseling thing at church, right?
Where they shouldn't have been. My pastor will say, do not, what's the word that he uses? He says, well, do not soil your matrimonial bed or something.
But you see,
right now, that thing, like I said, sex is right now is overrated.
Yeah.
That's sacrament.
With all said that we can laugh about it, but then see, virgins are winning. We are still winning. Don't let no one tell you that. We are winning. You might feel like everybody's giving out sex, so you should give. We are not going to preach that. We are still winning.
Virgins are winning.
Yeah, we're keeping it. Keeping it tight for daddy. So all we're saying is that you should save something for your man. You shouldn't do all. You shouldn't expose everything. So this is it. What is left to discover? That's what we're saying. So our last words, what would we say to our viewers who are interested, who have been paying attention to this week's topic?
Okay, so I would say first, women should respect themselves, and then second, respect the man, because if you respect him, there is no way you would treat him like a money bank.
ATM machine.
ATM
Oh,
machine.
ATM. Sorry,
Once
it's not
you
even ATM machine. ATM is
ATM.
so ATM. That's it.
So once you respect him, there's no way you go that way. And I believe men should be discerning enough to know when a woman wants you for you and for your money. And please give the money where it is due. I would need to say this because no, where it is due in the sense that some men date the right girls and give the money to the slave queens out there that want you for your money. So you should be discerning enough. Give the money where it is due.
I don't even want to talk, because if I start to talk, another one. So Delali, drop your O for us.
Well, mine is simple. Know your worth first. Respect your man, respect yourself. And it's about knowing your worth. Are you going to allow yourself to be used? Are you also going to use? Like she said, I mean, a woman who respects her man won't turn him into an ATM machine.
Okay.
All he just has to do is be doling out
money.
And as for the, putting the money where it has to be, that one is somewhat debatable though. But like she said, that's a story for another day. People, do you? What makes you think will make you happy? But women, not every man who you do hunampe job for will marry you.
They will not.
So please, minimize the hunampe job thing. It's not every day you go and clean. It's not every day you go and wash. It's not every day you go. When you feel like, oh, today I want to come and do it. If he says don't do it, don't force yourself. Just sit down. Come to the house and feel free. Pledge yourself. Say, hey,
virgins.
Oh, virgins, bang. Then you go. But when you continue to do that, well, there are some who would say, okay, she's good. I like such a woman. There are some who would say, oh, this one, she actually give me pressure.
Yeah. Besides, paying for house help is not that expensive as keeping a girlfriend.
Paying for people, 350 also. But some people who come and do it. I mean, those who do by day. A man wouldn't want a woman coming to clean his house
every day.
It's
50
just
Ghana
the weekend.
a day.
Tops 100 Ghana, tops 150. And if you're a bars boy like me, I'll do everything myself.
Right.
Usually, women, you don't bring anything to the table.
Hey!
Yes. Don't go there.
That's the story for another day. But it's the truth.
Don't go there.
Apart from your
don't go there.
No,
don't
go real women who are working.
No.
Dalali.
I'm telling you the truth. It's a story for another day.
Let's not
It's
go
a story
there.
for another day, but usually you don't bring anything to the table.
No, it's
because
the type
if
of
it is
girls
food for a man to eat, if it
Okay.
is food for a man to eat, the man can find food. There are food vendors everywhere. Cleaning, he can clean.
Times have changed.
Times have changed.
Yeah.
Meaning that the men don't know how to clean.
Oh no, not
The men-
that.
We're not saying
we
you don't
bring
know
a
how
lot
to
to the
clean.
table now. It's not
Now.
about cushy. It's
No,
not about
it's
cleaning.
not like we're bringing a lot to the table. The table belongs to us
It
now.
is ours.
Yeah.
We decide when to shake it or not.
Thank you, my sister.
The only thing you
We
can
don't want
shake
to
the
get
table with
washed
is
up.
when you do the across.
Eh.
Apart from that, honestly, nothing.
Anyway.
But
Anyway.
in all, just be yourself, love one another, and don't allow yourself to be used. It's as simple as
Exactly. Thank you very much. I must say this discussion has been an eye-opener, because there are a lot of things that we are not doing right, and it's always a pleasure to have you here, where we have in-depth conversations for married women, for people in relationship, those who are in courtship, to pick one or two just to spice their relationship and marriage and just move forward. And so I did this with Delali Jansi. He is a salesman, and Edna Ado, an entrepreneur. It's always a pleasure to have you. You guys are my regulars, so we'll hope to have you soon on the set, very soon. Not so
Promises.
Yeah. All right, so before we go, I just wanted to put out your social media handle if you want to get interactive with you, Delali.
My Instagram is at Jandel, DZANDEL.
Okay.
And on Facebook is Kweku Jansi, KWEKU Jansi, DZANSI.
All right. Miss Ado.
Yeah, so mine is Adel Ado, ADELADDO on all platforms. So.
Oh, great. Thanks for coming to Moons and Cuddles. Now, my makeup was done by the corporate chick. You can follow her on Instagram. Check her out for all occasion. Kiki Sadiq is going to glam you up. Monsen Cuddles is sponsored by Cheese Pizza. So Cheese Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, pack, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheese Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries and chicken, one Coca-Cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesday at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-413-3397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. So Cheesy Pizza says, once you come to our show, we've got something for you. So, Jalali, you take one pass. Yeah. Enjoy yourself some pizza.
Hey, they're okay to me now.
Hey, Edna.
Okay.
All right. It was a pleasure coming your way on Monsen Cuddles. My name is Paulina Deda Opoku. See you on the next episode.
Honorable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, yes, Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you've just offered prayers, and I know you are going to follow the other people and for us to do business. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I can see the leader of government business, the majority bench, and the entire majority members absent from the chamber. But Mr. Speaker, we had meeting with them this morning. Mr. Speaker, they are present within the chamber. They are present within the princess of parliament. The minority leadership, we are all here. Our members, 137, we are all here. The leader of government business, for us to move the government business, is not in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, I've gone to check the attendance list. Honorable Damboche was here. Honorable Philip Baswa has signed. But I don't know why they will come and sign and leave the chamber. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to seek your guidance. I saw and heard the majority chief whip, Honorable Frank Anudompre, addressing the press, saying that we in minority are doing propaganda with the government budget. Mr. Speaker, the duty of a government chief whip is to make sure that government business go through. So, Mr. Speaker, we are in minority, and the budget is not a private member's bill or a private member's motion. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to seek your guidance. The bell I heard being rang, I saw them to this morning. We had meeting together in your presence. So why is it that they are running away from their own budget? Mr. Speaker, in the history of this country, it has never happened before that a government brings government budget, economic policy, and financial statement and run away from it. What are they afraid of? Then, Mr. Speaker, should we alone go ahead to pass the budget? Then Ghanaians will say that it was the minority people who passed it. I want to seek your guidance. So, Mr. Speaker, where are our colleagues on the other side?
Honorable Deputy Minority Whip, please hold your fire. I've just been informed that the majority side will want to have 30 minutes meeting of the caucus. They have alleged that I was informed. That definitely is on. I was informed early in the morning that both caucuses were having caucus meetings. That I'm aware of. But we just finished a meeting, and straight ahead, I initially wanted the first deputy to even come to preside, and he left. But later on, he came back because of the agitations of members. And so I decided that I'll preside. So I walked straight from the meeting to my lobby. And then I did ask whether members were in the chamber, and I was told yes. Nobody came to inform me that they were having a caucus meeting. And that is why I came to preside, only to realize that there was nobody on their side. So I'll plead with you for us to just suspend sitting for 30 minutes. Well, if you will not take the plea, I have decided that we will suspend sitting for 30 minutes, and then we will now come as a house, not half of the house, to conclude the debate on the government economic policy and estimates for the financial year 2022. We will be taking the decision today. So please, I think that what we need to do is to try and activate what we usually refer to as the usual channels of communication. That seems to have been blocked. The usual channels of communication, leadership. You have to activate the usual channels of communication and let us all come on board and know when to do this, when not to do that. But I think at this time, we'll have to give them 30 minutes to hold their caucus meeting and then appear for us to do the distance. So the House is accordingly suspended for 30 minutes. Honorable members, please. I did suspend sitting for 30 minutes. And please, will you shut up? We cannot allow indiscipline inside the House. I am not prepared to tolerate it. I don't benefit anything by being Speaker. I'm Speaker to serve my nation. It's not because I'm going to get anything better than what I was receiving. I will not tolerate that. I'm saying that the suspension was for 30 minutes. It's taking us about 2 hours or more to return. And that is because the subject matter that we are to discuss will be new developments. And there were discussions, and as Speaker, I have to be briefed. And so your leaders came with the Minister of Finance to brief me. Should I ignore them and come to preside because I suspended sitting for 30 minutes? Go through the media and see how I'm being insulted. Please, the only thing I have is my reputation. I apologize for keeping you waiting. And I will do that because there was no communication to you. And so you are right to have taken the position you've taken. But please, let's be honorable members of Parliament. We are going to continue with the debate on the budget. And today is for your leaders to wind up. The question will be put, the decision will be taken. And so I will start by giving the opportunity to the minority leader to wind up the position taken by the minority, and then after that, the majority will do so. That is the decision that was communicated to me since yesterday. Yes, minority leader. Majority leader, is the speaker out of order?
The speaker, you certainly have not said anything that puts you out of order. But when I entered, you were relating to some events that occurred when you suspended the House. And Speaker, the finance minister came with a prayer during the periods when you suspended sitting. And the prayer of the finance minister is to the effect that in all the previous 4 budgets that he has submitted to this House, on behalf of the President, he's carried this House, both sides of the House, with him. And by that, the entirety of the nation with him. The Speaker, this 5th budget that is presented on behalf of the President has, unfortunately, created a situation where it appears there's no consensus to approving the budget. And by that, and by extension, implying that he's not able to carry the entirety of the nation with him in this exercise. It's the reason why he came, and we came to you with his humble prayer that he be accorded some space for further engagement with the leadership, the standard leadership of the 2 sides, to enable him build bridges, to see what takeaways that he could make to affect this budget. The Speaker, the finance minister himself is here. I would not want to take the sail out of the winds. The indication was that if we allowed the minority leader to speak to wind up, it may amount to a crystallization of the ideas expressed by the minority. If I do say it will also amount to crystallizing the position of the majority. And he thought that before we came there, he wanted to see if he could engage, to see if there are matters that he could respond to in order to be able to carry the entirety of the House with him. Mr. Speaker, but as I said, he's here, and I will not pretend to weep more than as a sympathizer, more than the bereaved. So if you can hear him, and perhaps we'll make progress after listening to him. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm aware that you have met with the leadership and the Minister for Finance and the Minister of State to discuss further how these matters relating to the approval of the budget will be done in a matter serving the interests of our country and our people. I would suggest that I'm here to conclude on the budget. We had the Minister of Finance on the 17th, so we know what his thoughts are. And he laid a paper before us. After he has heard me, if he has interventions, we'll be happy to hear him before the leader or after the leader. But we haven't been heard. Mr. Speaker, we are serving the people of Ghana. Let them know where we stand and why we stand there and why we think some policy actions must be taken. So fairly, if my colleague has no objection, he should allow me to proceed, to contribute, to conclude on it. Then after that, he or the finance minister may want to respond to the issues that are likely to be raised by us, Mr. Speaker. That is my thinking.
Majority Leader, I thought this one we could go ahead, allow him to state the position of the minority. I will then give the Minister for Finance to say, being the one that came to present the statement, you say a few words, and then you now will come in as the final statement on the budget. And then I can put the question.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, the prayer to you was to afford them space to engage both the expanded leadership of the minority and also that of the majority. Mr. Speaker, if the minority leader should speak,
Honorable Majority Leader, I get the sense of the House. That is why I said I will get the Minority Leader to present his side of the House, the position they've taken. I'll give the Minister the opportunity to say a few words before you come in. I think it's important that we hear the minority before we hear the Minister for Finance, because the Minister of Finance presented the statement. We've all heard it. The nation has heard it. Let's finish with the response from the minority, then we come back. If the minister has something to add or take away, he will now tell us. I'll give you the opportunity to conclude the debate, and then we can put the question.
Mr. Speaker, it will appear to me that maybe you missed the import of the application that I was making to you. The minister, by his prayer, is beseeching you to afford him space to engage both sides of the House before the minority leader. Mr. Speaker, my little worry is anytime my colleagues speak, we listen to them in silence, but they have no patience to listen to some of us, and that is not good enough. It's not helping our democracy. Look, you speak, you expect the majority to listen to you in silence. But you never have the patience to listen to the majority. How do you want to build parliamentary democracy? Or is it the case that you come with a steely determination, this opposition will not listen to anybody? Is that the case? That cannot be good for us. So, Mr. Speaker, I was saying that his appeal to you is to afford him space to engage further. Because if, upon meeting the leadership, he has to maybe amend certain portions of his presentation, it will render obtuse what the minority leader wants to put before this House. And that is why I said, if it's possible, but if it's not possible at this stage, and you want to listen to the minority leader, and before you listen to the prayer of the minister, it will mean that I will have to hold my own concluding remarks in abeyance for him to do the engagement before, after that, I come to do and the sequence will not flow. That's the reason why I was coming back with this appeal. I think the chronology of events then will be better. instead of listening to the majority leader, the minority leader, and then affording him space to put in his own prayer, to grant the prayer, he does the consultations, and then after we come back, then I come to state my own. Because look at the sequence will not really flow, and that is why I'm coming back. But we are
majority leader, the issue here is not one of sequence. You have listened to individual members of the minority, and we've also listened to individual members of the majority. The leaders are now going to articulate the positions taken by the various groups. So what the minority leader is now going to state will be the position of the minority. And so we would have heard the minority's response to the statement of the Minister for Finance. Then he can bring his prayer. And then you also state, after listening to his prayer and listening to your members, the position that you have taken. My work is very simple. I put the question, and then we vote. And so, minority leader, you have the opportunity now to put before the House and the country the position of the minority.
Well, Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that this Honorable House approves the financial policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2022, which was moved on Tuesday by the Honorable Minister for Finance, Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, to reflect what the wishes of the Ghanaian people are. As I said, Mr. Speaker, I will lace my presentation with Krumnaesh for the youth, for the traders, for our women, for our importers, who cannot simply make ends meet because of the continuous infliction of hardships by President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and his government. He came to this office of president, hailed that he will end the suffering of the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, let me also use this opportunity to commend you for your effort and to assure you that we will stand with you in demanding that equality is equity, and that other co-equal organs of state, not just parliament, the judiciary, is adequately resourced and financed by this budget and future budgets as a rule of thumb to deepen governance and democracy in our country. Mr. Speaker, let me begin. Charity, they say, begins at home. Now, Mr. Speaker, when you take the budget statement, we in the NDC minority, we are calling on the Minister of Finance. And Mr. Speaker, let me refer to paragraph 316, page 82 of the budget to proceed on it. One of the major decisions, as we are told, Mr. Speaker, in paragraph 315, this is what the minister said. After considerable deliberation, government has decided to place a levy on all electronic transactions to widen the tax net and rope in the informal sector. This shall be known as the Electronic Transaction Levy or the E-Levy. Mr. Speaker, he goes further to say that the electronic transactions covering mobile money payments, bank transfer, merchants payments, and inward remittances will be charged as an applicable rate of 1.7%. Mr. Speaker, we demand that the Minister of Finance shelves this. Is estimated to bring him, if you go to page 231 of the budget, some 6.9 billion. Assuming that his deficit number of 37 billion is right. If you add another 7 billion, that only brings it to 44 billion. I'm just assuming. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the e-levy, Mr. Speaker, is going to turn our country's progress backwards. Our effort at establishing a digital economy and encouraging a cashless economy will be hampered by this initiative. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, even when he says 100 Ghana cedis, Mr. Speaker, the Vice President, I understand, chairs the Economic Management Team. In one of the regional conferences of the New Patriotic Party, he courageously and boldly said that Momo affects poor, ordinary people. Mr. Speaker, I am at the game with him. Momo will affect poor, ordinary Ghanaians, and therefore it should be suspended and shelved. Mr. Speaker, particularly so that the Minister of Finance is simply being exploitative of COVID. Mr. Speaker, let me read paragraph 313. Yes. Paragraph 313 reads, Mr. Speaker, mobile money platforms and bank transfer grew fourfold, reaching 68 billion in 2020 from 15 billion in 2015. So largely in 2020, because of COVID and social distancing, we all encourage electronic transactions and electronic payments. Then when you hear that the Ghana figure has increased from 527 million to 1 billion, opportunistically you want to tax it, Mr. Speaker. That is simplistic. It's COVID. It is not going to be there forever. I'm quoting from the paragraph. And Mr. Speaker, I'm holding with me here an article by Peter Misiani, Taxation of Electronic Commerce, a commentary. And he warns, the extraordinary growth of the internet has given rise to the concept and practice of electronic commerce, which has revolutionized the way business is conducted in the world and in Ghana. I've added the in Ghana, Mr. Speaker. For consumers, even for shorter shipping times. So, Mr. Speaker, if a businessman in Ghana banking transactions transfer $2 million abroad for any purpose, he must pay an e-levy. That is $34,000 lost. Mr. Speaker, in introducing the e-levy, we are not even mindful of the fact that you don't tax capital. You tax revenue, income. You tax income, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that tomato seller or onion seller, if he chooses and decides that he doesn't want to travel to Navrongo, he wants a tomato brought in by road and does a Momo transaction. Minister of Finance wants to eat from that pie. That is unfair to that ordinary tomato seller and to the onion seller. Mr. Speaker, so e-levy, we on this side, we have served you notice that this budget should not be with the policy approval of the e-levy. Mr. Speaker, in fact, this morning, myself and the majority leader had to receive a petition on your behalf on the matter relating to the e-levy. And Mr. Speaker, the Ghanaian people are strong in saying that we should reject the e-levy, and we will reject the e-levy because it does not serve our collective quest to build a digital economy. Mr. Speaker, before I go into other matters, we on this side, we know what happened in Keita following some tidal waves, Mr. Speaker, on 6 November 2021, with less than 4,000 people displaced, properties and schools destroyed, constituencies such as Keita Anglo, Keita South, South Tong, and Adan all affected. Many of the communities in the area, Jelikope, Tetekpe, are all affected. Mr. Speaker, we don't see in this budget any effort by the president and government to touch the people of Keita, that they are Ghanaians and they deserve to be helped. We know the effort the Honorable Atachia made in getting sea defense bill. Probably Keita was in your contemplation. You were not successful. Mr. Speaker, I'm again serving notice that we on this side will not support these budget policy principles until we see resource allocation to the Minister for Works and Housing, adequately assuring the people of Keita that they are Ghanaians and they deserve to be supported. Mr. Speaker, Vice President Mahmoud Bawumia, on behalf of the President, was in Sierra Leone with $1 million to donate to disaster victims. But in Keita, he has to be reminded. Mr. Speaker, let me go on. And Mr. Speaker, may I now refer you to paragraph 442 and 443, but in particular, I want to deal with paragraph 829, paragraph 829 of the budget, which is also a matter that the minority, we are particularly concerned. Paragraph 829, Mr. Speaker, and it reads, 829, Mr. Speaker. It reads, Aka Energy can progress in the concept selection for the development of the Pecan field and is expected to submit the plan of development POD by end of 2021. Mr. Speaker, these words are worth highlighting. Parliament granted approval to GMPC to acquire 37% stake in the deep water tunnel Cape 3 Point. The rest continue, 70%, the rest continue. Answer to capture it. Mr. Speaker, Parliament never granted approval. Parliament granted approval for the Minister for Energy and Finance to negotiate and report back to Parliament. Capture the sense accurately. Let it reflect, Mr. Speaker, the resolution that was adopted by this House that fateful day, so that we know, yes, we gave you a mandate, but we did not, Somoto, approve that, walk on. You are supposed to go and negotiate with a ceiling not exceeding $1.1 billion US for our purposes. Mr. Speaker, so when we see this text, when we see this text, Mr. Speaker, then we are concerned and we think that it must be rectified for the record. And I accordingly demand, Mr. Speaker, that Hansard, when it gets to the portion of this, my statement, they add the resolution that was so adopted that particular date. I'll share the date for the purpose of the record, to reflect what has been reported and what ought to have been reported. Mr. Speaker, now we are told, as part of the policy measures of this budget, that road tolls, and Mr. Speaker, let me refer you to paragraph 247, page 68, paragraph V, it reads, zero rate tolls, removal toll charges on all public roads, and reassign the current workforce collecting road tolls effective immediately the budget is approved by Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, Haruna Idrisu may not be right. The Speaker may not be right, but at least Ken Ufuriata must be right. And these are his words. Mr. Speaker, I quote, immediately the budget is approved. Yet, my colleague, the Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways, proceeded to issue his announcement on the cessation of road tolls in the country. Mr. Speaker, road tolls in future will be reintroduced. I'm very optimistic about it. Who pays road tolls? The rich. Therefore, you don't introduce what we call regressive taxes. Well, yes, I stand by it. Those who own vehicles, road tolls, they pay it. Yeah, truck drivers, they pay road tolls on behalf of the owners of the cars. They pay road tolls on behalf of the owners of the cars. Mr. Speaker, road tolls when you have a government come and pass a Public-Private Partnership Act, in these formative years, I was then Minister for Trade, and I used to work with then Minister for Finance on a public-private partnership policy which culminated in an act. In that act, you envisage that you dualize Accra Kumasi, you dualize Accra Cape Coast Secondary Takoradi, you dualize even Tamale Bolga in the foreseeable future. Mr. Speaker, nowhere in the world are road tolls zero toll. This is Ghana. And yet you make 78 million Ghana cedis. You probably could have adjusted it by 50% or 100% and make some 156 million Ghana cedis. You didn't do that. But Mr. Speaker, my colleague, Minister for Roads, you didn't get it right. You could not have said cessation. You could have said suspension. And I remind him that this is a country governed by law. And one of the cardinal principles of the rule of law is respect for the law. So the Honorable Attaché was very certain when he said, accept an administrative error because you didn't have the mandate to cease, to call for cessation of road tolls. I say, if you don't accept Haruna, because I'm in the minority, yes. You don't accept directive of Speaker because you think he belongs to a different political party, yes. But Mr. Speaker, he must respect the words of the Finance Minister when he said, and I quote, zero rate tolls on all public roads, and these were the words, immediately the budget is approved by Parliament. Not before Parliament, not even when its policy principles have not been approved. We should not encourage a state of normlessness in our country. You have every right as government to decide that you don't want to make use of road tolls. But I'm saying, in the foreseeable future, Ghanaians will wake up to the reintroduction of tolls. And Mr. Speaker, hear his argument when he says he's suspending road tolls, that congestion, unmotorable roads also contributes to congestion. Bad, poor roads also contributes to fuel burning. Same reason, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the argument for road tolls neither here nor there. And I think that, Mr. Speaker, yesterday when my colleague, the Honorable Mahama Yerga, was contributing to the debate, he drew ministers' attention to the fees and charges. And Mr. Speaker, let me refer you back to paragraph 315, 316 of the budget again for our purposes. Mr. Speaker, when you say fees and charges, you will subject it to automatic adjustment over a 5-year using inflation as your basis. You are wrong in law and you are wrong constitutionally. That is why Article 174 imposes the mandate on Parliament as the only authority that can impose taxes. So your view of an automaticity is in breach of the power of Parliament under Article 174. Mr. Speaker, when they wake up every other day, I heard the Honorable Kojo Okon Nkrumah say that we should shy away from goal scoring. Why? We won't shy away from a return match. When you scored a goal and there is a return match, you must prepare for the return match. When value-added tax was introduced in this country, today we are hearing arguments. Support Nana Addo Dankwa because he wants to build infrastructure, he wants to do roads, he wants to do cyber crime. When the NDC introduced VAT, what was it to be used for? You stood in opposition, you shouted in opposition, you demonstrated in opposition, and today you call it goal scoring. It's a return match, you are reminded. Mr. Speaker, when we argue, we will compare the two administrations, Mr. Speaker. And the reason why we are opposed to e-levy and we will not support it, Mr. Speaker, there is no luckier minister than Minister Ken Ofori-Atta. Between 2017, 18, 19, 2020, 2021, Mr. Speaker, total revenue as he has got is in the region of some 300. I want to get my figures right, Mr. Speaker. Total revenue that he has benefited from over 266 billion. So where are the hospitals? Where are the roads? Where are the schools? Where are the projects? And in addition to this, he has borrowed more than any other finance minister under the Fourth Republic. Mr. Speaker, let me refer to his debt numbers. I want to quote his own numbers. Mr. Speaker, may I refer you to page 50. He says, Ghana's debt, 341,762.7, 58.3 million US dollars at end September 2021. Mr. Speaker, he inherited from John Mahama and the NDC a debt position of 120 billion. It means cumulatively, in addition to tax revenue of over 200 billion, he has borrowed over 220 billion and still borrowing and still counting. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not surprising that our rating, whether by Fitch or by Moody's or by Bloomberg, Ghana has been downgraded, and that our debt is unsustainable, and Ghana today is a high debt risk country. So, Minister, come. You said in opposition with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and the President, you said you had superiority over management of borrowing, responsible borrowing. Mr. Speaker, the Terminal 3, which was built by John Dramani Mahama, I'm told, Ghana Airport Company, check your record, has already raked in some $6 million US dollars as returns to that investment. Prudent investment. And it was not put on the consolidated fund or on the national debt of Ghana. This was used airport taxes for purposes, amortize and deal with it. Mr. Speaker, yet we're told that NDC are pim. So today, what number would we give to it, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, what name are we to give to this particular issue? Mr. Speaker, let me now turn with respect to you to page 104, that this side of the house we want to stand tall and strong, that we will not support President Nana Addo Dankwa to bring back to this august house and to the Ghanaian people that baby called Ejapa, Ejaboni. We won't accept it, Mr. Speaker. Ejapa. And Mr. Speaker, I will lead lucid reasoning why we should not support Ejapa. Mr. Speaker, yes, collateralization and securitization. Then this started collateralizing road fund. What has that led us to? Road contractors are not being paid. Certificates are held for 3-4 years with an unacceptable interest regime. Many of them businesses are collapsing, and you want to collateralize our mineral resources. We say no. We simply will not accept it, Mr. Speaker. We say no. Mr. Speaker, get fund. 1.5 billion has been collateralized dollars against get fund. And worst of it, even when we have a minister and a governing board, you create another vehicle called Daichi. Today, if get fund rakes in 1.4 billion as they should do, because of that, 680 million of it is used to service debt. Half of it. So in 2-3 years, get fund may as well be only taking the VAT to service debt, not to complement infrastructure or the purchase of teaching and learning materials. Collateralization. Minister Ken Ofori-Atta, Ghana exit as one of its principal architects with Minister Setepe and the Honorable Atu-Forson to help expand exports. It is the only bank that has a legitimate, reliable source of revenue, because we set a certain CIF value, 0.50% of imports is dedicated to Ghana Exim. Rightly, I'm not disputing that. But you have borrowed against even that one. You have borrowed against even that one. Mr. Speaker, they have taken $100 million fees facility against Ghana Exim. And Mr. Speaker, I'm calling on the Minister for Finance to take immediate steps to investigate the way the monies are being given. Legitimate Ghanaian entrepreneurs, you want to develop a new culture of entrepreneurs. That new culture should not know NDC businesses and MPP businesses. It should know Ghanaian businesses who can do well, who genuinely and legitimately must be supported to grow this economy. Not a dole out to political favorites. I'll share a list with you. It will surprise you. Somebody got 16 million Ghana cedis to farm. Whether he's a farmer or not, I'm on it. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister for Finance, he must respect not just the Supreme Court ruling on the District Assembly Common Fund, but he must respect Article 252 of the Constitution, which requires him to transfer money in quarterly installments, not half year or next year or hope against January. Not that. The Constitution in 252 says quarterly installments. Today, there are outstanding transfers for 2018, 2019, 2020, and even 2021, amounting to about 2.6 billion. Yet you say, my idea, you have done well, the economy is doing well, when you cannot even meet your statutory obligations. And it is not just the District Assembly Common Fund, Mr. Speaker. The National Health Insurance Fund is in coma. They are surviving on a bone. What has happened to their dedicated 2.5% VAT? What has happened to the 2.5% VAT on Ghana Infrastructure Fund that you took as additional revenue? Mr. Speaker, we are told that, for instance, government in 2017 collected 178,528,000 Ghana cedis from cocoa board at export duty, but failed to disclose same. Read Auditor General Report 2017-2018 Audited Financial Statement. So somebody must be accounting for this borrowing from cocoa board. Mr. Speaker, other issues. The district assemblies must function. We've all learned our lessons following the election of the appointment and confirmation of MMDCs. Our colleague, the Honorable Basua, we saw how he got humiliated because of a confirmation of a DC. Mr. Speaker, very soon I will stand in his stead to raise the matter of contempt of a member of parliament by those parading as security agencies and police. They must have respect for him and allow him to perform his lawful duties. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister for Finance, again, we are told, spent 23 billion on financial sector bailout. And he is talking about a development bank and dedicating $800 million to $1 billion to that development bank. Couldn't you have used that to improve the liquidity of ADB and NIB, which are struggling, instead of wanting to create a new financial institution? And Mr. Speaker, what is even more important about the development bank, if there is any bank in Ghana which Parliament must legislate on, is the development bank. Because of your experience of the collapse of banks, micro loans and savings company, and the consequent attendant unemployment and distress it has created for families. That is why we particularly must legislate to iron out what the mandate of the bank should be, so that when they are in infraction, we can punish them. Now, if you dedicate $800 million to $1 billion, and Mr. Speaker, even his paragraph on it, you have not made full disclosure as minister. When I add up your numbers, $800 million. So, Mr. Minister, we need to be told on the development bank, what is it that we should expect, apart from the legislation when you say you have 1 billion, from where? And for what purposes? Where is the money coming from? You cannot appropriate it yourself. It is wrong. My view, it is wrong. You cannot appropriate up to $1 billion US to a financial institution without parliamentary appropriation. Mr. Speaker, criminal-ish. So, Mr. Speaker, my tree is not too good, but it means that to wait, the heat is on. So, Mr. Speaker, we on this side, we are also told, as I dilated on it, review of fees and charges. And Mr. Speaker, to quote the minister in paragraph 247 and paragraph 304, government will increase fees and charges on MDAs by 15% effective January. At least that one we are hopeful you come to Parliament and will do the needful. But over 29,000 entities will be affected. And 15% you can do, subject to parliamentary approval, but not by your decision of automatic review of some 15% every other year. Mr. Speaker, I believe that is not good enough. Mr. Speaker, we are told again, the Honorable Minister for Finance, in reading the budget, he did so on behalf of His Excellency Nana Adudankwa Akufo-Addo. Major policy shift. And Mr. Speaker, this administration, they accuse NDC that are going to IMF and coming back policy credibility. You are suffering from a policy psychosis, as the Honorable Atufonsin said. You said about 100 billion. Where are you going to get the 100 billion from? Where? And you said 2.5 billion will be made available for Ghanaian banks to borrow. That has not happened. This was mid-year review 2021. Obatampa to replace infrastructure for poverty elevation. Smart. So that MPs will not ask for $1 million per constituency again, which ended up in the building of toilets and digging of dams. $1 million. The Honorable Katie Hammond, you should have gotten $6 million this year alone. Do you have it? Since 2017, have you received some 600? Then, Mr. Speaker, when they talk about even the e-levy, Mr. Speaker, what happens to communication service tax? What happens to communication service tax? Unemployment insurance, what happens? 100 million fine for labor and faith-based organizations for retraining and skills development. What happened a year on? Increase the CAPAS program by 150 million. Mr. Speaker, all of it, deception. Nothing happened. And 2 billion have not been approved. We all can go back to a paragraph in the budget. Mr. Speaker, then they spoke about Agenda 111. We demand transparency on it. How were the contracts awarded? I heard the chairman of the finance committee talk about sole sourcing. Yes, sole sourcing must be used sparingly and rarely. It should not be a rule of thumb. But Agenda 111 come clear how the contracts were awarded and whether there was value for money for Agenda 111. We need to know the location of those hospitals and what informed those allocations. Mr. Speaker, so statutory payments are suffering. GET Fund, National Health Insurance, Common Fund, criminal shit. I'm not those funds, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, when you met Togbe Afede, the president of Asogli State, and this one is for minister to take interest and work with the Minister for Lands and Forestry and the Minister for Works and Housing in the best interest of the Ghanaian public. Togbe Afede, Mr. Speaker, complained to you about the wanton dissipation of public lands in Ho and other parts of the country without even recourse or respect to the traditional rulers and traditional authorities. It's wet, and in and probably in my own family, Mr. Speaker, is worth looking into and examining to protect this asset for the people of Ghana and for the future of our country. Mr. Speaker, they talk about growth. The highest growth of this economy happened under President J.A. Mills, 11.4%, sustainable inflation. What happened? There was negative growth in 2020 attributable to COVID and GDP. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm concluding. And in concluding, as I have said, the expenditure, total expenditure including arrears, is projected at 137.5 billion, 27.4% of the key drivers of expenditure growth include capital expenditure, flagship program, wage bill, and interest payment. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to share with you for the purpose of the record why the debt of Ghana is on an unsustainable path. Mr. Speaker, the NDC in 2017, interest payment was 10.7 billion. 2017, interest payment 13.5 billion. 2018, 15.8 billion. 2020, 24.5 billion. 2021, 32 billion. And 2022 projected 37.4 billion. This, Mr. Speaker, you can look at, and then even ESLA, Mr. Speaker, have also been collateralized. I didn't say USLA, I say ESLA, Energy Sector Levies. Honourable Minister for Communication, I'm not referring to you, I'm referring to that tax instrument that the NDC and President Mahama introduced that you describe and call nuisance. ESLA, not OSLA. Mr. Speaker, today you know how much OSLA is contributing to the management of your effort at fiscal consolidation. But Mr. Speaker, what is worrying is that even that has been collateralized. So it means a law which had a sunset clause for 5 years has now been extended upwards to 9 years. That is the very reason why we will not support EJEPA, because evidence suggests that many of these securitizations have not served our people right. Mineral resources contribute about 4% to our gross national product. In terms of tax revenue, very, very significant. So, Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I can only agree with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia on 31st August 2020 when he said, don't tax Momo. Don't tax Momo. So, don't tax Momo. And his argument with that, it affects ordinary poor people. He is right. And I share his thoughts on this particular matter. So, Minister, you probably will consider withdrawing it. But, Mr. Speaker, let me conclude with some evidence. When you look at remittances, you want to tax it. Bank charges, you want to tax it. Inward remittances alone will reach about 3.6 billion, equivalent to 2.5% of GDP. And you want to subject it to a tax. That's why I said that it's not a prudent thing to do, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister of Finance presented his budget statement. Let me conclude, Mr. Speaker, with those highlights. That e-levy, 6.7 billion out or added to your fiscal deficit. You can proceed with the other policy principles of the budget minus e-levy. Improve the construction of the paragraph on EJEPA. Improve the construction of the paragraph on fees and charges, limiting it to your mandate as Minister of Finance and not attempting any effort to usurp the mandate of Parliament under Article 174 of the Constitution. Fees and charges, Mr. Speaker, the Ghanaian people are suffering. Then finally, Mr. Speaker, You said you start to take over from NAPCO. It is in your paragraph. Let the opportunities benefit every other Ghanaian. The other day, the Honorable Alassane Suhene asked the Minister for Youth and Sports about Astro Test in Ghana. Go and look at the locations and go and look at the distribution, one-sided. And you say you are developing Ghana for Ghana and you are developing the youth for Ghana, when a particular section of the Ghanaian population is denied. Mr. Speaker, 1D1F. Look at the statement by the minister. Upper West region, less than 10. Upper East region, less than 10. Greater Accra region, 76. 1D1F. One district, one factory. There are many districts in the Upper East region, many districts in the Upper West region. Mr. Speaker, we should begin to make a careful study. Ashanti, Brown region. I particularly think that cashew and poultry, we should dedicate its development to the Brown region, as it was standard, and identify entrepreneurs in that area, encourage and support them to do it as their 1D1F. But not the distribution you are doing and concentrating them in the greater Accra region. Mr. Speaker, in this budget statement, we are told that even though 1D1F have happened, we cannot trace how that has contributed to addressing unemployment, neither can we trace how that has contributed to growth. That is why it's welcoming when you said that there will be a tax exemption regime. So, Mr. Speaker, Parliament, Mr. Speaker, you requested for a budget of 1.7 billion. Realistically, I think that is on the high side, Mr. Speaker. But Parliament deserves to be adequately funded. And Mr. Speaker, I know your quest is to allow for 2% of GDP to go to the other co-equal organs of state. So Parliament, if your compensation is 350 million, CAPEX 350 million, goods and services 300, that gives you 1 billion, Mr. Speaker. But the Honourable Minister for Finance has only allocated 510 million for Parliament. Woefully inadequate, Mr. Speaker. It's part of the reason why we think that this is budget should not be endorsed, and we will not shout yeah to endorse it. So, Mr. Speaker, on this don't tax momo, punishing the same known taxpayers yet again who use mobile money accounts. It is a blanket tax on everything electronic, from taxing a person who has already paid tax on his income for moving that same money from one account to the other when there is no spending except bank charges to pay for credit. What has happened to CST? So, Mr. Speaker, we on this side, Mr. Speaker, as I told you yesterday, I intend to invoke Article 104 of the Constitution. We want to stand united, collectively, that we are against the introduction of e-levy on electronic payments and electronic transactions. And we will not support this budget if that is not withdrawn for revision and for further discussion with stakeholders. We will not. We must be assured that the people of Keta who suffered the tidal waves, Ketu South and many other areas will be accounted for in the budget of the Ministry of Works and Housing. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I can only thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion and to urge my side to stand united collectively in rejecting this budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Don't tax Momo! Don't tax Momo! Don't tax Momo! Don't tax Momo!
Honorable members, the minority leader has used 42 minutes 07 seconds. We will now give the opportunity to the Minister for Finance, after hearing the position of the minority in response to his budget statement, whether he has any prayer as indicated by the majority leader. Then after that, I give opportunity to the majority leader. Yes, Minister for Finance. Yes, majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's the reason why I indicated at the very outset that given the sequencing of events, if the finances request could be acceded to, then the engagement could be had before the two of us came in. Now that we have listened to the minority leader, crystallize the position of the minority, I think it can only be fair if I came in with the position of the majority, and thereafter you will come in with its prayer. But to say that he should come in first is the reason why I was cautioning that either you allow him to come in with his prayer first, or if you allow the minority leader, then necessarily us will come after the minority leader. So, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't lie. The prayer is to the Speaker and not to Nilanti Vanderpump. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm listening to you.
The request of the majority leader is for us to vary the sequence as initially indicated by allowing him to also submit the position of the majority. Then after that, we listen to the prayer of the Minister for Finance. I have no problem with that. We can listen to the majority leader, then after that, allow the Minister for Finance. Majority leader, it's your turn.
Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity to conclude the debates on the budget statement and economic policy.
May we listen to the majority leader in silence.
Mr. Speaker, let me pray my colleagues to grant me space to make my contribution because of my physical constitution. The Speaker said, thank you for the opportunity to conclude the debate on the budget statement and economic policy of government of Ghana for the 2022 financial year, which was presented to this House on Wednesday, November 17th, 2021, by the substantive minister responsible for finance.
Majority leader, just a minute. It looks like you are not audible. We may have to look at your...
The Speaker, is it better now? Thank you very much.
Please, Jethro, kindly assist the majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to relate to what you know. The minority leader, beginning his contribution, referred to a petition that he and I were to receive from the demonstrators under the auspices of Fix the Country. Mr. Speaker, we never received any petition. When we went there, we never received any petition. They said they were going to meet us and submit their petition. The leader said he was bringing 5 more of their leadership to present the petition for onward relay to you. The Speaker, we gave them the opportunity. When they retreated, there was confusion among themselves. They came back to indicate to us that they rather that we accepted 10 of them to present the petition to us. The Speaker, when we gave them the opportunity to come with 10 people, it ended up in confusion such that the petition they were holding, they shredded them into pieces. No petition was presented to us. And that is why I'm surprised that the minority leader is saying that the petition was about the e-levy withdrawal. Yes, that's what he said. So it would then appear to me that, Mr. Speaker, he was part of composing the petition that the Fix the Country people wanted to present to us. Other than that, a petition that was not presented to us, and you and I were together to receive it. It never came to us. It was shredded into pieces, and you come to Parliament, you are saying that it was about e-levy withdrawal. How did you know, Mr. Octopus Paul? You got to know this, Mr. Speaker. But the leader is telling us today that Kromoyeshi, Mr. Speaker, said Kromoyeshi, and Yane and a Kromoyeshi. Mr. Speaker, they are telling us that Kromoyeshi, because of the proposal to introduce new taxes. And our new taxes of today. Mr. Speaker, in 2014, you introduced direct taxes, and I want to quote from your 2014 budget. Mr. Speaker, you increased the withholding tax rate on commercial rent from 8% to 15%. That was 2014, in your budget. Mr. Speaker, you undertook transfer pricing audits to reduce transfer pricing abuse. That was you. You increased the withholding tax rate on management and technical service fees from 15% to 20%. And then a promotion. Mr. Speaker, they expanded the scope of capital gains tax to cover petroleum operations. 2014. You reintroduced the windfall tax bill here in Parliament. 2014. Government, Mr. Speaker, introduced a special import levy. Speaker, then in the indirect taxes, 2.5% increase in VAT rate to be allocated to infrastructure funds. That was under NDC, 2014. And then the commercial. Mr. Speaker, you introduced special electronic point of sale device key. You introduced tax stamps on selected excisable products. You changed the basis of petroleum excise duty from specific to ad valorem, and you increase the road fund levy. The basic from 10% to 1 cedi, 900% increase overnight. And then the commercial. Mr. Speaker, people should be honest with themselves. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, the direct taxes that you introduced, you increased the minimum income tax rate for free zones entities from 8% to 15%. 2015. Extension of 5% national fiscal stabilization levy beyond. Speaker, 2015. You increased the withholding tax rate on directors' remuneration from 10% to 20%. 2015. You increased excise duty on tobacco from 150 to 175%. 2015. And then the commercial. Mr. Speaker, Reversal of excise tax on petroleum from volume to specific, with intention of maximizing tax revenue from petroleum products regardless of shocks from the global environment. That's 2015. And VAT for fee-based financial services was introduced in 2015. 5% VAT on commercial real estate, again under your watch in 2015. And then you are the deputy minister. Mr. Speaker, you extended special import levy of 1 to 2%. Mr. Speaker, you introduced indirect taxes. You introduced 5% flat rate on real tax, on real estate. You amended the National Health Insurance Act to fully align the schedules to the VAT Act 2013, Act 870. That was in 2015. Mr. Speaker, then you abolished VAT relief purchase order in granting of tax reliefs. That was 2015. Mr. Speaker, you imposed special petroleum tax of 17.5%. Mr. Speaker, 2015 for the people. What is being done is for foreigners. They are not for Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, people should be honest with themselves. Mr. Speaker, you continue the enforcement of the 1 to 2% special import levy up to 2017. That's just before you left. And you introduced taxes on cutlasses. Machetes, you introduced it under your watch. You introduced taxes on condoms. You did condoms to aid family planning. You did. To prevent AIDS, which was going to impact on our health financing. You did. And then the Mr. Speaker, 2016, you implemented Income Tax Act, the full rollout of excise tax stamp project. The maximum tax rate for free zones were increased from 8 to 25%. 2016. Mr. Speaker, then you implemented measures that we said were going to address revenue leakages. You ended up imposing additional taxes. Mr. Speaker, then there was the reimposition of excise duty on cider beer. And I know you are a fan of cider beer. Mr. Speaker, then you repealed income tax and vast threshold bans, all in 2016. And then, I don't go, thou shalt not bear false witness. Thou shalt not bear false witness. Mr. Speaker, so 2017, the budget, we abolished the 1% special import levy that we introduced. We abolished the 17% VAT NHIL on financial services. That is under Akufo-Addo. We abolished the 17.5% VAT NHIL on selected imported medicines that are not produced locally. That was under Akufo-Addo. We initiated steps to remove import duties on raw materials and machinery for production within the context of ECOWAS common external tariff protocol. These were done under Akufo-Addo. At your time, they existed. Mr. Speaker, we abolished the 17% VAT NHIL on domestic airline tickets. We abolished the 5% VAT NHIL on real estate sales. We abolished excise duty on petroleum, reduced special petroleum tax rate from 17% to 15%. We abolished duty on importation of spare parts. Speaker, we abolished levies imposed on Kayaye by local authorities. We abolished levies imposed on religious institutions by local authorities. We exempted from taxation the gains from realization of securities listed on the Ghana Stock Exchange and publicly held securities approved by the Securities and Exchange Commission. Then we reduced the National Electrification Scheme levy from 5% to 3%. Mr. Speaker, we replaced the 17.5% VAT NHIL rate with a flat rate of 3% for traders, and we implemented tax credits and other incentives for businesses that hire young graduates. Mr. Speaker, these were the reliefs initiated and indeed passed into law under the Akufo-Addo regime. And I think that if we must be honest with ourselves, the promotion, it began with your era. Mr. Speaker, on Friday, as I said, the minister came with a budget and he responded to the realities of the 2016 after 8 years of the NDC administration. Mr. Speaker, the minister did not mince words because it is said that if you do not know where you came from, you will not be able to make progress moving ahead. It's the reason why the minister related to the situation that he met in 2016. And Mr. Speaker, he said, and I quote, when they inherited, the economy was in a very bad shape, suffocating under a misweight of debts, arrears, very high cost of living, high youth unemployment, and the worst growth rate since 1994. That is the worst growth rate in 26 years. The Speaker, that was in 2016. If we went back before the COVID, the most shambolic GDP growth rate was witnessed in 2014, 2.2%. It was the worst GDP growth rate in 32 years. And that was under President Mahama. You have courage to applaud that. Today, Mr. Speaker, this time around, the COVID situation, you all know, the COVID situation is unprecedented and it's not only affected Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the facts of the matter is that it was not due to mismanagement as happened. Mr. Speaker, we all know the realities. The rising global inflation occasioned by the COVID circumstances, disruption of supply chains, rising cost of shipment, the unstable financial markets, which is making borrowing high risk and borrowing coming at high cost. These realities are known by our colleagues, but conveniently, they avoided these home troops. Or is it the case that anybody from amongst them will rise to challenge these home troops? Mr. Speaker, these are some of the rampaging effects of COVID-19 that we all do know. That families in Ghana lost loved ones, private school teachers lost income for 12 months, business owners lost considerable income, many thousands of hospitality and tourism sector workers were laid off. Mr. Speaker, we all do know Kempinski is a flagship hotel in this country. Before COVID, they employed 360 people. In the COVID year, they had to lay out 300 of the 360 and retain only 60. That was the extent of the devastation of COVID. The Speaker, so for anybody to elect to gloss over these realities and come to criticize government for mismanagement, the person is not owning up to himself or herself. Is not owning up to realities. Mr. Speaker, we know food security was even threatened. There was great slump in businesses, especially those built around traditional and other social events, and unemployment worsened. Industry slumped, productivity generally downsized, and the economy got severely punched. My colleagues would admit to these hard facts. Yet, as I said, conveniently, they elected not to proceed from this angle. Mr. Speaker, in response to the battering of the economy, government took measures to protect life and property. Some 4.78 million were provided with hot meals. 470,000 families were given food packages. 36.8 million Ghana cedis in tax exemptions were granted to frontline staff. 10 million households were provided with free water. 38,000 nurses were employed to offer critical support. 4.78 million households were provided with free electricity. The Speaker, 11 million staff and students were supplied with PPEs. All these came at a cost. The Speaker, not a single worker in the public sector lost their job, and all of them who worked in the public sector were paid their full remunerations at the end of each month. The Speaker, 303,000 beneficiaries received financial assistance from the MBSSI amounting to over 523 million Ghana cedis. These are the hard realities. The Speaker, these are the hard realities of the COVID-19 economic environment. And it's important to flash back. It is important to flash back to avert our minds to the performance of the economy before the COVID-19 descended on Ghana. Growth in agriculture was declining. Under the watch of the NBC, in 2016, agriculture grew by 2.9%. 2.9%. By 2019, it had increased to 4.6%. The Speaker, crops grew at 2.2% 2016. By 2019, it had grown to 5.3%. Cocoa, which grew at negative 7.0% in 2016, by 2019 had grown at 5.4%. Industry, the growth in industry was abysmal in 2016, 4.3%. Under the NPP, it grew in 2017 to 15.7%, 10.6% in 2018, and by 2019, 6.4%. These are the hard realities of life and of our national development. The Speaker, mining and quarry